Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
This is Houston Control. Checking for backup. Backup initiated. Locking out all ports. Clear. And we are good to go. This is
All right, Roger Houston, we got it from here. Things are nominal. We're going to reach over here and turn the volume up just a little bit. It looks like it's pretty good. Got to adjust the gravitational, refractional, parallaxial. Can do it. Yeah, that's it. So now that we got that out of the way, holy cow, we got some people going in here. We got Lucky Haskins is in here, Austin Murphy, Mike Finian, Peter W. and my good friend Jehovah's Daughter Barbara is here tonight. Tommy Tell the Truth. Got Deborah Clark. Let's see. I can do this easier. So it tells me everybody's in here. Who did I miss? Malcolm Sheen. Got Malcolm Sheen, Mojo Shop, New Hampshire guy. I think that's pretty much everybody for right now, but we'll check back. We will definitely check back. So once again, I've put out the standard invite to the mouthy bastards across the social media platforms that seem to have all kinds of time to spend hours, days, months, weeks arguing the invalid, unproven points of their fictional make-believe, scientifically impossible globe that they think that they live on. And it's so funny. You know, when you turn on the lights and the cockroaches scatter, dude, it is exactly like that. So I put the link to him. I says, here you go. And I posted a post about this. And I told him, this guy, he's still wanting to give me crap. This, what the fuck was his name? This guy is Billy Smith. I'm sure that's his real name. And then they want to start laying conditions on you. And I'm like, no, we're not doing conditions. Here's what happens. You come on and you talk about what you can prove about the globe. Okay, that's what you do. Okay, and I'll do the same. And any of your questions that you have on Flat Earth, I will be more than happy to answer if I can. If I can't, I will say I don't know, and perhaps even direct you to somebody who may have an answer for your question. So it's awful funny. All of a sudden, Billy has got to be to work, and he owns a company, and he doesn't have time for this nonsense. Yet he has spent hours on this nonsense, typing his little fingers to a bloody pulp with his nonsense. And I was like, look, here's what we can do. You can come on up. We can have a discussion. Nobody's going to beat you up. Nobody's going to be mean. That's you guys. Okay. So you just come on. We'll have a discussion about it. You want to talk about your stupid pendulum or your gradient or any of this other nonsense pseudoscience that you claim to be valid. I'm here. I'm here. I invited you last night. I invited you tonight. And all of a sudden, they've all disappeared. They've all disappeared. Not one of them has the balls to come up here. And this is why they have no balls. And this is why they have to pretend that there are balls in space, because they don't have any. Another thing I've noticed about these Globers is that they're so ashamed that none of them can use their real name on anything at all. Nothing. Now in here, we have a channel, which is has a name. Everybody here, I'm pretty sure, knows that my name is David. It's not a big secret. And my thing on my social media comes up as my name as well. But they always have these stupid names. And a lot of times they're little joke names that have something to do with the crotch. And these people are always infested with their crotch. They're just obsessed with that shit. It's like they're the mentality of Beavis and Butthead. That's pretty much where I'm seeing with these people. And oh yeah, crickets from Billy. Billy's a big pussy. That's what we're seeing from there. He's frantically right now posting links and shit to, you know, the same nonsense. I look at it. It's like half the shit that they present to me is like rudimentary first grade shit that is like, are you even really hitting me with it? I actually had one of these idiots suggest that I put water in a bucket and swing it around my head to prove how gravity works. I was like, come on, man. Come the fuck on. Are you people for real? But the thing is they get really triggered easily. They go frantic. They get crazy. And always, almost without fail, they very quickly revert to a mental maturity level of around the age of when this indoctrination was first begun, when this first took place. And I think it is funny as shit. I got an I know you are, but what am I response from somebody today. I actually did get that. And it was like, holy cow, these people, it only takes about maybe, oh, I'm on too late for you UK people. You know, I've thought about doing some afternoon shows because of that too, you know, and I think I might start doing that too, maybe cutting on a little bit earlier and shit. But I like to use the day. I get kind of caught up on, you know, things that are going on and, you know, how Revelation is unfolding. And, you know, and then the wife comes home from work and I want to spend a little bit of time with her too. So I usually like try to come on about the time she's going to get herself settled in. And that way it doesn't interfere with it. But, you know, I could come on earlier and hell, she could participate a little more than she does now anyway. And that would be kind of fun. So let's see what else we got. Your camera lens is dirty. No, it's not. No. What you're seeing there is the result of me sitting here like a retard playing with a laser, and I shined the laser at the lens of the camera, and the result of doing that were these little tiny irritating black dots. So as soon as I get off my ass and go get a new camera, that will go away. But there's nothing wrong with your screen. And believe me, until I realized that's what it was, I probably wiped that fucking camera lens off 100 times. So, oh yeah. All right. Well, we'll see about doing that. That would be pretty good. We'll maybe do that. There's a space dust. It's space dust. Actually, what those are, is due to gravitons. Yeah, that's it. It's gravitons. They're little tiny black holes that have formed up here from all the science that we do, and they're sucking in the light around them, and so they just appear. But they're little holes going into a small collapsed stars of some kind. I almost got sucked into one last night, but luckily, I was saved by somebody in a gorilla suit. Nobody knows who the hell it was at this time. It's dirty from the weed smoke. It might be, but no, that would be a huge waste of good weed smoke. So we don't want to have that. So I don't know. Let me see. I don't see any more little bell notifications over here in this Facebook. Everybody seemed to just kind of disappear. They've just disappeared and recoiled away with nothing. In the invite, I said I can show it to you. Let me just go ahead and show it to you. This is kind of fun. We can go through some of these people's stupidity. It's a lot of fun. In fact, I can magnify that. I know how to do this really cool thing. Watch. Oh, look at there. All right. So let's see. How's that work? We're good here. Okay, so it says, there are many globe believers here who seem to have much to say. I am inviting all of you to participate in a civil discussion regarding your flawed belief system. This will be an open panel discussion and anyone may participate. Give your fingers a rest and let's chop it up. 9:35 Eastern. So that's a fair thing, right? And we really haven't gotten anything on that. Somebody put a laughy emoji, and of course that we know why that is. Because the primary weapon of the globetard is ridicule. So why is this done? This is because, I don't know if any of you ever watched sheep before, but every so often one of the sheep will start to stray away from the herd. And even without the urging of a sheepdog, the rest of the sheep will bleat at that sheep to get him to go back into line. And so they think that because, someone laughed at you, that you're going to be worried about their perception of you and therefore somehow change your mind because, I don't know, what do they think, that they're so important that somebody should give a shit what the fuck their idea? I mean, you're retarded. You think you live on a ball of water flying at phenomenal speeds through a void, and you're laughing. Okay. And I see that. And one of their little techniques, I love to see it. I'll see like, oh, God damn, look at that. 17 fucking notifications. I go in there and I hit it. And it's like the same guy has gone through, and it don't even matter. Just everything that you've posted, they've put a laughy emoji. And it just makes me look, it looks like a maniac has been looking at your posts, is what it reminds me of, is maniacal laughter. That's what I see, like a cartoon of maniacal laughter. And it's like, what? You really thought that something was funny about that funny that it, what the fuck is wrong with you? But that's their main goal. I watched a thing today, Flatzoid and McToon, and that was funny. Every time that McToon gets cornered, he starts wanting to interrupt and saying stupid shit. So Flatzoid was using a paint program like thing and just drawing a sextant. And because the point that Flatzoid was making, McToon didn't like it. So he just kept on, thought he was funny. Oh, what are you doing? Why are you drawing a witch's hat? Why are you putting a witch's hat on there? And it was just like, dude, there we go. Right back to 5 years old. Just acting like a fucking retard. I don't think he did himself any favors with his credibility at all. But let's see. This is let me get over here. Here's old Billy. See, he's got his laughy things going on here. Big. This one mouthy son of a bitch. He sure as hell wouldn't. Let's go see what's happening with old Sage. Oh yeah, he says it's cowardice to not want to argue with a person I see less than human. Okay, insect, I am the bigger coward out there. Now, what's that sound like? Now, I'm just going to reply. I stay nice. Watch. I stay nice about it. I say, we don't have to argue. In fact, I prefer we didn't. Can't you contain your emotions enough to have a civil discourse? There we go. Apparently he can't contain his emotions or he would have a hard time. But here's what I'm going to do too. I'm going to just to be fair, I'm going to not just put the YouTube link. I'm going to paste the StreamYard link right there and, remind him once again that he's welcome to come up here and discuss his flawed belief. Anyone out there that's watching this, if you'd like to come up and discuss your flawed belief and do not believe that your globe is a scientific impossibility, please feel free to come on up and we can talk about that. But remember, as soon as you start using shit you can't prove, that's off the table. Okay? That's just how this whole thing works. So you can bring whatever material you wish to, you can bring whatever mathematics you wish to, but as soon as you start using assumed distances, if you tell me a distance to a celestial object, I am going to ask you where you got that value from and how that value was attained. I don't want to hear science because that's just a word. I don't want to hear that dumb shit. Okay. If you're going to tell me a distance to a celestial object that you have not measured, you have to come up with proof to that. Sorry. Or at least a method that would concretely work to do such a feat, which you, again, cannot. Okay. So I don't know. I don't know why it's so hard for me. I guess we don't have any globe trolls. I don't have anybody blocked. I don't even have nobody blocked on here. Nick Volt's not even blocked anymore, even though he acts like a little like child. There, are we back? We good? Stupid fucking thing. Oh, he said, you know what? How does this always happen? It's stable all day long. Everything's just fine. And as soon as we start talking about this, oh, your internet is unstable. Fuck you. Holy Jesus Christ. What's going on here? Is it back over here yet? I don't know. Let me refresh it and see what's going on there. Yeah, there we go. All right. So anyway, as I was saying, so we went ahead and we gave him that link. We went ahead and gave him that link again. They're pretty well quiet. Not going to say they're not going to come, but I am amazed that I'm unable to get anybody to come and discuss it. And as I was saying, our good friend, Professor Nick Volt, the physics professor, it takes him only a matter of moments before he starts acting like a child. And, he's not even blocked. So I don't know, man. I don't really understand. Let's see. Let's just make sure everything's good over there. Because I've had people accuse me of blocking them and everything else. No, the only ones I can see that are actually blocked were those sock accounts that people were using from what was it? Polly on Hinged from his channel, where they was coming over and fucking with us. Well, good times, right? Yeah, that's nope. Nick's not blocked. Nobody of any kind of relevance is blocked, so I just don't really understand why these people shy away so easily. And I think it's the fact that I think a lot of them are going by a script or even working in some kind of a center, and where they're being coached, fed information, things like that. And that's one of the reasons they can't come on here. I think even like that conspiracy smasher guy, completely different fucking guy on the show than he is on Twitter. He's a little a punk ass bitch on Twitter, and on here he was a little pussycat, you know, with there again nothing. So it's pretty crazy. The debate is over. Yeah, there really isn't a debate, really, Lucky Haskin, because it's you're absolutely right. It's like you bring something that you can prove. I don't want to hear your goddamn pseudoscience bullshit. You go and tell me that the sun is 93 million miles away. I want to know how you know that. And if the only way you know that is because somebody told you that, then you don't really know that, do you? That's all there is to it. Yeah, that's what I'm doing, man. I'm trying. There's nobody will bother showing up. Nobody. Lucky can't get his mouthy little bald-headed fucker to debate him. That little guy has to sit back, and he's getting help too, man. You can't tell me that boomer bald-headed motherfucker can put out any kind of video like that on his own. Get the hell out of here. So I don't know. I guess nobody's got the balls, and it's probably because they believe in space balls. What was it I saw today? Somebody said had a sign that said that the Spaceballs movie was a better Star Wars than all of the Disney franchise Star Wars. Yes, Lisa, I did. I did say that. Absolutely. Absolutely. I did say that. Next question. Next question. That's what I keep doing. People just like, oh, okay, next question. There we go. And they always want to talk about something that ain't got nothing to fucking do with what the hell you're talking about. Well, if the earth is flat, how do you explain hummingbirds? What? You know, shit like that. Just shit like that. Well, what about this airplane? Yeah, what about it? Well, why does it do this? I don't fucking know. I'm not flying the goddamn thing. Show me a goddamn curved earth. Show me convexity. Prove that. There's two things. Prove to me convexity and show me a gas pressure system without containment within a vacuum. Until you can do those two things, you just have the ravings of lunatics, man. That's it. I don't give a fuck what the lights in the sky do above you. I don't have you blocked, you stupid ass Lisa. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to put your goddamn comment up on the screen. Now, would we? No one would see it. Everybody, if you saw Lisa, if you can see Lisa in the chat, put a 1 in the chat if you can see Lisa. Good God. I mean, didn't you understand that you weren't blocked when I said put your comment questioning my statement onto the screen? Did you not wonder, wow, how the hell did he see that? I must not be blocked. No, you doubled down on it. That's what stupid people do. I don't have your main. Is this your main account? This isn't your main account, is it? It's the only account I've ever fucking seen. Well, you just hold on to anything right in the face of being goddamn wrong, Lisa. That's what's so irritating about you. God damn. I don't have anybody else in that fucking thing, dude. I don't know what you're even talking about. I'll double check for you. No. Let's see. N8, Brian, Lee 64, Brian Frauder, Aaron Queen, cult member not found, Rob. Nope, no fucking Lisa's in there, Lisa. So you're talking out your ass again. Well, good for you. This account is whatever, you're still here. All right. So are we done talking about it now? Because it's obvious that you're not blocked. You're here. Right. So is there anything else about it or what? Jesus fucking Christ. Do you get invited places often? I just asking for a friend. All right. Was your old account called Lisa? Lisa? Was your old account called Lisa? And I'm asking you a question here, Lisa. Go ahead. Get them little fingers going. I know they can go faster than that. Is your old account okay? So your old account is Lisa. Will you say that you were wrong if I can prove it to you? Would you? Because I'll do it right now. I'm going to prove you talking out of your ass again. Okay? So, final dashboard. No, this is that the one? Or is this the one? Okay, wait a second. Okay, I'll just walk you right through it. This is how we're going to do it. All right, just a minute. Let me pull that down. All right. So, oh, you know how I want to do it? I'm going to do it like this. Isn't it a shame that I've got somebody like this? Isn't this a shame? Isn't it a shame that you have people like this? It really is. It really is. It's pathetic is what it is. So I'm just going to share the screen. We're going to go, because it keeps going. I don't want a tab. I'm just going to go. Okay, this screen right here. Okay. Wait, what happened? Froze up. What in the fuck is going on here with this goddamn computer? All right. Can everybody see that? Okay. Everybody see that? That is our show that's going on right now. I'm going to take it up to where it's live. Okay. So everybody can see that this is us. We're going to turn the quality up so that it's real good and there's no thing. And in answer to Access Monday's question, yes. Okay. Now, here we go, Lisa. I'm going to show you what we got going on here. Okay, we got the wrong one. I'm going to have to go over. All right, so we're going to go up here, and I can go to community moderation, okay, which takes me to here. Now, here's all my moderators right here. You see that? Now, this is my hidden users. This is what happens when you're block list. Okay. Now, I want you to tell me when you see your name in there anywhere. You show me. Anybody see it? Anybody see it? In fact, the only one that even starts with an L, it looks like, is Lord, it's probing times 666. Outside of that, there isn't. Oh, and Lee 64. So those are the only ones even with an L. So, Lisa, I accept your gracious apology for being wrong again. Lisa, if I just unblocked you, how have you been sending messages? Are you stupid or what? You are. You're retired. So my question is, who made the claim that the sun is a projection? Lisa, if you have questions, click the link and come on up. I'm not going to sit here and fucking argue with you in chat. All right. So if you've got questions, come on up, ask your question. I'll answer it and we can go from there. No, I didn't. I'm not aware of any account that said anything. I don't know even what you're talking about. No, I said, I believe that the sun and the moon may very well be projections. Now, as far as how would it transfer heat, exactly as I explained several times before, just like when you do with a magnifying glass and you can concentrate heat down onto the surface of something and start a fire, right? When you lift the magnifying glass away, that point is still there. It's just not on the ground anymore. And anything that crosses through it will be subject to its intense radiation. So it's no longer on the ground. I'm thinking something perhaps like that on a bigger scale, but since I've never actually been able to capture it or get near it or anything else like that, I don't know. So there you go. Oh, I know, King. You're absolutely right. It's irritating and shit. If I was her husband, I would try to develop cancer and die or something just to get away from her. I swear to God. I swear to God. Yeah, well, you see, there again, they're always too cowardly to present their arguments in person. That's it. And that's the same thing as with these jack wagons and in here on this Facebook or Twitter or any of the rest of them. That's exactly how they are. And we see this on a daily basis, which is, and here's what's funny. Now, if you want to do your own, little analysis, right? Okay. So like on some of these social medias, I'll see something from a supposedly serious organization about, oh, I don't know, an asteroid that's almost going to hit the Earth, or a some kind of thing about the planet or about space or some shit. And you can go in there and it'll tell you how many of each one of the reactions there are. Like there's a heart and a laughy face and surprise and a thumbs up. So it gives you a count of that. And I am seeing on those posts at least about a third laughy faces now. And I mean, out of lots of responses too. On like 27,000 responses, there's like 30% fucking laugh emojis, Barb says talking makes her, or Lisa says, Barb, talking makes me cough more and I don't want to be hacking during the stream. That would be rude. That's why you got like a little cough button you can use. And I don't think you really cough that much. It's a convenient excuse, but I don't think that that's true at all, Lisa. Because I've seen you on a stream before and you didn't have any kind of a problem. Unless you're not sick or something, are you? Are you sick? You shouldn't be sick. I know that above all the people that you should not be sick. I already know that. We've had discussions about that and you're all protected and shit. So, and I know that if I haven't been sick and I'm not protected, I know damn well, sure, you're not sick. So, well, sometimes we got to do that, Dreamy. Sometimes we got to do that, but that's sometimes what we got to do. So I don't know. I guess none of these guys are going to come. None of these people are going to come here. Oh, this has got to be real. Holy shit. Y'all got to see this. This has got to be real. Come on. And we know that that's pretty close to what we saw in that movie the other night with the Bigfoots. I mean, this one's a little bit bigger, but they apparently got him captured there. Handcuffed. No, he's not handcuffed. What are they doing? He's just sitting there with him, hanging out with the loggers, because that's what they do. That's what they do. They just hang out with loggers and shit down there. So yeah, I don't think we're going to get any traction out of these guys. I really thought, because boy, they was mouthy as shit. You look at my, let me show you this. You look at my thing here. Now, this guy, I know he's legitimate. Robert Gokenar, he's a friend of mine. And he's had a good comment on something that I had posted about the sun. But this guy right here, there he is, mouthy, laughy. Laughy. Here's the maniacal shit. See, that's the maniacal shit. And then this guy here is Steve Reynolds. Let's see if we can get Steve Reynolds to come up. Hey, Steve. Oh, let's see. What's he saying? Oh yeah, he was saying, okay. So his quote was, "Oh well, see, that's a cogent argument. I'm thoroughly convinced." Being a smartass. Can I donate my life savings to your podcast? Such tight-knit reasoning. Wouldn't you agree? Right up there with, I know you are, but what am I? And I told him, I says, I don't make money or ask for money. I don't sell things. I'm not monetized. Thank you, though. I must decline. You may participate for free. He said, that would be honorable if you weren't so disingenuous. In the interest of all that's good, your constant lying has to stop. Okay, well, I'll tell you what there, Mr. Steven Reynolds. Here you go. Here is a link. Come and dispel the lies. And then we'll just go Control V, boom, Chang. He's history. We got it. Who's our next one? Looks like they're starting to get mouthy again. Nope, just more retards. Watch this thing will start filling up with laughy faces. Tyler Williams. Good old Tyler. And they always have the goofiest, stupid ass looking avatar for their thing too. They always have the stupidest looking retarded avatar. Where's this one guy? This one guy looks completely stupid. He looks like Simon. He looks like Art Garfunkel after hitting a brick wall or something. I don't know. It's like they go out of their way to look retarded. There's another one. I'm gonna go through and put a laughy face on everything. So that's the level of shit that we run into. They can't have any kind of a discussion. They can't do it. You were hoping for the explanation of a projection creating heat. Well, I just did explain that to you, how a projection can produce heat. If you concentrate light to a point, there's heat at that point, and heat radiates as long as there's molecular material around it to distribute the heat. You understand? So maybe I can draw it out for you on Microsoft Paint. Let's see if that works, because sometimes people do better with graphics. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, I guess it would probably be logical to decide that it's under P for paint. It is. I was right. That's what we call deductive reasoning. So now what we're going to do, we're going to stop the screen there. We're going to share the screen. We're going to share Microsoft Paint. Okay. So what I was hypothesizing, okay, not stating or making as a claim. God, I can't see my thing. All right. So I'm going to draw a line here. Although it's not very straight, this represents the ground. Okay. Now, for lack of being able to draw another lens of any kind, what I'm going to do is, if I can find my goddamn cursor again, we're going to draw this oval right here to represent like a magnifier. Okay. And this is just to give you the idea of what we got going on. Now, when the light comes down through this lens, okay, it does this. Right? Now, if I move that lens, this point right here will change. It will go up if I raise the magnifying glass. And if I lower the magnifying glass, if just by adjusting it, that will put this point here, which will obviously show you that there's heat radiating off of it, because fire will be emitted if there's flammable material underneath of it. So this point, even though I don't have it on the ground, is still here. It's above. And so there is a concentrated source of heat there. So that's kind of a idea as to what I was going with that. And as I've said before, one of the things also I've noticed too is there was a guy, I just saw a thing. He takes old flat screen TVs and he takes out, there's this magnifier that's inside of it, and he puts it in a frame. And he's been able to put this thing on a wooden swivel and adjust it and take sunlight and actually melt rock. Melt rock using sunlight and adjusting that. I don't know where the projection is coming from. at all, Lisa. I really don't. I don't think any, well, maybe somebody does, but I don't. You don't. So it's, we do know this about the sun. It certainly is not a ball of gas. Okay. Because first off, that would be scientifically impossible. Yes, a Fresnel lens, super sidewire. That was the word I was looking for. It's incredible too, because he was actually melting rock with this fucking thing. And that's just one the size of a TV set. Just think if they could mount some shit like that on, say, a high altitude balloon and be able to focus it with remote control. You could burn some shit, man. You could wreak some havoc with something like that, especially if you've got it focused for a certain altitude. That would be, yeah. I think the Greeks were fucking around with something like that, with using sunlight to like as a directed energy weapon against ships, like using a big magnifying glass or a bronze shield to catch ships on fire, but well, I'll tell you one thing, Lisa, whatever they are, okay, the sun is certainly not a ball of gas on fire or undergoing nuclear fusion. That would be scientifically impossible. Okay. Because you could never get a ball of gas of any mass to form in a vacuum, ever, under any circumstances, because the behavior of gas is to equalize with the surrounding pressure. Okay. It wants to spread out to fill the empty space. And so therefore, since we've already proven that the power of pressure and equalization is over 1 million times stronger than the supposed force of gravity, there would be no way for this gravity to override the function of gas behavior. So a burning ball of gas floating in a void and catching fire because there's so much pressure on itself is a fantasy. Okay. I don't think God would put the light and heat source. Would you build your furnace at the other end of your block where you live? Would you do that? Or would you put the furnace here? Or how about, would you want your lighting of your house? Would you put that down the street, or would you install the lights inside the house? So I can go that same direction right there if we want to talk about logic there, I think. So a volcano is not a projection. A volcano is not a projection. Okay. Okay, Lisa, whatever. If you can show me evidence, if you can show me proof of a ball of gas in a vacuum without containment, I'm right here. I'm ready. I want to see you do that. I want to see you prove that gravity can prevent the equalization of pressurized gases. Okay. In fact, I want to see anybody prove that. I want to see anybody just prove gravity. They can't. That was really not a very good response, Lisa. God doesn't follow your rules. They're not my rules, babe. They're nature's rules. That's how they work. That's exactly how they work. So in any case, as far as the moon is why I believe it's a projection, well, we know that it's not sunlight reflecting off of it, because there again, that's impossible as well. Just given the law of inverse, the inverse square law of light tells us that the brightness of the moon is no, it's not. It's a totally different kind of light altogether. Secondly, it seems to be translucent, or at least semi-transparent, because the dark spots are the same color as the sky. During its phases, I have actually seen stars through the moon. So it behaves more like a projection than anything. And if it were, it's another thing too. You're never going to, if you shine a light at a ball, you are never going to get the entire circumference of that sphere to light up, ever. So to think that the sun is reflecting off of the moon and lighting the entire circumference of it is ridiculous. Now, what would behave that way? Hold on to yourself. Something concave would behave exactly that way if it were reflecting light. So these are things that people have to think about. I guess physics count until you start talking about space, and then they throw physics right out the fucking window. You know, that's what I see. Yes, FE Nation, I have seen a star through the moon. I'm not kidding you. I have seen a star through the dark part of the moon. But here's an interesting thing too. During a new moon, for about the first 40 hours, you don't even see the moon. You can't detect it. You would see, if you would think, if it were there, you would see a dark circle blocking out the stars in the sky. But no one has ever seen that. Not until it's just about to start its cycle over again. I don't know if we can or not. I'm not sure where I have those at. Wasn't prepared for those tonight. But yes, I do. In fact, I have shown them before. I'm not the only one that has pictures of that. Not at all. There's a lot of people who have pictures of that. So there's something very strange about it. It's not transparent, but I would say that it's translucent, but it behaves like a projection. That's what I observe. Okay. Now, here's another thing that's really ridiculous about arguing over the composition of an object that none of us can ever really check. Right? So all we can do is throw our theories at it. That's it. Okay. And this is what I say. We stick with, I stick with what you can prove. Okay. Now I have ideas. Can I absolutely prove them? No, but what I can prove is that a globe in space is scientifically impossible. And once that's gone, there's no need to discuss any of the rest of the shit. None. Okay. Now we can speculate on all the rest of the things if we want to. And of course we can observe movement in the sky, and that's all really well and cool. But as far as proving their distances, as far as proving their sizes, any of that, that's out the window. You're never going to do it. Okay. Never going to do it. No, Lisa, you haven't asked me for over a year. It just now popped into your head. You might have asked me a year ago, but let's see. I tell you what, there's plenty. Let's see. You don't even have to see mine. This is how self-absorbed the Globey is too. This is how self-absorbed the Globey is. I'm special, so you must hunt through your library of thousands of photographs in order to find the one that I am requesting to see. That's their mind. There we go. Stars through the moon. Hang on just 1 minute. Here's one. There you go. Now you have seen your picture of your star through the moon. And there are several others. All you have to do is go into your search engine and type in the phrase stars through moon. Okay. Stars through moon. In that order. No, it's not CGI. That's a photograph that someone has posted. There's several more, and they're right on your own little search engine. Feel free to look at them yourself. And what you're failing to realize, Lisa, is that I don't have to convince you at all, because I don't give a fuck if you believe it or not. Okay. I've already measured the caliber of person that you are. So it doesn't matter to me. In fact, I'm thankful that you're not on our side. I really am. I really am. Please do not ever become a flat earther. Please do not. All right. That's what I'm at. So, yes, thank you, Axis. Absolutely. God damn. Well, if God is your father, you better find out why you're being lied to so goddamn much and why you believe it. Of course, didn't you say you come out of a bunch of Masons? So there's that. I don't think much of that outfit at all. You can't measure her. She's too far away. What are we trying to measure? What are we trying to measure? The fallen saves us all, slaves us all. She's too far away. That's the one I give is like, oh, well, can you prove this? No, it's too big. Yeah, that's what she said. So what's your point? Yeah, I get a little bit. It's like, come on, when you have to start reaching for like, well, you don't think God would make a ball of gas out in space? No, I don't. Why the fuck would he? Does it say in your Bible that God on some day made a ball of gas and set it out 93 million miles from this little tiny speck that he was working on? Anybody got that? Can you find me that scripture in there somewhere, at least? Maybe? I don't know. Yeah, I don't. Hey, he's full well knows that I don't think much of the organization. I told him that when he joined it. What is that supposed to mean? I'm supposed to like him now because somebody, my son or a relative or anybody joined up in him. I'm supposed to like him and defend him and shit now? No, that doesn't work like that. It doesn't work that way. Yes, Dreamy, they do. They use God like a weapon, and they have for centuries. They have for centuries. It's a way that they can try to morally justify their immoral behavior, is basically what it comes down to. Evening commercial. Who we got else on in here? Sugary nose. Sugary nose. I like that. Yeah. So, this is the thing. And this is how politics works too, like the one side will say, yeah, your senator over there is a rapist and he does this, that, and the other. And then when you find out that one of theirs does the same thing, they're like, oh, well, boys will be boys and that's okay. It's teams, it just comes down to teams, and I'm not on anybody's team. I don't like teams. Right. And so, if I don't defend something that I've never been a fan of just because somebody I know decided to be a fan of it, that's fucking stupid. Who thinks like that? Who thinks like that? That just blows me away. It just blows me away. There's Deborah Clark here. I think I got more people. Oh man, I've still got that on that screen. That's crazy. All right, so let me go up here back to participants. Oh, and Angela Baby Carson has come in here. Of course, Access Monday, commercial sound and video. Are you related to Radio Shack? No, I'm just kidding. Deborah Clark, Dreamy Lynn, Escape the Chains, FE Nation, Lisa, Malcolm, Sheen. No relation to Martin, I don't believe, but he does have tiger blood. And we got Mike Finnan, Raymond Brady. Good to see you, my man. Oh, Sean Alkey's here. Sean and Angela are my Canuck friends. They're my Canuck friends. They're from Canada, and they're having a rough time up there with this Trudeau character. We got Seeker in here, Sugary Nose, The Fallen Slaves Us All, Tobin Schwing, Truth and Justice, Jehovah Daughter, Barbara. Man, we're just climbing up the freaking charts in here tonight. And yet, oh, look, we have 8 things have come up on here. And they're all, look at this is so fucking pitiful. This is so pitiful. Just to see this. I mean, look at this. This is the maniacal shit that I'm talking about right here. Well, if I can get the goddamn thing to come up, what's going on here? Why is my graphics fucking up? Let me do something here. Well, I guess we don't have. I don't know why that's screwing up. Let me do this. There. So when I pull these up, you can see that, oh, there's a new one, Jordan Treat. Look at this. Laffy, 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 laffy. Let's find out what was so funny. Let's see what was so funny. So he reacted to my comment, to the comment that says, so it makes perfect sense that we are with less land has the most time zones. That makes so much sense. Not. And this was in response to me showing that there's 32 time zones in the south, 24 in the middle, and 13 in the north. Now, wouldn't you think that on a globe there would be like 24 time zones uniformly? But no, they've got more time zones in a part of the world where there's less land. Is that for the fish? That's just what I'm wondering. What says she's what's wrong with Lisa now? A photo of this globe. Oh, there are no photos of a globe, King. Undecided. What is she undecided about? I missed something. Oh, okay. Well, she's undecided. Well, you know, maybe if you were to not have your questions be so confrontational and more genuine, you might get a much different response. I don't like people that want to act adversarially. Okay, I don't want to do that. And you've already made up your mind, Lisa, because I can tell that because of the way that you ask your questions and then passively aggressively pass it off as though you were, I'm just asking a question. I'm just asking a question. No, you're not. No, you're not. I can tell the difference. I've been doing this long enough, babe. So yeah, take some mushrooms, definitely. I almost did that today. Just going to take a dump. Okay. Yeah. Well, the one that gets me is, let me see if I can find this moron that I had on here. Oh my God. This guy is probably buried so far in. He was one of those, you know how they come in and they want to say, well, how does the seasons work? Where's the sun go? How big is the flat earth? How thick is it? Why do rainbows have, like 12? This guy had 15 fucking questions in a row right there, all in one post. And I'm like, pick one. And that's what I told him. I says, just come on and we'll talk about every one of those. He says, how far away is the sun? Unknown. Next question. How big is the sun? Unknown. Next question. It's real simple. If you don't know, you don't know. And to sit there and go, well, I know it's 93 million miles. Well, no, you don't. All you know is somebody told you that fucking nonsense. But we can easily show that it is definitely not 93 million miles away. We can, that's easy. That's easy. Let me show you what your sunlight would look like if the sun was 93 million miles away. Let me just show you what that shit would look like. This is ridiculous. Let me see. Where did I put that? Oh, it can't be that far back. Yeah, I'll have to pull it up off this other one. Oh, there it is. Right up at the front. Okay. So this is what your sunlight would look like if the sun was 93 million miles away. Okay. That's what you would see. Has anyone in the chat or in the audience ever witnessed sun rays coming in like that? It must be noon. Anybody ever see that happen? I don't believe that. So nobody's ever seen that. And that's what it would look like if it was 93 million miles away. I mean, something makes sense, don't it? Check this again. Look at this. Is she still on her thing about being blocked? Is she still on her thing about being blocked? Holy shit. Lisa, click the fucking link and come up. I'll tolerate your coughing. We'll understand. But I don't believe you're coughing because you can't be sick. You're protected. And I know that because you made sure we all knew that. And as you know, I'm not, and I haven't got sick. And if I'm not and I haven't got sick, I know damn well you didn't get sick. So click that link and come on up, ask your questions. We can discuss it. Real simple. I don't know why people have that problem. What is it? Are they afraid? I mean, this is an airtight environment we're in right here. And we have all this science around us. You're safe. 250 miles above your imagination. What could go wrong? So that's what I'm wondering. I just don't understand why there's so much opposition to just coming up and discuss it. I really don't understand why somebody would rather spend days and weeks typing shit instead of just having the conversation and being done with it. I really don't understand. Well, that's okay. We'll put up with it. We'll put up with it, Lisa. You can hang with a sinus infection. We all understand. Audience, if you would understand, if Lisa about that she has a sinus infection and would be excusing of that, just go ahead and put a 1 in the chat. In fact, I can start a poll if you want. I'm pretty sure everybody's down for having you come on up. Here, let's see. Let's see what the audience has to say about it. Okay? I'm going to put a poll up. We're going to say, should Lisa come up on panel despite having a sinus infection? Let's see. I mean, I noticed this. You're not too sick to type, so that should be go. Well, coming on isn't going to make you. Is not going to. Not being on isn't going to make you cough. So we got 87% so far. We're doing 87%. That's just 15 people so far, 87%. It's looking like you should come on. You should come on up. So we can you can address the question and actually go with it. And we can stick with one thing at a time too. So I guess she's going to stick to that. I think she's going to stick to that. Well, you'll have to excuse me if I just disregard your questions and shit in the chat, because I'm not going to keep looking over here and interacting with you on the chat. Okay. So as I said before, anybody that wants to come on up, that's that kiwi. It's that kiwi shoe polish does that shit. That's what does it. Science infection wins. Yay. No, I can never get them to come. I can never get them to come on up here. Never. The mouthiest ones are the most scared. Always, especially in the fucking Twitterverse and the what's this other Zuckerberg thing? Twitface or Facebook. That's it. Facebook. Especially on there, boy, they mouthy as a son of a bitch on there. And as soon as you put the gauntlet down and say, let's go, they're like, well, I can't. I have to go pick bananas or some dumb shit like that. And it just cracks me up. I laughed my ass off. It was 2 nights in a row I've posted a link in this group of these mouthy fucking bastards, and not a single one of them will come up on the goddamn panel. Not a single one of them. They always got some kind of a lame ass excuse, and it's always one of three different excuses. I wouldn't waste my time, and I'm like, well, you've been sitting here wasting fucking days typing. What do you mean you wouldn't waste your time? You already have, right? Or, you know, you'll just do this, and I'm like, oh, so you're a soothsayer. You're able to tell the future and shit. I said, no, we can come on and have a conversation. I let you talk, and then I'll talk. How's that work? You present your points, and I'll tell you why they're wrong. It's real simple. It's not rocket science, you know? Oh, no pun intended. Oh, incidentally, I hear blue cars are selling like wildfire today. So there's that. So I don't think we're going to get any takers on these little bastards, man. I think they're all pretty much little cowardly wimps. Oh, that's cool. What'd you get? Oh, she must have won. Looks like, is this what you're trying to tell me? Angela? You won. Did you win that coin on Melodome? Is that what happened? Or did you buy one? Angela Baby Carson. Angela Baby Carson, I'm talking to you. Come in, girl. Come in. Did you win this or did you buy this? I saw that Melodome was had a giveaway of those, and it was pretty cool. I tried. I didn't get it. I didn't win. This is Angela Baby Carson right here. I'm going to show her to you. Well, maybe I am. If I can get shit to actually work. Well, now it's giving me a rough time to go. I'm going to get pissed off here in about 30 seconds. Let me close that down again and click it again. There we go. So she had this little video she sent me that's that little flat earth coin. That looks pretty cool. And I was wondering, did you win that? Did she answer me yet? No. How are you going to make a few bucks off Jeebus, Lisa? How many lines? Is it a bet to see if you can actually snort like 5 huge rails of shoe polish? I'm just kidding. So this is close-ups of it. That's pretty cool. It's numbered from the Iron Guild. That's sweet, man. That is sweet. Now it's the other side. That's pretty slick, man. Congratulations if you won that. Oh, you bought it. Pretty cool. Still, nevertheless, it's pretty cool. I like it. And they're numbered. That's Aristosthenes and his faithful assistant Feces. Yeah, I saw that. It was number 123. That's pretty good. Charlie mentioned. Oh, look at here. Now we have Charles Henry Ludmer. Let's see what Charles Henry Ludmer has to say. Let's see what he's got. Let's go over and see what Charles Henry Ludmer has to say. Sextant navigation use a baseline from the observer to the visible horizon. Notice the word horizon. It does not use a horizontal line from the observer because that line would not meet the visible horizon. Yeah, you take in the observer height, of course. That line would go over the horizon clearly. You don't understand sextant navigation. Okay, no, I do understand it. Let's see. Apparently, you also don't understand latitude lines. Either the equator is 0 latitude. Yes, I understand that. From the equator northward, the latitude lines are numbered in degrees of the Earth's curvature. No, they're numbered in. They're not numbered in the degrees of curvature. They are not, because this is easily disproven with a protractor and a fucking globe, man. It's not. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. From the equator northward, the latitude lines are numbered in degrees up to 90 degrees north latitude of geographic North Pole. Doesn't have anything to do with Polaris at all, huh? Okay. From the equator southward, the latitudes, yes, I know. I went to all these same things and everything. Yes. And it says, makes no sense on a flat earth. It makes perfect sense. You know why? Because it was mapped out that way. So once again, Charles, let's see if Charles will bite. I am live right now. Come on up and tell us all about it. Go, Charles. Let's see if Charles comes up with an excuse or if he clicks the link. My money's on excuse. Now, what will that excuse be? What will that excuse be? I don't have time. You're not worth my effort. I have to work. I'm pooping. I don't know. It'll be something. I guarantee you. Because all of them are absolute clowns. Absolute clowns. So we have that. So I don't think Charles Henry Ludmer, I mean, who in the fuck uses their middle name like that? You know, haughty people and assassins. That's who. Haughty people and assassins. You always notice assassins always have 3 names. They always do. There's a bad guy who used his middle name, just like when your mother's yelling at you. That's where that comes from. So let's see. We're waiting. We're waiting to see if our good friend Charles, what did we say his name was again? Charles Henry Ludmer the Third. People like that always look like somebody's holding a little turd underneath their nose. You ever notice that? Yeah, no doubt, right? Come on. You know, so many of these globies out of the UK, it's not even funny, man. It isn't. You don't know right at first. And then when they got to call you mate or some shit like that. And it's like, oh, for fuck's sake. You know, just stop. Just stop. Let's see. So we don't have any response yet from Charles Henry Ludmer on his celestial navigation claims. No. Dreadful. Just dreadful. That's how they act. Charles has a UTI. He might have he has a UTI. He's probably got more than that. Where is he? Come on, Charles Henry Ludmer. Come along, old chap. Come along, old chap, and let us know how we are in air on celestial navigation, even though people have been doing it for thousands of years now. This guy, Stephen Reynolds, is like shooting fish in a barrel. Once the parties agree, evidentiary rules, but therein lies the problem. Your side doesn't listen. Nice excuse, but since I made the rule, I observe it. So, what's the problem? And we've been on now over an hour and they're still pussyfooting around. They'll never come on. You know why? Because half of them ain't even real fucking people. That's why. See, honestly, I don't sugarcoat either in my worst bits. Honestly, I don't sugarcoat either. Now you riffraff, who are trying to destroy the earth by claiming that there's being a globe is impossible. Why, I've never had to tolerate such rubbish. Mine was deep enough, but you know, I could do. Oh, the bathtub. We're having a bathtub thing. Nobody's in. Neil deGrasse Tyson ate your homework. He looked like he ate something. That motherfucker fat, boy. So no, No, nobody coming. Nobody coming. Anybody out there coming up? Nobody out there coming up? We're going to run out of things to do here. What is this? Oh, I don't know. Never mind. I get sidetracked by shit easily. Not really. But anybody catch that? The celestial navigation. In fact, let's go over some shit about celestial navigation. I have some great stuff on that. And that'll give me an opportunity to take a leak. So let me see. Where is that? Here we go. Final part 2, part 1.
This is the...
All right, this one's 2 minutes. This ain't bad. Let me stop that screen and present this screen here. And I will bring up this. All right, here we go.
This is the killer blow to the globe. May I present to you the number 1 flat earth proof. This is Lake Woolloomboola. Now, relative to the horizon, if you look up, straight up above your head, 90 degrees to where my drone is sitting, right there, 90 degrees, what will happen when that drone moves straight ahead in its own flat plane? It's not going to change altitude. It's just going to move straight ahead. From my observer point, what's going to happen? The angle is going to change. The drone has not changed altitude at all. It's just changed the distance from where I'm observing it. If it moves again, the angle changes again, down to 25 degrees there. As it continues to move away, or if I move away from it, it'll travel towards the horizon, lowering in its angle, and eventually it'll get so far away that the angle will be too small for me to see, and it will appear as if the drone has set. This is all relative to the observer point. This is all apparent. It's not actually lowering. It's just getting too far away and the angle is decreasing. This creates that dome motion and movement that we see in the flat plane of the celestial bodies. Now that we understand that the flat celestial plane above us presents itself as a dome to our perspective point down here on the plane that we exist,
Holy shit, you mean like in a planetarium?
we can understand how the celestial navigation actually works. Every star in the flat celestial plane has a position relative to our flat plane where it will be 90 degrees. This is called the geographical position, or the GP, of that star relative to our flat plane here on Earth. When the observer is at the GP of the star, it appears not.
Hang on. Stay tuned for part 2. Hang on, one sec. I should put these all together so that they're into one video. That would be wise.
The angle is
Wait.
decreasing.
In fact, I think I'll do that tomorrow. That'll be a good project.
The angle is decreasing. This creates that dome motion and movement that we see in the flat plane of the celestial bodies. Now that we understand that the flat celestial plane above us presents itself as a dome to our perspective point down here on the plane that we exist, we can understand how the celestial navigation actually works. Every star in the flat celestial plane has a position relative to our flat plane where it will be 90 degrees. This is called the geographical position, or the GP, of that star relative to our flat plane here on Earth. When the observer is at the GP of the star, it appears 90 degrees above their head. Celestial navigation works by using a sextant to measure the angle of that known star and using its relative GP, geographical position, to know where you are And I'll continue to point out that measuring angles to celestial bodies only works if we are on a flat plane. Now, if one observer measures 30 degrees to a star and another observer measures 30 degrees to that same star, we can conclude that they are both on what's called a circle of equal altitude. And this is another killer blow to the globe right here. Everything on that circle of equal altitude is exactly that, equal altitude. No matter where you are on that circle, you're going to measure 30 degrees. And through being able to measure an angle to that star relative to the horizon, everything on that circle, in between that circle, in the area of that circle is absolutely flat and level. By doing this once with a sextant, you know you are somewhere on that circle of equal altitude. To triangulate your actual position, you need to repeat. On that circle, you're going to measure 30 degrees. And through being able to measure an angle to that star relative to the horizon, everything on that circle, in between that circle, in the area of that circle is absolutely flat and level. By doing this once with a sextant, you know you are somewhere on that circle of equal altitude. To triangulate your actual position, you need to repeat these steps with other stars. Your position is where all these areas of equal altitude meet. This is how celestial navigation works and has always worked on our flat level plane, using the celestial flat level plane. Let's use this small scale example on Lake Woolloomboola. Instead of a drone, we're going to use a star. So if observer A measures an angle to the star, and observer B measures an angle to the star, the same star, both angles are the same, 30 degrees. Knowing the GP of that star, they can conclude that they are on the same circle of equal altitude. Distance between observer A and B and the area inside that circle is all in the circle of equal altitude. It is all flat. It is all the same level. This is the killer blow to the globe. Not only is our world observably and obviously flat, it is measurably flat.
So we notice that they don't have you volunteer to be observer B. Awesome. Notice there's no arcs being used in any of that calculation. I saw McToon today trying to say that because the angle bar on the bottom of a sextant is curved, that's because the curve of the earth. And it's like, no, it's so that you have a axis point to measure an angle. An angle is defined as a distance between two straight lines. It's not any curves involved, although we can measure an arc in angles, but that's from one point to another. Again, two straight lines. So I don't know, some of these people with the shit that they come up with. And I love how there's so many armchair ship captains on social media that, you know all about a fucking sextant. I don't believe that all but maybe one or two of them have ever even touched one, much less know how to use it. So, yep, none of them came back yet. None of them. Oh, well, too bad. Little wusses. Let's see what else I got that's kind of fun. A lot of times. And this is the thing I got too. So people believe in this nonsense around me, and that there's people floating around up there with gorilla suits on and being all weightless up in space and all that bullshit. I'm like, you got to be fucking kidding me. The amount of times that we've seen NASA fake their shit, it's like, why would you even begin to believe them? I mean, the thing with the hair, I love this thing. This is funny. Shit. This is funnier than hell. I'm gonna mute it because YouTube's shitty as hell, and even just this little clip of music, they might give me crap for it. So, in honor of fuck you, YouTube, we'll go ahead and put this on anyways. But this is really good because it shows the difference between what they present to you and what in a zero gravity environment, like in the where they call the vomit comet, they call it. This is what hair actually acts like on the top, and down at the bottom is what they present to you with tons of Aquanet. My bad. I was muted all that whole time. What the fuck? All these people were trying to tell me that too. Anyway, what I was saying is that people believe that crazy shit. It blows me. I mean, it really does. It blows me away that they can actually, truly, honestly believe that. And you know, they'll say, "Oh, well, we know that it's a globe because we see a ship go over the curve of the Earth." I said, "Well, look here, we can pull it back into view. How do you explain that?" Then they have to backpedal their way to saying, "Well, it's so big that you can't see any curve. You're not high enough to see any curve." 7.9 inches per mile squared, man. Just show me some curve. They don't have any. Yeah, red buzzers and zapping. That's what we need on here, Barbara. Man, Barbara, what'd I do to you wanting to have red buzzers and zap me and shit? What's up, man? I don't know, zap me. I don't know what's up with that. Oh, wait. We have a response on Facebook. Let me check and see what it is. It's Mike Franciosa, and he commented on my post in Flat Earth. Let's see what he said. Give a link. Absolutely, my friend. Here you go. Bomb. You are on. There. It's the first one I've had. First one. Now let's see if he actually clicks it. So as I was saying, they say you can see that, but look at this. You tell me this is a fucking ball. This is great. This is so beautiful too. I mean, it's amazing. Look at that. I mean, that's spectacular to have a view like that. And notice how the sun, it's bright under the sun, but not over here. Just underneath of it where it would be at its zenith. Isn't that crazy? Now, how do you, oh, my bad. It's kind of slide changing. Yeah, look at that curve. Look at that shit. You see that band of blue? That band of blue? That's that nitrogen gas that's fluorescing due to the positive electromagnetic frequency of the sun. This is why we see a blue sky. But I think what's interesting, where the fuck are the stars? Where's the stars? Where are all the stars? It's like when you get to a certain altitude, it's like you don't see the damn things anymore. Where'd they go? Where'd they go? That's why I say trying to measure some of these things is almost like, wait a second. It's almost like trying to touch a rainbow. It's almost like trying to go to a rainbow, it seems, you know? And like with the sun, you try to pinpoint right the exact location of the sun. Well, two people standing 50 feet apart are seeing it in a different place. It's really a difficult process. It really is. I don't know what that is, but it's pretty interesting, I think. Ooh, maybe we're inside of a big lizard's eye or something. I don't know. Well, I gave the fella the link, and almost as soon as he had asked for it. So maybe we'll get lucky, and this fella will, what was his name again? Hang on. I gotta look again. I gotta look. Mike Franciosa, or Franciosa, maybe. I don't know. He might. That might be how it's pronounced. Hope I'm not messing up your name, Mike. By now, you're probably already clicking that link because I was so forthright in providing it for you almost immediately after you asked, which was only 3 minutes ago. So here we go. No, you know what I think they've done there is they've actually taken what we would consider the coastline, what they show the coastline of Antarctica to be, and inverted it for that graphic. That is rather interesting. I don't know. We'll see. Don't look like maybe his shit don't work. Maybe he's banned in his country. I don't know. We can only hope. Access Money, I've subscribed to that one. Let's see. I don't know. I don't see nobody yet. So anyway, we'll just continue here and have fun and see. Maybe somebody will come along and we'll see something. Let me see. This was kind of cool too because I love this. I always use. You're going to see some pictures that you've seen before, especially if you've talked to these tards on any kind of social media. Watch this. Let's see. Are we not? Nope. We're muted. Let me unmute. Let's bring this up.
Now, I'm sure that you've seen this picture before. The Chicago skyline being seen from 60 miles away. Mainstream media told everybody that this was nothing but a superior mirage. So I said I better study mirages a little bit. And I did last night. And you're not going to believe what I found. Let's get the basics down. There's an inferior mirage, which mirages things down, the virtual image down. And then there's a superior mirage, which mirages things up, but reflects it. This is due to cold air stacking onto warm air and vice versa. Give you some examples. Superior mirage, another superior mirage. Critical thinker, you're already thinking, how is this a superior mirage if this is a superior mirage? If it reflects the image upside down, they're actually saying that this is a Fata Morgana mirage. You can read here about them. Here's an example of a Fata Morgana mirage. Another example. And now you're thinking, okay, that makes a little more sense, but why would it be directly connected to the skyline? If it wasn't the skyline, it would be up. Like, I don't know, still problems, but what if I told you that this type of mirage isn't happening either, though? I messed with the contrast, the brightness, and other things, and I'm seeing the skyline again, guys. I'm wondering if this isn't the skyline here, and this is just a wind line that came through and caused the ripples in the water. And I did the same thing for the other picture. Do this yourself. And is that the skyline actually right there? Right behind the boat going across, and this is again another wind line creating an optical illusion. I'd say yes. So guys, don't get misled when you're looking into superior mirages. This doesn't happen ever. You think that the bottom of this boat was perfectly just gonna be refracted into the sky, not connected, like invert? Like, dude, seriously, guys, you just magic, huh? They think you're so stupid. Seriously. They're saying that this is a superior mirage. The sun backlighting the Chicago skyline, there's like, they think you're this dumb. Really? Wow. And I'm not going to name call today, but there's a specific heliosexual going around on lives saying that inferior mirages are the curvature of the Earth. No. Inferior mirages are the most common mirage that we'll see over the ocean. There's no curvature to the Earth. Look how obvious this is, though. Look at this Fata Morgana mirage. Oh, it's just a wind line. They tried to get away with this one, too. They tried to tell you this one was, too. This is a wind line coming through. This is water. This is reality. You want more content like this? Follow me and check out my link tree in my bio.
You're not buying any coins? What are you, a commie? Bastard. So I don't know. I think I heard a little dingy ding here. Oh, there's three little dingy dings. So Frank, he came back and said, this is what I get. No option to join. You have to click it, stupid. Wow. He's even too fucking stupid to be able to work goddamn Facebook. All right, hang on. Let's do this for you because since you're so dumb. All right, it says, okay, try this and then click the link that is pinned in chat. Never had anyone have trouble before or get that screen. Okay, so we're going to go Control V. There you go. No problem. Now he said something else again. Let's see. Okay. So it was the same thing. Now we got John Sparkman. He said something. Okay, so we got a guy named John Sparkman said that it's scientifically impossible to explain a sunset or lunar eclipse on a flat Earth. Not impossible at all. Come on up on panel and we can show you why. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. There. All right, let's see if we get them. Let's see if they finally get here. See what happens. I mean, I think maybe the one guy, he just doesn't know what he's doing. Let me show you what he got. What he's telling me that he got. So I think he's full of shit, to tell you the truth, but I could be wrong. This is what we have. And he's saying that this here is what his screen, when he clicked on the StreamYard link that I sent him, he's saying this is what he got. Now, I don't know. Has any of you ever gotten anything like that before? Or is he just doesn't know how to use his phone or whatever it is he's using? I think it's the latter. I think that he's unable to use his fucking phone. That's what I believe it is. That's exactly what I believe it is. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see. I bet you he won't be able to do it. Yeah, how's that training going, Brian? Made a lot of drinks? That's good. That's good. We need more alcoholics out there, man. You know, AA is starting to thin out. We need some people going. What do we got here? I got one today. I was blown away. What do we need? What's happening? Carrie Skates is here tonight too. That's cool, man. So let me see. How's you shouldn't be having any kind of trouble now, right? let's make sure that link works. Can somebody, just for the hell of it? Well, I'll do it. Fuck it. Let me see what happens when I click it. It looks like it works to me. I think the guys just probably don't know how to fucking work his computer. That's what it looks like to me. No, it took me right to the fucking thing. So I don't know what his problem is. Yeah. So it looks like that was an excuse. Fuck. Making drinks and kicking ass. So what we got going. So anyway, we're going back to some other cool shit, man. Thought we might have had one. Oh, I thought this was kind of funny too. Let me just check this out. We're just dicking around. This ain't even a scheduled night. I'm just been having fun, getting high and playing around with you people, looking at crazy shit. Hopefully somebody will come on up here. Hopefully. Even one of you guys, man. Jesus, crying out me. I don't know what the hell's going on with y'all. I want this. You guys are going to love this guy. Yeah, there's our favorite fellow there on the right. Don't you just love that mug? Look at that. Look like the south end of a northbound mule.
There is a movement, though, and it seems like, do you think it's picked up some, or do you think it's slowing down?
It's in its death throes.
We asked 100 men, what would you do if your beautiful date told you the earth was flat?
Laugh at her.
Laugh at her.
Ridiculous. And like, how many people are you going to trick? I mean, there's maximum a few thousand flat earthers in the entire world.
Not everybody can be a robot polisher.
That the majority of people thought the earth was flat. Okay? So, I'm not really going to base a whole lot of credibility. It is? Okay, you know what? You want to have a vote on that? Let's have a vote on that. All right. Is the earth flat, actually? Yes, no. All right, we'll do this one here, okay, guys? Give me a second. There you go.
Conspiracy things. Yeah, they believe all of this stuff, and it's absolutely crazy, and it is harmful.
Profound stupidity. Profoundly insulting. Profoundly offensive.
The common flat earther is anti-Semitic. They're homophobic, transphobic, extremely conservative. They're Trumpists, extremely verbally abusive, violent.
Flat Earth Nazis?
A cult. They're leeches. They're grifters.
They're con men through and through. I mean,
they especially like to pick on me.
And there's actually research showing that people who believe conspiracies would actually be willing to engage in a conspiracy themselves.
Oxford Dictionary says the top word of 2018 is toxic. Dictionary.com says the top prize goes to misinformation. The other that's used to spread misinformation, of course, is YouTube. YouTube is a huge platform for these lies and smears. And conspiracy theories claiming that large numbers of leading politicians and celebrities molested children. Just a sampling of the sewer that is YouTube. So did Google have a strong answer, a strong response for what it's doing to try to clean up this mess?
Or they don't know, which means you're saying they're ignorant, and they're just idiots who don't know what they're looking at.
There's even a subsection of flat earthers that believe that the Flat Earth Society is a government-run disinformation agency designed to make them look ridiculous. This may be the craziest theory because they already do that to themselves. Show a flat earther a photo of the planet as taken from outer space, they'll tell you the photo is fake. Their proof? They don't have it. They just know, deep down inside, it can't be real. In the book American Conspiracy Theories, the subjects who tended to feel powerless and out of control were more likely to latch on to the idea that big conspiratorial forces are behind terrible events.
All right, Sarah, you talked to 100 men. What would you do if your beautiful date told you the earth was flat?
I hope you'd agree with me.
Agree with her.
What?
Not everybody can be a robot polisher.
It's in its death throes. It's ridiculous. Like, how many people are you going to trick? I mean, there's maximum a few thousand flat earthers in the entire world.
What's up, Martin? We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Nope. So, okay. He's going to check it and come back. But it looks like our friend Martin has a virtual background now, which is pretty fucking cool, if you ask me. You got to love it. You got to love it. Ooh, answer your what? Oh, the answer agree. I hope they agree with me. Yeah. I think that was a great answer too, man. I think that's a good one. So I wanted to kind of touch on something else I was thinking about today, and I've been thinking about this over the last couple of days, right? And that's regarding these directed energy weapon thing. This seems to be one of the big talks. And one of the things I find odd, some patterns that I'm seeing now, is if this were something that they were trying to hide, as they're making indications that they are, why is there no attempt at silencing those that are talking about it? Okay. No fact checks on Facebook, no readers' notes on Twitter, no strikes on YouTube. We're told that information is hard to get in and out of this area. Yet there are some channels that have just blown up out of nowhere, showing all kinds of 4K video, and it's somehow being gotten back to the mainland and onto the internet or whatever. This is another strange thing. There's supposedly all these children that are missing, yet unlike all of the other tragedies that involve children, we have yet to, or at least I have yet to see any grieving parents, any actual parents demanding answers to, like, where is my little Billy? Where is he at? Why won't you let us look? That kind of thing. We're not seeing that. And the fact that they're freely allowing this now, is this their way of kind of getting us so that people go, yeah, there must be directed energy weapons like that? And perhaps there are. I believe that there actually are. But maybe as an attempt, not silencing it, as an introduction of a new fear, like nukes, for us all to be afraid of, that they can just zap us out from the sky at any moment. So you better be very, very careful, and consequently, I think that blue cars have been selling like wildfire. Don't say that. That's not nice. So, I have to wonder what exactly is going on with that. It's uncharacteristic of the alphabet companies to just freely allow something like this that would be, that would even hint at government corruption or government cover up or anything like that, that they go ahead and they just, we're not going to bother. No, we're not going to try to counter any of that or anything else. We're going to make it look like we're trying to keep it under wraps, but we're not really going to keep it under wraps. And it's going to look like it came out and people are making a big discovery that other people didn't know anything about, or some other nonsense like that. And I believe that's one of the things. That's a possibility, man. No, kids on TikTok do not have it all figured out. And what's really amazing? Nobody has it all figured out. But on that note, none of us is greater than all of us. So we got that to go with. All right. Well, night, Jeebus Crisp. You puss, going to bed so early. I don't know what's going on. So there's some crazy shit going on with that. It really just blows up out of fucking nowhere. What was I going to do with that? Yeah. So one, not only, how we don't really see any stars, when you get up to these certain altitudes. And of course, we've had, astronauts with conflicting stories about seeing stars. I've wondered, maybe there's something to all these cultural legends throughout the ages of choirs of angels and angels being musicians, and the idea of music as a frequency, and we know that matter and reality is created. It's frequency, vibration, and energy, right? So I'm just going along that line, and I'm thinking, what if this chorus of angels, a lot of cultures believe that the stars are angels or sentient beings. What if they are the orchestra that, so to speak, that create this reality that we seem to be experiencing? Each one playing their own part in this grand symphony of frequencies and vibrations. I just thought that was kind of a neat idea,
Sounds more logic than science.
Well, yeah. Here's what gets me is when you get up to a certain altitude, nobody can see the damn stars anymore. In these high
As claimed.
Yeah, I mean, well, I've seen even in these footage, and I've watched a lot of them. These high altitude balloons and whatnot. When they get to a certain altitude, it's like, okay, so where are the stars? We're seeing blackness all around up there, but there's no stars. And this is
the camera.
This was pitiful. This is what they did to us in 1962. NASA sent up a balloon with people on it, supposedly, and this is what they gave us. Okay. And wait till you see.
That's an old movie. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Pathé Cinemas. Welcome to the journal of this week. A lot has happened in this world. We pumped a balloon full of gas.
Look where they're doing it from. Of course, Antarctica.
Yeah, and they're doing a reenactment of Mr. Picard in the 1800s. Yeah, not Jean-Luc, but that's from Star Trek.
That's Star Trek, I know. Augustine Picard.
Augustine Picard. Yes, you're correct. Still, going up there.
Yeah, was it what, 1932, wasn't it?
Auguste Picard, late 1900s. I know that, but 1892.
I think it was like 1930 something, man. 1932, I believe.
Wow, look at those guys. The boppers and the hip hoppers.
Globe people, keep. Did you notice how the balloon was expanding as it got higher? So, did you see those stars? Look at this. Yeah. Look at that pitiful shit.
And the shadow of the cameraman.
Look at that. Hey, where's Lisa? She wanted to see the stars through the moon, through the crescent moon. There you go. There it is, and that's right from the government. That's right from NASA, baby. That's right from NASA. So
and they all seem in the correct position too. So
that's right. That's right. So Lisa, if you doubt that right there, then you're doubting science, because this was science.
We need some stars. Here's a needle. Here's a blackboard. Pencil holes and stars.
Here's a piece of black cardboard. Stand over there and shoot it with some bird shot. There you go. I mean, it looks like a little shotgun patterns on there and shit. That's crazy. I can't believe people believe that shit. And even today, the stuff that they present is just ludicrous.
Well, education wasn't there for everybody.
We've got the Fallen with us. How are you tonight, the Fallen? And why have you fallen?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. Out walking in my personal celestial bubble.
Yeah, man, isn't that cool? It's kind of a neat thing that you got your own little bubble, man. I think.
Yeah, man. People keep interrupting in it, though, man. You got to keep pushing them back out. Get out my bubble, man. These are my stars. Hey, I want to ask you something though. When you were showing that little video where they were doing the celestial navigation thing, where there was two different people in a different spot looking up, let's say at the same star, but it shows a flat bunch of stars up there, but we see it in a little personal bubble. It's like, what's rotating at 15 degrees?
What's what now? What's located?
what's rotating it like 15 degrees per whatever hour.
Per hour, yeah.
See, now as far as what the mechanics involved as to what causes the rotation around Polaris, I couldn't even begin to tell you. I couldn't even begin.
Magnetism, electricity.
Yeah, I couldn't begin to tell you. But yeah, if you can imagine like a giant ceiling fan, you know, a giant ceiling fan, and of course, due to your perspective and that, as you were saying, that personal bubble of vision, of course, it's going to appear to go like this around you, right? Even though in reality, it really is all straight out and level. And this is what happens, and this is one of the reasons that they want to tell you that these things are trillions of miles away and all this other preposterous distances, because once you realize that they are low, they are close, relatively, of course. You know, I mean, you can't reach up and touch them and shit like that, but they're relatively close. That kind of gives you, then you can start to see why you're seeing that kind of a perspective. It's almost the same thing. I use an example of like a 5 mile by 5 mile warehouse. Okay, and it has
That's a good analogy.
With only a 12-foot ceiling. Okay. And you and I could be standing over here toward the middle of it, and we're looking up at the lights, and they could be arranged in different patterns, right? And so we both look up and we see the same patterns. I go down here a little further and we can see the same patterns, but they're lower in the sky. But then as all of a sudden I start seeing other lights and patterns that I couldn't see from the other part. And the patterns and lights that I saw there are no longer visible to me because they've lowered themselves through my angular visual perspective into the horizon.
Right.
They haven't really physically lowered. They have only visually lowered because, of course, everything converges toward the middle. What is down appears to rise up to eye level. What is up appears to rise down to eye level, and left to right, right to left.
Right. So when you were talking about that sextant and that little arc bar on the bottom, okay, and how it goes out, and if you're the observer and you have it to your eye, you have to calculate from your eye down to surface level for that. But it's like if you just stayed in one spot, that star's not going to be back in that same spot till maybe 24 hours later or something. Right. But something's going to move even if you stay stationary. So they have that book. I mean, who came up with that book that when you log that angle with that sextant, then you go and you open that book up and you look through that book and you find out, okay, here's at what time I registered this reading with my sextant's going to give me my location by going by that book. It's like, who made that book? And
I know, I wondered that too. It's like there had to have been a phenomenal amount of observation, or it was just given to someone at some time, an instruction manual on how to use the sky.
Star maps, yeah.
Yeah, because I mean that is amazing. You have to go.
I don't know if it's on the YouTube, but there are scriptures from China from 60,000 years ago that perfectly describe the sky.
Yeah,
at each moment of the day. So, and that's older than
but it also
science.
goes with your location. That book also has something to do with your location, because that's the only way on that map you can actually really figure out where you're at. You can look at those stars and whatever, but they always go back to that book. It's like, because that star, or I'll just say star, we don't know what it is, but it's not going to stay in that same spot. Something's going to move. Either the tide's going to move that you're on when you're in your boat, or the actual lights in the sky are moving, because it's never like in that video where they're in that things looking up at the stars, but the star's flat. It's like something has to move in there, and they didn't show something moving for that celestial navigation to take place.
That's the gradient arc on the bottom. They use a plumb line to get to zero. So that's a straight line, and that's the horizon for them. They don't look at the horizon, they look at the 0 point with a plumb line, and then they tilt it forwards or backwards to know the angle towards the star against the plumb line 0. And then they can calculate together with a sundial or an obelisk, like in Rome or in Washington, D.C., the height of that obelisk, including the circle around it, extrapolated, just like Sovereign explained before,
It's a gnomon.
they enlarge by 2 or by 4, and that's how they get their positions.
But see, that's the thing. Is like what Fallen was saying. That is a remarkable amount of, and what gets you about it is when you really think about it, the compilation of all that into charts and into books to correspond with different areas, and them knowing which ones they had to use and everything else like that. All right, and what are we taught all the time? Every generation is taught that they are so much brighter than the one before them. How many of today's normal people around do you think could accomplish that feat?
Maybe
what's that, making that book or navigating without that book?
Or even coming up with the book.
Right. I mean, how did they navigate without that book? That's what throws me too.
Yeah, I know. That's almost like I don't know, man. It's amazing.
It started out on land and measuring land and wheels and ropes.
It's really difficult to take any kind of quote unquote academic material seriously, knowing all of the deception that is involved in academia, especially when it comes to historical facts.
Well, the Farmer's Almanac would be an academic book to a certain point. And I mean, it's based on, I guess some people would say that that's scientific, but it's an actual book.
Yeah, it's absolutely. I'm talking about though, like what the education system offers you to look at. Yeah, I often refer people to an almanac. You know, they're like, oh, flat earthers can't predict an eclipse. And I'm like, well, hold on.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I know. I'm like, first off, it's not really much to predict. You know, it's on a
cycle.
It's on a cycle. It's on a repeating cycle. So that's not much to do there. And then,
but where you can tackle them, sir, is to say, if the sun is a fixed position, why don't we have an eclipse of the sun every year?
Right,
the sun is fixed, they claim. So we go around it, so it has to be dark one time a year, and not one time in 24 years or 36 years.
It's 18. The whole cycle repeats itself every 18 years.
According to NASA and science
but
now.
There again, they say that, and I go, well, sure, you know, I don't really have to predict it. It's on a cycle, and plus you can just look in the almanac.
Right, but it's only 18 years in a different spot. It's never back in the same spot in 18 years. It's another place. I think it's longer than that for it to come back to the same spot. But there's an
or to come back to the same spot, but it's like in an 18-year pattern with a set progression. So,
right.
And I think myself, and I've never.
And really still they're off sometimes.
But I think it has something to do. I think it has to do also with the indication of the great year, which is of course the transition through all 12 ages of the constellations. I think that's like 72,000 years or something like that.
Yeah, it's from the Bhagavad, the Kali Yuga, Tina Yuga, and they're all 3,000 to 23,000 year cycles. So if you got 12 times 23.
Right. Because it's like and how long, like right on Fallen's point too, about how long they've been doing this. We have to remember that by technicality, right now today, the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn should be the Tropic of Gemini and the Tropic of Sagittarius, because we've shifted through 2 ages since those were named.
The star declination,
yeah. That's like 5,000 years, man. That's almost 5,000 years that since those were actually calculated and named, because that's where the sun was at on the equinox. So that's something to consider too. So how long? Well, about 5,000 years or more, at least. We know that because they had a name for those 2 zones. When we were in the age of what would that have been? Aries. right? The
The ram god. Yeah, the ram god.
Okay, so that's even signified in the Old Testament by the sacrifice of Abraham when he took Isaac
Yes.
up on the mountain. Okay, so the God stopped him at the last moment, and what was provided for him? There was a ram with his horn stuck in the bushes, and he sacrificed the ram instead. This is a signification of that age, right? So the next one that came
Among
around,
scholars, there's a discussion going on. That's the end of Babylon and the end of the Baal worship, the bull worship.
right?
But-
Okay, so then what was the next one after that? Is Pisces, right? This is why Jesus and all that is represented by the fish.
And don't forget
Okay.
the Dogon.
So,
Have you ever heard of the Dogon?
now we're headed into Aquarius.
Mhm.
Now we're just right on the cusp of Aquarius, and so that will change the technical name of the tropics from Sagittarius and Gemini to the next subsequent ones in the order, which I'm not sure right off the top of my head what they are, but yeah, here we go, progressing right along, I guess.
Well, we should have lost some stars and some constellations by now if they really digress by 1 degree per year. They have to be under the ecliptic or totally gone, or
right.
Just like Aries, the hunter, the bow hunter in the sky, he should be under the ecliptic by now.
Right. And it's
But-
like some interesting shit too when we have to look at that they've actually hidden a 13th zodiac.
That's a claim that came out in 2014 by NASA. The
Well,
serpents.
it's not just a claim because there are, okay, regardless of what our calendar is, there are actually 13 28-day months within a year.
Mhm.
Okay, because we call a month by the moon cycle. That's what month, moonstral cycle also. Okay, for women, the moonstral cycle, the moon of the year. So there are 13 of those. Okay, so the year is broken up by 13 moon cycles of 28 days, and they've taken away that 13th month. You can even see this evident in the names of the month. Like
Yep.
September, October, November, December, that means 7, 8, 9, and 10. But we denote it as the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th months. And
And
when
the
you
great
look-
Roman emperors. Huh? I
Yeah,
need
yeah.
31 days. I need 31 days.
well, that's where you get July and August. Those were before they were renamed after Roman emperors. They were known as Sextilis and Quintilis, 5 and 6. So they've really
Yeah,
done
that's-
kind of a number on our time. They've hidden
Probably-
an entire month. They've hidden an entire month by taking it away and spreading the days out into the other months.
Yeah, and it differs. Probably the Romans had the same problem with the Jewish calendar because they also used the lunar calendar for their dates.
Uh-huh.
And even within Judaism and Judaism, there are different ways. The one has Pesach in the weekend of April, and the other has to wait until the priest has said it is a full moon, and now it's Pesach. So they differ on dates, on times, and same all around the world.
Well, even if you go and look, the Islams have a dating system.
Yep.
The Christians have a dating system, and the Hebrews have a dating system. And I've seen
Yeah, we're not even talking about Africa or the Inca.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a cornerstone on the side of a building before that has all of the years on it of what it was when it was put up, and like the Hebrew, it was like the year 5317 or some shit like that.
They're in
And in the English,
7,000.
yeah, and in the
something.
English it was like 1892,
Mhm.
you know, and then in the Islam it was a totally different number too, you know.
Yeah, that's an argument I use a lot of times when they say, "Oh, Muslims are bad and they blow themselves up and they're all religious fanatics." I say, "Well, they're in 1732 right now, so they're 300 years behind."
Here's the big mind fuck, man. Here's the big mind fuck. They've hidden our time simultaneously while we live on the face of a giant clock.
Technically, yes.
Yeah, I mean, and they've hidden time from us while living on a timepiece. That's insane, man. I think that if we were able to track things out right, we could actually tell what year it really is. You know, and we know that they've added at least 1,000 years to our timeline. We know that they've done that. That's documented.
Yeah, around 1,000 years, I think so too. Yeah. I think it's more around 800, 900, but what's 100 years and 1,000?
Well, I'm supposed to believe there was 1,000-year period where nothing happened.
Yeah, one of the first popes that did that.
Dark Ages. Everything was horrible for 1,000 years, and then all of a sudden, people started creating wonderful works of art and architecture and shit. It's like, oh, okay, that makes sense, right? Why not?
The Renaissance.
Yeah, it's like, hey,
so there were only French artists. Okay.
He said, I'm tired of everything being so dark. Let's have a Renaissance. And they said, yeah, that's a great idea, man. This is kind of depressing, these dark ages. And so then they started creating beautiful works of art and architecture never before seen and things like that. It makes perfect sense. And if you deny that, then you're a tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, and then 100 years later, we in Europe smashed every statue. Everywhere there's dicks. Oh, sorry. YouTube.
But that is something that they do too, is also a carrot on the stick, is this always look to the future. Look to the future so that you don't pay attention to the now. You'll miss all of the now while you're focused on the future.
Well, on whose clock are you? Your own clock? Your boss's clock? The world clock?
That's just it. What is the clock? I mean, where's the future? It's in your mind. Where's the past? It's in your mind. All there really is a perpetual now.
It's one of the old Sphinx riddles, isn't it? Okay. Everybody is on its way to it, and when they reach it, and they can almost grasp it, it goes away again, and they have to travel another day to reach it. The new day. Because you can't arrive at the new day because it's today.
Living on a clock reminds you that your existence within that clock is finite. It's
technically, yeah.
Countdown. It's your countdown.
And that's what you see with athletes, I think. If you are an athlete and you use your heart at a young age for high pressure, you get a big heart, that's true, but yeah, not many athletes get over the age of 60 because they have heart attacks or other difficulties with it.
Looks like nowadays they don't make it much into their 20s.
Yeah, into the 30s, yeah.
Jesus Christ, motherfuckers falling over dead all over the place, man. It's like, what in the world is going on? I just saw another one just recently that died.
Well, we're all gonna get boosted number 6.
Young. I think he was like
19 or so.
26 years old or some shit like that. And I'm like, come on, man. And it's like, that's not preconditioned. You know, I mean, I'm sorry. So
well, it could be, but
I guess Mike Franciosa, who wanted the link, it's been 40 minutes now, and he's failed to click that link. I guess he's
probably blocked behind this virus scanner.
But no, he didn't. That's stupid. What did he got that right there? You click the link. As soon as I clicked on the goddamn thing, it went right to here. So
yeah, me too. Yeah, the first time no audio, but
so I don't see that. I got Stephen Reynolds had some shit to say. The rule was not made in good faith. We're notorious for changing the subject for irrelevant matters. So just a torrent of excuses. Based on assumptions. All right, that's what we're going to put too. A torrent of baseless assumptions used.
On which facts do you base your comments, sir?
You are a weeping vagina. There.
And your ears look like labia majora.
What's that? Baseless? Yeah. You get these guys, they're mouthier than fuck until you give them a link. Well, let's talk about it. Right?
They can't.
They can't because they can't. They don't have anything but their own old tired shit over and over and over. that's been debunked and shown to not be true. I get them right off the bat. I say, look, your globe's just scientifically impossible. Stop. What do you mean? It's scientifically. They hate hearing that.
I'm sorry,
They like hearing
theoretical physics, so theoretical.
Well, it's nonsensical because it doesn't stand and hold to the very basic fundamental laws of physics and nature.
How firm do you hold on to your belief?
Physics is starting to come into question. I mean, even physics, even the way that they taught physics and teaching physics, it's starting to come into question.
And it
People are right, but that's what I'm saying. So some people, I mean, it's even being discussed that physics is actually wrong. The way that they think that physics actually works is like it doesn't work that way.
Well, that's the beauty of a little bit of the internet, that people can educate themselves. It used to be a mathematician wrote a big formula on a board, and then he said, look, that's it. He didn't declare it, he didn't write it out, just a formula. And if you ask most mathematicians about the formula and to put it into numbers, they can't. They only know the fucking formula.
Wild Bill Nye says conspiracy crusher, which isn't the guy's name, it's conspiracy smasher. Okay. Crudhead, you hard on your own show. And I was like, well, you must have missed that one because he did no such thing. The man came, had nothing. He wasn't even intelligent enough to make his own camera work. So I don't know what you were watching, but there it is. Wild Bill. The link is up in the top of the chat. Okay. The link is up in the top of the chat. And feel free to click it. Come on up on panel. Let us know what's on your mind.
Come on over.
I see there must be something wrong with your keyboard because I see you have a very disturbing, psychotic look to your typing. So anyways, you can go ahead and come on up on here. And no, we're not going to do the same thing to you. The only time that I ever do that is when somebody acts like an asshole. Okay. And simply disagreeing is not being an asshole, of course. But when they start acting like a fucking turd, yeah, I'll be a turd back. No problem. No problem whatsoever. But it was very sad. Oh, I'm glad to see you got that fixed. You had some kind of thing where your capital letters were broken or something. They kept showing up in the middle of words. I don't know what's wrong with you.
Bill Nye.
He's a good power walker. He says he's a good power walker. I would be careful of him too. I would. So Wild Bill Nye. In fact, if you're having trouble seeing that link pinned up in the description or in the
up in the chat, yeah.
In the chat, yeah. I'm going to put it right down here again for you. I'm going to put it right down here. So it's in the chat there too, because sometimes people have trouble seeing that up at the top of the screen. So we'd love to have you come on up. I promise I'll be nice. All you have to do is just
be respectful back. Yeah.
Yeah. And the only rule really will be respectful. I will meet you with the level of respect that I am met with. And the only thing we ask is the only thing you bring to the table is that which you can prove. Okay. So go ahead.
And there they fall.
Click the link and come on up. And you're not going to waste your time. Why? What have you got to lose? You're here in this chat right now, wasting your time, aren't you? So you must have, I don't know what the difference between your little fat, nubby fingers smashing against the keypad is easier than coming up onto a panel. And I'll tell you what, if you're ugly and that's what you're worried about, you don't have to use your camera. How about that? We'll even go that way with you. So that's all we needed to have. So if you want to come up and you can explain to me why me thinking that it's impossible to have a gas pressure system without containment residing within a vacuum, I would love to hear that. Absolutely. Kind of explain these gas giant planets that you all seem to think exist. And they told me that they know that it's a gas. You know how they know that it's a gas giant?
They send a probe.
Well, not that. The little magic garbage can somehow went within the
Jupiter.
into Jupiter's atmosphere, of course, never to return. And it was able to broadcast information of the analyzation of all of the gases back 444 million miles to the Earth.
Spectroscopy.
Yes, yeah, they have magic telescopes that can tell what stuff are made out of. Now, these people love to talk about this magic telescope that can tell what shit is made out of over half a billion miles away, right? They love to tell you about it, but not one of them has ever used one. Never once has any of these people that proclaim the spectroscopy have ever used one of these devices or used this method to tell the composition of anything. And I'm thinking if something like that actually existed, why wouldn't they just take it up on a high altitude balloon or one of your satellites, right? And find out where all the gold deposits are at, where all the platinum deposits are at, all that shit. You can use your little magic scope and find all that shit. And we can get to that here, right? We can actually, hey, there's a bunch of gold right under there. Let's make a mine, right?
Well, it's a story that is lost in time, but after the second landing on the moon, the Apollo missions, they claimed they would start a mining business of helium-3 that is only available on the moon.
There you go.
Never heard that story again, but helium-3.
No, never heard that ever again either. No, not whatever.
Do you actually think they're testing the idiocracy of the public education system to actually put that India little moon rover out, and people think that all of that's actually taking place? You think that's a test to see how the idiocracy actually works?
I don't know. Maybe, but it's like the reactions that I've seen about it are probably 90% of everybody is laughing at it. Like, get the fuck out of here.
They're calling BS.
Yeah, I mean, there's all these memes and jokes about there's gonna be now there's a 7-Eleven on the moon, and
so what do you think the point is? Of why would they do that? What's their point in doing that? I mean, it just being that blatant laughable, kind of like what you were talking about the directed energy weapons and stuff. It's like, and the point of what people do things for is like, is it because they're trying to make India the next economic windfall of a country, because now India's coming into its own and it's manufacturing and it's trying to get out of, like, I don't want to say the dark ages like the Renaissance, but it's like India's having its own Renaissance now. It's almost like they're becoming or trying to become that next Renaissance country. Let's just say that hey, we went to the moon, we put things on the moon, we're making discoveries, and we're doing it on the cheap. When you look at their film and all that, you can tell that's really cheap. So, I mean, in some way, they're telling the truth.
Well, it was paid for by extended car warranties. That's why they were hitting everybody so hard.
Or don't say tech support.
Yeah, Microsoft must pay a bunch.
They're great in IT, but who gave them those computers? They still use the NASA Vector logo, every space agency, so they're all in on the joke.
They're all one thing, and this is why I don't understand why their graphics department don't just get on the same page. It's almost like, come on, and like you're saying, falling like an IQ test, because there's a lot of people like us. I'm like, there's no way people can believe this. I got a side-by-side of the Chinese space station, right? Going over,
landing,
and the Earth's and the United States, the International Space Station going along, and China forgot to put in the curve. But NASA didn't, and their colors of the Earth from space look wildly different than the ones that we get from, I mean, that thing, the Earth must be like a party ball or something. because it's
Yeah, the China station was called the Sky Palace, if I'm not wrong, and it crashed in 2014. They claimed 2018, and last year it finally came down.
It's insane, man. Insane that they've got. I don't know. Maybe there are just. I can't figure. For me, I just can't see how once somebody sees that, they can't realize that. Well, if it were real, they wouldn't have to fake any of it, right?
Yeah, most are still running to the clock of school, kids, life, business, and they're too busy to do notion anything else.
Right,
So
and
they have to keep running.
And the program is what you're supposed to do. This is what I'm supposed to believe. This is what I'm supposed to say. This is how I fit in with the paradigm that I'm in. This is how
social
I fit in with,
standard.
the herd. Okay, I have to go along with what the rest of the herd is because I don't want to be singled out. That's the whole thing. I'm the type of person, and I believe a lot of us are, that we never give a fuck about getting singled out or not. At least I ain't never worried about it, none. I don't care.
It's not a happy place sometimes, but in most cases, and sometimes it takes years, they come back and they say, fuck, you were right.
Right.
And I don't quote in that, but then you can tell them, see?
Somebody told me on this Facebook here, they told me I should go get educated. Right? And I said, oh my God, no.
Why would I get $200,000 debt? Why?
I'm like, wait a second. I would rather remain smart and learned than to give my brain to someone to turn me retarded.
I mean, see, but what an honest answer would be, look behind me, see what I've created.
Well, you want to be educated.
See, look behind me, look where I am, right? See what I've created for myself.
I'm in a fucking space station, bro.
I'm in my space station. I'm
playing Q, outside space, Deep Space Nine.
Okay, so here you go. John Sparkman. Nobody's diverting, my friend. Here you go. Here's your copy of the link. There it is. Boom. Hit it. Either they're afraid or too fucking stupid to be able to click a link. That's the way
it's hard to admit that you were wrong, and especially when, since you were a child, you know nothing else.
Oh my God!
Yeah, but it's not that. Yeah, it's not that you're wrong. That's what some people, I think, they don't realize. It's not that they're wrong. It's not that they're wrong. They're not the ones who went out and did all the experiments and did all that stuff, and it's coming back of their proofs getting proven wrong. It's like, but it's ingrained within them that somehow I don't understand why they think that it's like they're getting proven wrong. They've never been wrong. They didn't do anything wrong. It's just what was like put into their input. It's not that they're wrong. They're not wrong. They didn't do wrong. They're not the ones that are getting proven wrong, really. And I think some people misinterpret that they think they're being proven wrong. And it's not that.
Yeah, it's like
with all those diplomas and those high incomes. Yeah.
It's like you didn't come up with this nonsense. Somebody put that in your brain. Nobody's attacking you. It's just that you were told this and you trusted it. Well, I'm going to show you why you shouldn't. That's all. I mean,
or just to rethink all that stuff. Like you rethink it. You think about it. Rethink it.
Yeah, keep the possibility open. Do not try to stay rigid in one fixed position.
Yeah. Well, it's like, well, no, I can't believe that. People think it's like, and especially when they've been really mouthy about it. Then what happens is the ego. Okay.
Yeah. Also.
Right now, what happens is that now they got a hurt ego because they got all mouthy and haughty, not realizing that the ideas that they were being mouthy or haughty about weren't even theirs. And they didn't even really understand the ones that they were defending in the first place.
Everybody's saying it, so why couldn't I?
Right, they regurgitate that. See, somebody will hear, like somebody regards someone else as smart. And for most times reasons, it's because of their credentials. Okay.
9 out of 10 times, yeah.
Right. So they hear someone say something or read something that they said, and they perceive it to be a smart thing. They don't bother thinking about it because the smart person already did. So what they do then is they go off and regurgitate this same bullshit that they read in an attempt to be smart by proxy. But the problem is that they don't really understand what it is that they're saying in the first place.
Right. Rereading
that it's proven.
Yeah.
Right. Rereading something isn't rethinking about it. To reread isn't to rethink. It's just rereading, but it doesn't. You have to read something that causes you to rethink. You can reread it, but if you're not rethinking it, then you have to know within yourself you're just rereading it and going, yeah, see, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. No, you're rereading it. So it is what you thought. So you have to know within yourself you haven't rethought about it. You've just reread it.
Right.
And people miss it. And people miss that sort of thing because it's still like throws me because I can still think of, it's like them saying, hey, they've done this to trap our mind. They've taken this flat thing and they've wrapped it around this sphere and they've enclosed our mind to entrap us so that we don't think any farther than the sphere. And it's like, well, how does the person that's saying that not recognize if you unwrap it and put it, let's just say, under a dome and you make it flat, that's just as big of a trap? You've just now unwrapped it off of a globe and stuck it under a dome and trapped everybody under there. So how are you even going to say that you're freeing somebody's mind if you're trapping them under a dome on a flat plane and claiming, look, I freed your mind. You were trapped when it was wrapped around a globe. You couldn't think any farther. And it's like, does people understand that when they've taken it flat and they've stuck it under a dome, a lot of people now are going, I don't know anything. I don't know what the moon is. I don't know what the sun is. I don't know what this is. I don't know what that is. I don't know nothing. And so everybody's going back to really not knowing anything.
Well,
they don't know anything,
what it is though, Fallen, what it is though, is they're not going back to not knowing what those things are. They never knew what those things were to begin with.
You're absolutely correct, but it's taken it. I get it. It's unwinding. I get it. It's unwinding, but to realize some and why there's, I don't want to say a pushback or what's inside somebody else's mind because psychology's weird like that, but that, it also is like trapping. It's like when somebody says, they go, hey, it's hard when you have to accept you've been lied to your whole life. This is how you have to understand that you've been lied to your whole life. And it's like, then they have to understand that they could just be perpetrating another lie. If people's been lied to their whole life, but you're saying something now, hey, if you don't realize that you could just be perpetrating another lie onto people and not understand a certain part of it, because that's going to be the biggest understanding is that you put yourself in a deficit too. If you don't understand it, you're just another liar to them now.
Right.
Once you just said they've been lied to their whole life, you're just now another liar to them. Why are they going to believe anything you say?
Well, see,
and it's hard to prove it.
That's why I hate the sentence, this is the truth. This is what I know.
Right. And this is why I don't claim a dome. I don't disclaim a dome and I don't claim a dome. What do I claim? I claim that there must be enclosure in order for there to be air pressure. This is a scientific fact.
A container, yeah.
Now, what is the shape of this containment? I don't know. How have they trapped us? Well, I believe that there is more that we're not allowed to go to that may lead to even more. Okay.
Possible. Yeah.
I believe that there is probably other land that's being hidden. It's just like in the Truman Show, and he stands up in the classroom and says, when I grow up, I want to be an explorer like the great Magellan. And she pulls down the map and says, oh, Truman,
everything's discovered.
Late. Everybody's already been discovered. Well, what if that were not true?
Luckily, science got Einstein because in 1900, science claimed everything is discovered.
Right. So there has to be some kind of an enclosure. What it is made out of, how high it is, I can only guesstimate. I mean, the pseudoscientists tell us the Kármán line, that's that little spot where you pop out of the atmosphere and into space, is at 62 miles altitude.
Okay.
So I don't know. I've never been the fuck up there. I don't know how high the containment is. I don't know how big the containment is. I only know that there must be, or we would never have air pressure.
What was the highest? I don't know if you know this, but you may. What was the highest explosion they put off in Operation Fishbowl? Because there was one that went up the highest.
Yeah, and they weren't as high. They weren't
almost 300 miles, I think, but could be 300 kilometers too. But
because I don't know that, but I do know that there was like a 13,000 foot height limit that they have below the 60th parallel for some reason, 13,000 feet. So,
but I thought that Fishbowl was to test when they electrified or they juiced up the dome.
Yeah, it was kind of specific referencing Dominic. Operation Dominic under Fishbowl. That's part of Fishbowl. Operation Dominic was sending out nukes to do something.
Dominic means of the Lord.
Yeah.
Fishbowl of the Lord. That's pretty funny.
Yes.
So I'm very careful about making claims. Okay, if I don't know, I don't know.
But what you're saying is scientifically, the way that you would understand it is there can't be a gas pressurized environment without an enclosure.
Right.
I mean, there can't be. I mean, just to that aspect of when it's like the propane or the Freon or anything that you're doing, it's like putting Freon in the AC, you turn it upside down so that the fluid's on the bottom because you don't want to be pumping, I forget what word you call it, a gradient. That's what you use. Mm-hmm. That in that gradient, but that there has to be some kind of an enclosure for that to work. So what makes it physically, since you say physics proves it, what makes it physically impossible to have a rock sphere?
How they do what?
To have a rock sphere, like you said, a globe in a vacuum, or just a globe, even if it was just. What makes it physically impossible for it for there to be a globe?
Okay, well, first
because you've been asking people to come up and
sure.
Because you said that.
Sure. So here's what makes this physically impossible. All right. In a vacuum, what we're told is that the Earth was a bunch of shit that smashed together and stuck together because of its gravity. And my question is, how did these pieces form together and attract each other in the first place? How do you get particles of dust to form into rocks, and rocks to then form into balls? And then this is scientifically impossible that this would ever happen. Okay, where do any of these particles and elements even come from? They just appeared out of nowhere. Okay, so then what we have to do is we have to put this gas pressure system onto this globe, or else we don't really have a globe. We just have a round rock, right? Okay, and why would it be round in the first place? Why are there round planets and asteroids are not round? I don't know. Don't make sense to me. But anyway, in order for this to be the globe that we experience, we have to put a bubble of gas around this rock. Okay, without any kind of containment whatsoever. So how do we get gas to not equalize with the lack of pressure in space or a vacuum? How do we keep it? What keeps it from equalizing?
Gravity, man.
Yeah, well, see, there again, we've already proven that the gravity will not prevent equalization of gases against a vacuum. And the gases, how could they ever form together to come to a mass in the first place? Anywhere, whether it be on Earth or on their own. Within a vacuum, you can never have that. It's not going to happen. So that makes the globe scientifically impossible. And
Right. They haven't been able to repeat it. I think what I'm trying to get across in my brain is you're saying they haven't been able to scientifically recreate that as even a possibility.
No.
Nobody is even in a lab to go, we've recreated it. Right there shows that possibility. It's kind of like them saying there's a black hole at the middle of the universe when, like, you never know that, but it's the same thing as that could be like some people would say there's a plasmoid there, and they can and these things can be recreated in a lab. It's like electricity, that electrostatic something that they would claim is going to be a good cover for gravity. Not a good cover, but maybe a replacement of going. It's buoyancy and by frequency and electromagnetics and electrostatics or whatever. They can get things to hover, and they can get things to, they can raise them, they can lower them. That if it's electricity that holds the world together.
So Wild Bill's on here says the gases came from inside the Earth genius. Well, we've already disproven the idea that gravity can prevent the equalization of gases. So how did they ever collect together enough to form a mass that would be attracted to the mass of the Earth? Please explain that to me.
Yeah, even in basic nature science, centrifugal force, it pushes it to the outside so it doesn't condense.
And also, Wild Bill 9, you can click that link. You've been here over an hour now, and you still have failed to click that link, but yet you seem to have a lot to say. So, go ahead and do it. Are you the dickwad from over on Facebook? Are you the guy from over on Facebook? Is that who you are, Bill 9? Wild Bill 9? But so just click it and come on up on here. We can do it. The Hebrew word for circle is interchangeable with orb. No, that's incorrect. You are absolutely 100.
It's an old translation. It's wrong.
This is what I'm saying. These motherfuckers just come up with shit, make it up, and try to float it like nobody's gonna see it. Like I don't know. Like I don't know. They're counting on nobody knowing any of this bullshit, and it's like, get out of here, bro.
Yeah, it's like the Middle Ages again, and the Dark Ages. Only the pastor can read, and he says what's in the book. So if he tells us, it's true.
Whatever he says is the gospel.
Yeah.
That's all there is to it. And if you disagree with it, then you're a conspiracy fucking tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist or some shit.
Well, now we ask you to give because the pastor needs a new plane.
I think that in 51 seconds I should be able to use the rest of them and be back, but this is pretty interesting shit here too. Hang on. Time that just right.
A perfect piss.
I was hustling too, boy. I was hustling. I made it through there. Where's Wild Bill? Still ain't clicked the fucking link.
No.
You didn't hit
Well, I guess he ain't a regulator then, Wild Bill.
No. Orb is a different word. Absolutely, 100%. So anyway, Wild Bill, come on up. You want to tell us about our fucking? You want to explain your scientifically
circle phase, not orb phase, sir.
Yeah, right. So would you like to go ahead and come up here and tell us about the scientifically impossible globe? I've been waiting for hours now, and none of you have the balls. No pun intended.
Swing the pendulum, dude.
Yeah, right. That's what they do too. And that's pathetic. It is. It's absolutely pathetic. Well, there's. Let me find it.
And the UFO. Oh no. Street
No,
light.
he's not gonna do it. He won't. He won't do it. Oh, you're busy. Busy what?
Working.
Oh, that's right. It's kind of hard to come on camera when your job's the glory hole at the fucking rest stop. So that's not nice. I don't care. I don't. Really don't.
I was going to say that's not very nice. That's an assumption.
And the glory hole, never leave a tip.
You bad.
Except if you're Jewish.
You bad.
You have no tip.
You bad. I'm telling you.
Well, the strangest story, glory hole. It's always a men's toilet, so yeah. Not that I have anything against those people, but if you love someone, you love someone.
How long is that? Oh, that's too long. I can't do that. Hey, did I hear somebody come up? Oh no, I didn't. Somebody left. No, everybody's here. What was that? What was that boop noise I heard?
Yeah, fallen.
Some kind of boop noise I heard.
Bloop.
Boop. And that usually means there's somebody. Oh, where's my videos of the?
Wasn't that Asa? Noah with the bloop sound at 1960s.
Oh, these are all full-length movies there. I gotta put those. I got Nosferatu on here. I have to. It's in parts, so I'm gonna stitch them all together.
Oh, you cut them up in 3 parts. Yeah, it's only an 8-minute film, but
yeah. The old what's his name?
his long nails.
Yeah. That's some scary shit, man. He looked like that vampire in the what the hell is the name of that? Salem's Lot. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was a cool flick, man. That was definitely a cool flick. But no, he says he's busy, but he's been, busy what? Busy what? You've been fucking around here in the chat for over an hour, man. What could you possibly be busy with?
So you're at your job, your boss is paying you, and you're typing on internet? Oh,
yeah,
bad boy.
We're going to tell on you, man. Put
the fucking phone away.
I'm calling the manager.
I'm getting no service over here.
We're getting no service. There's militant penguins everywhere we look. I was looking for my nuke videos. Where the fuck are my nuke videos? I don't know where I put them. That's what I've been trying to find here.
The nuke. N-E-W-T?
No, nuke, as in, those nuclear bombs and shit. It was all that shit they tried to scare the piss out of us with when we was kids, All right, everybody.
Yeah. Dive under your desk.
I was the kid that questioned that shit too. I was.
Yeah, they don't like it.
Oh, all right. So everybody curl up and get under your desk over here. And I was like, have you ever seen a nuclear explosion? What the fuck do you think this is going to do, man? If there's one hit, I'm going to watch it because I know I'm going to die anyways. I might as well be able to see the damn thing happen.
Yeah. Same with the training in the army. You dive in a ditch and then I die in a year. Fuck you. I'll keep standing. Excuse me. I'll keep standing. Let them nuke me. Let them blow me away. Why die slowly? Nah.
How can you play Mario Party with a family if you're typing in the chat of a fucking video on YouTube, you stupid fuck? Oh my God. You see that shit?
He's the son of Dr. Octopus. He's got multiple hands.
He's just one of a million of these little cowards on here and shit. Was you here the other night when I showed Richard Nixon? What he said?
I wasn't on, but I've seen it, yeah.
It was last night. And it's Richard Nixon talking about Bohemian Grove in San Francisco. And this is off the tapes. The
so-called lost tapes.
Yeah. Well, the Watergate tapes or whatever. They weren't lost. They just weren't. You just weren't allowed to hear them, and you'll see why. This is pretty fucking crazy.
Let's look at Northern County. You understand? Yeah. You know what San Francisco is gone. It's clear over. I know that, but it isn't just not a rowdy part of town. But the upper class of San Francisco is that That ain't a goddamn visual I've ever imagined San Francisco crowd because it's just terror. I mean, I don't want to shake hands with anybody.
He said, I won't even shake hands with anybody in San Francisco. I'm like, holy shit, can you imagine if the president had said something like that today?
No, especially not the word faggy.
The media would be all over that shit, man. They would. What is this thing? Is this that? What I thought?
Well, Trump is on Twitter, or X as it's called. I got a letter from Twitter because I fought them on my cancellation, and they gave me a letter back. I can never be on X or Twitter again.
No way.
I win.
Oh, come on. This is
Yeah,
funny.
I got the mail. You can't opt out and have no more questions on any of your channels on Twitter or for now X called and blah blah blah. And our lawyers have blocked everything of your content. Blah blah blah.
Right.
They don't like me.
There's my girl. I was wondering. This is actually everybody. In case you're wondering, all right. And I'm sorry.
Dreamy.
I'm sorry, Dreamy. I'm going to let the cat out of the bag. Dreamy has been on here for some time, and she's been incognito. She is really Roseanne Barr.
No, I'm not. But other people think that. I do have a question, and I think it's very pertinent to the conversation right now. I'm in Washington State. The moon, I just went outside, had a smoke because I just finished eating dinner. And so it is in the southeastern sky from where I live right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious where everybody else is seeing the moon from where they live.
I ain't seeing no moon here, baby. We got all the cloud cover from that freaking hurricane. It's down. It's hitting up into North Carolina now, and my sky is cloud covered. But Fallen might be able to see the moon. Can you see it, Fallen?
You're very vibrating sounding.
I am.
Yeah.
Is anybody else experiencing that? Like I'm talking to a fan.
Wow. Southeastern, even in Michigan. Awesome.
I was just a moment too late. The dawn is coming up here, so the moon is no longer visible.
Okay.
Hang in there a minute, guys. I'm going to drop out and come back in for a minute.
Since I'm in Europe and the Netherlands, so
Yeah.
it's 6:30 in the morning here.
Well, I mean, it's, if we're going to test things, why not test with all the people from all over the world that we have right now?
Well, a couple of years back, there was a guy in Australia and a guy in the UK or in Wales, and they both stepped outside at the same time, and they both saw the moon. So if Australia is at the bottom and the UK is at the top, there will be an impossibility.
Right.
So does this sound any better?
Much.
Yeah.
Better. Thank you.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, I just thought that would be a unique experience for everybody that can see it, minus the clouds, to just state where they're seeing it from, in what sky from their home, where they're standing. Where is it?
Well, this is a super rare blue moon, super moon. And the next one is going to be in 2037. And of course, I get to miss it because we're covered with clouds. I never get to see the damn sky at night. I mean, it's getting really frustrating. I'm going to be so glad when I'm out west and the desert and be able to finally see the fucking sky again.
Yeah.
It's,
My mom and I both loved the moon. We used to, go out and see the moon at the same time. That's how we felt connected. She was in New Mexico. I was in Washington. So that was our little connection thing.
If you look at the moon, you look at me. Yeah.
Yes.
And we got Jason Diggs here.
So there's a blue moon now. Okay.
It's very beautiful.
Well, it's Hunter's moon too, since it's 31st of August.
All right, so Joe Diggs has got all kinds of threats about how he's going to make me look stupid and everything else. I'm just going to tell him and say, well, quit talking about it. And
Yeah, we'll give you the screen.
Yeah, quit talking about it and do it. Fucking pussy. Jesus Christ. I never saw so many scared people in my entire life when it comes to that. And that's amazing, man. And I don't know what's going on, Dreamy. I mean, it's like, look, I hardly get any Globetrotters. I only got like one retard in here right now. They come like one at a time. And it's, what's that guy's name that said he was playing Mario Brothers or some shit like that?
Oh, I don't know.
He wouldn't come up. Oh, the Bill Nye guy or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Something to do with Bill Nye.
Bill Nye.
Well, Bill Nye.
Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, sure. But see, they say, oh, I don't have time. There's no way I can do it. But yet,
they keep reacting.
Right, while they're still fucking typing and responding on Facebook and responding on Facebook. And it's like, what in the world are you even doing, man? You know, I can have a discussion and get to a point with somebody much faster with demonstration through this method rather than on this stupid ass Facebook, which I don't even take any of these people on the Facebook or Twitter really seriously at all. It's just good sparring, you know. It's good it's just good sparring. And it's funny because I use it kind of as a study too, because I like to see how I gauge their reactions. And I already know what their little tactics are, and their whole thing is to try to anger you, right?
Yeah, and how quick they flock together.
Right. And so I'm just kind of, I just answer them back. And so this assumption that you're going to respond to consensus is evident all the time. This is why they use statements like, this is why we laugh at you. And I'm like, well, who the fuck is we? Who is this we that you speak of? Are you speaking for everyone, or do you have a mouse in your freaking pocket, or what? Who is this we you speak of? You know,
my thoughts are a lot of them are probably people that want to keep the lie in place, so they aren't even non-thinkers. They know the truth, and they just go out and do this, not just to be pain in the asses, but just to keep everybody, hey, these people are liars, because all my life I've been called liar, been called names and stuff, just because I have a different opinion. And then what I see is whenever those people come at me, then they get other people to come after me as well. So I've seen that most of my life. And I think that these people are just leaders to keep discrediting the truth, or what is obvious with the naked eye.
Well, this is what when you start running this shit past people of what they actually believe. So I looked up the distance to Jupiter from the Earth. Mm-hmm. Now you have to understand that they say that that's 444 million miles away from the Earth. That's almost five times the Earth's distance to the sun. So they're trying to tell me that this planet is 6 times further away from the sun than I am. Yet I can see it with my naked eye, because for some reason this thing's able to have sunlight hit it and reflect it all the way back. Almost a billion miles of light travel that is. Do you realize how stupid that whole story is? I mean, how in the world?
If you really want to make them mad, ask them why they can always see the red spot. Since Jupiter is a round planet, it turns, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And the red spot is always there up front.
Yeah.
So now again, scientists.
Yeah, what's going on with that too? I had one tell me, he says, oh yeah, he says, well, we know it's a gas planet because we got this magic telescope that'll tell you, some spectroscopy, he said.
You think it's a gas planet because still the science book mentioned that Jupiter has a hard core and then the gas goes around the core.
Well, I don't know it. I don't know any of that.
That's the theory at the moment still.
I mean, I don't know any of that to be true. Here's what I know.
And how do we see gas?
Right.
Exactly. How do we see gas?
Exactly.
You don't see when somebody farts a big plume hanging out behind their butt, do you? I'm just
correctness.
saying, let's be honest here. You don't.
No. Now I have seen somebody fart through a thermal imager, and that's kind of funny to see, because you do see a cloud, but it's because of the heat, it dissipates. But you're absolutely right. Like, if I open a jar of an unknown gas down the street, and you have one of these spectroscopy devices, can you tell me what kind of gas I released out of that jar? No, you can't. That's stupid. And to think that you could do that over 444 million miles.
Wireless, don't forget that.
Yeah, I mean, get the fuck on with that whole even story. That's just the dumbest shit. And another one they get bent on is when you show them that the ratios of their eclipses don't work. I love that, because they're all the time saying, oh, well, what about the eclipse? Yeah, let's talk about that. According to calculations, the shadow left by the Earth across the moon during a lunar eclipse should only be 256.5 miles wide. That's a problem for an object with a diameter of 2,160 miles. So you would see a little spot, 10% the size of the moon, go across the face of it.
Well, how can
there's no lie in that? There's no lie in that either, because the ratios are there. There it is.
Same with the logic question. If I see the moon in the daytime and the sun is there, and I see the moon, the Earth reflects the light. Excuse me?
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I was just going to say. How does the Earth block it when you're looking at the sun and the moon at the same time?
Right. None of it makes any sense, So what do I conclude from that whole ratio thing? If somebody's fucking lying about distances and sizes, because it's not what we see. Right?
It sounded correct 400 years back, and since then nobody has looked at it. Because it's in the books.
Because they're always wanting to throw these formulas and shit all at you, and it's like, wait a second, here's a simple ratio formula. All it is balancing fractions. We learned this in fourth grade. So if we know that the shadow that's left by the moon during a solar eclipse, that the moon leaves a 70-mile wide shadow on the Earth. All right. So what you do is you take your 70 and you put it over top of your 2160. Right? You place it over the diameter of the moon. Then what you do is on the other side of the equation, you put the 7916, which is the diameter of the Earth, and then you can figure out the ratio of what the Earth's shadow size should be. It's real simple. It's cross multiplication and division. You take and multiply 70 times the denominator of the unknown fraction, and then we divide it by the known of the moon, divide it, and that will give you the 256.6 miles. So that won't work out. So their excuse that I got from them on that was because the angular sizes are different. And I said, wait a minute, the ratios have to remain the same though.
Yeah, otherwise it's incorrect.
Yeah, the ratios always remain the same. The moon is supposedly a fixed size and distance. The Earth is supposedly a fixed size and distance. The sun is a fixed size and distance. None of these things change no matter which one of them you look at things from, okay? Because they're all within proportion to that scale. There is no getting around it, and they don't like that at all. Because then they want to say, well, you don't know the difference of the penumbra and the umbra. I says, none of the ratios work out. None of them. You want to do it using your umbra? Use that. You want to do it using your penumbra? Use that. I don't care. You're still going to find out that the ratios do not equate. And therefore, something is wrong. Either the Earth is bigger than we're told, or the moon is much smaller and closer than we're told, or it isn't the shadow of the Earth going across the moon at all.
We go back to Rahu and Ketu, the two extra bodies in the sky.
Yes. You know, and I've seen some interesting stuff with polarizing filters showing that you can polarize the lens and block out the sun, but then it picks up another object behind it.
If you take out the visual frequencies, yeah.
Yeah. So it's almost like there again, what I've said about that we're seeing a projection of another source. That kind of shows that same thing when they use those polarizing lenses. I wonder if I can find. I'll look it up for the next show. You know how hard it is to find stuff like that on here these days. But
that's what most scientists have forgotten. We only see, 10% of the light spectrum, and we hear about 25% of every sound, and the rest is all ultrasound, infrasound.
We see 0.06. We see 0.06 of the overall visual light spectrum. We're blind. I mean, literally. And here's another one that they get on your ass about real hard. You gotta love this though.
Where's Mr. Hap?
It is now my job to teach you the theory of evolution.
Oh, boy.
Now, I, for one, think that evolution is a bunch of bull crap, but I've been told I have to teach it anyway. It was thought up by Charles Darwin, and it goes something like this. In the beginning, we were all fish, okay, swimming around in the water. And then one day, a couple of fish had a retard baby, and the retard baby was different, so it got to live. So retard fish goes on to make more retard babies, and then one day, a retard baby fish crawled out of the ocean with fish hands, and it had butt sex with a squirrel or something and made this retard frog squirrel, and then that had a retard baby, which was a monkey fish frog, and then this monkey fish frog had butt sex with that monkey, and that monkey had a mutant retard baby that screwed another monkey, and that made you.
All right, Miss Garrison.
Retarded offspring of 5 monkeys having butt sex with a fish squirrel. Congratulations.
This is hilarious, but that's about the way it is.
It is. That's like I go, oh my God. Oh my God. Here we go. Listen, you have to
That's despicable. He totally forgot about the platypus.
You have to lie. Okay, you have to be willing to lie in order to be a globetrother. And there's
but
proof
you have
of it.
to be extremely stupid to believe it whenever it doesn't continue to happen.
Let me show you. Here's why. Listen, look at this, what he said. Look at what Wild Bill Nye said. I was a flurf once. Never, ever in the history of Flat Earth has anyone ever come to the realization the Earth is not a globe and then gone back to believing that it is.
No.
The only case I can think of is Joe Rogan, but he seemed to get a lot of money and a podcast deal out of that. So I think there was incentive for him to lie.
Yeah.
Okay. So that right there was the most ridiculous thing you could have ever said in your entire life. Right there. Right there. That would be like claiming that you're a fish.
And anyone that says money doesn't change people, it sure does.
Yes, it does. Indeed, it does.
I mean, if it ain't the money, wait till your grandparents die or your parents, and then you see the infighting in the family. That's my clock. That's my table.
You see the narrative. You see the narrative he's trying to sow right here. I fell for it. No one falls for it. There's nothing to fall for, Bill Nye. Okay, there's nothing to fall for.
And as science claims, leave your emotions at home, Mr. Nye.
I'll tell you what, Mr. Wild Bill Nye, why don't you come on up here? Why don't you come on up here and tell me your best proof of the globe? Give me your best proof of the globe. Okay? That's it right there. Lucky's got it. You can never undo truth, Bill. Now you exposed yourself as a liar. Yes. Yes. Absolutely he has. Absolutely he has. He's making up fishtails now. I fell for it, but then, I came to my senses. That never, ever fucking happened. No one has ever said that, ever. You got to be shitting me.
Progress is always denied in each century, so that's what they forgot. Yeah.
People have to stop this goddamn shit of acting like science is a deity or an entity or something.
Right.
I hear people say this all the time. Well, science says. Science doesn't say shit. Okay? It can't talk. It doesn't have an email address. It doesn't have a fucking persona. It's a process. Okay? So science doesn't say anything. And questioning science is science.
Mm-hmm.
All right? This is what people got to get off their idea. They got this idea that science means some kind of fucking deity or some shit. And I'm like,
the description of the natural state. The description of the natural state. That's natural sciences.
You sound like
everything you observe. Yeah. Sorry.
What is it, Dave?
You sound like my science teacher. He used to trick us and trip us up all the time in the beginning, not after a bit, but he would ask us what the clock says. And we would all tell him the time, right? And he goes, no, it doesn't. It says tick tock, tick tock. Can't you hear it? It took us a bit to catch on, but he used to teach us whenever he was from South Africa, and he taught us some really amazing stuff in school, but the other teachers had lied to us about, but because he got his teaching degrees in another country and then came to the United States, we have a lot of stuff brought into us through him that we probably wouldn't have. But he used to do stuff like that to make us think.
Hey, Wild Bill Nye, I thought you were fucking busy. You must be losing terrible at your Mario family night as you've spent all of your attention typing stupid shit in the chat instead of just clicking the link. Come on up here and tell me your best globe truth. Come on there, big guy. What do you got to lose? Huh? Besides
and just as Brimi said, it's always important to broaden your horizons to other countries and other books, even if they're translated, sometimes wrong.
Right.
Since I live in the Netherlands and our father of the fatherland is Willem van Oranje, Willem of Orange. Technically, it was Bonaparte's first brother. That was the first king of the Netherlands. But for us, he's a hero, Willem of Orange. If you go to Spain and read older Spanish books on history, he's a terrorist because he fought Philips, the king of Spain. So it's all perspective-wise.
Think about what the events of the 1770s would read like if the British had not made it look like America won the Civil War or the Revolutionary War. Okay, it would have said things that a commissioned officer appointed himself general of the rebel army and in an act of treason fought openly against the troops of the crown, and the traitors Thomas Jefferson and the other insurrectionists were hung by the neck until dead.
Right.
And they would be viewed as villainous people to this day had that occurred that way by everyone.
Well, take some French historians. They tell the French perspective because the French were there with forts, and you can take the Mexican perspective or the Spanish perspective from the Mexican War. It's totally different as taught in university. Only those books aren't mainstream, so 9 out of 10 times we get lost.
We got Charlie Welch in the chat tonight, and Charlie, I've been meaning to ask you something. On several occasions, especially throughout the day and even in the evening, I've noticed you in the chat an awful lot. And one of the things you like to say is that all the people that are participating in these forums don't have jobs. But I noticed that you're in the chat, which would indicate to me that you don't have a job. So would you care to like delineate that?
Inferring.
You know, I'm just saying that's what it seems to be. Flight QFA is doing what? Disproving flat Earth right now? No, it's not doing any such thing whatsoever. You know what would disprove the flat Earth? Proof of convexity. That would definitely do the trick. Okay, so if you have proof of convexity, then that would definitely start to swing the pendulum in your direction. But as of right now, and it is August the 31st at 12:50 in the morning of the year 2023, and still there is no proof of convexity, axial rotation, or of gravity preventing the equalization of pressurized gases. So before we even start discussing all the rest of your nonsense, we need proof of those three things. Do you have that, Wild Bill Nye? Do you have?
Yes, there are universities with libraries and all those papers, and they're all right. Blah 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 blah.
And what about this flip? Shouldn't Australia be above us now?
Yeah, right. Yeah, the pole flip.
Shouldn't we be upside down, trying to catch our water in our cup and keep it from leaving?
Right.
Well, my natural science teacher told me that the Earth's mass, since Africa and South America and Asia are the biggest land masses, as they calculated back then, early 90s, it's changed now, they taught me Earth was upside down. So the South was in the north and the north was in the south. And they changed that up again, but that's what they taught me. The Earth was upside down to what we see on a globe.
Well, let me just give you an idea.
Because otherwise the mass wouldn't divide correctly.
Let me give you an idea why I have a problem with uniform axial rotation of the Earth. Okay, here's one of the things, and I think this is interesting. We know that the land masses around the Earth are not uniformly placed, right? They're kind of haphazard and random, right? Have you ever had a tire out of balance?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So what the fuck? Yeah.
You'd be bouncing all over.
The worse it gets, and the worse it gets, you can have a tire about damn near shake your car apart. You get it up fast enough out of balance.
Yeah.
And you expect me to believe you've got uniform axial rotation with just this shit placed all over the place, no balance to it whatsoever? What the hell? That makes no sense. That's another
it's gravity.
Droppity. Remember that cartoon character that comes on here and said that droppity shit?
Dude. Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Well, maybe next year we'll see it in the Merriam-Webster's as a new word, droppity.
Let me ask you something, Wild Bill. Your airplane, does it prove convexity? Does it prove convexity of the Earth? Because if not, that means it's a very fast airplane, probably catching the tailwind of the jet stream. I would imagine there are some very, very fast winds. I was watching a thing earlier. I didn't get to really pay a whole lot of attention to it. Somebody stopped by, but Jaron Campanella did a video today on just that, on that flight that Wild Bill Nye is boasting of, that he not only doesn't know if it really exists, has never boarded it, has never witnessed it, has never even purchased a ticket for it to see if it could be done, but he's going to claim it to be proof of a globe. Well, no, that's not proof of a globe, Wild Bill Nye. Wild Bill Nye, a proof of a globe would be, of course, convexity of the Earth, of which you do not have still. Okay?
Yeah, wasn't it Bill Nye that said with Felix Baumgartner when he jumped, the Red Bull jump, that you couldn't see the curvature because you need to be 180 miles above the Earth's surface?
Mm-hmm. Hey, there's
Well, yes, but also those planes fly over mountains, so they'd actually have to go up way higher to keep that same distance from the ground, right? Because in the valley, it's going to be a different distance than it's going to be whenever you're flying over that mountain. To top that off, I've heard many pilots say that if you don't keep that nose up and in line with the horizon, you will crash. And
you know, I watched a video about.
Hold on, Dreamy. What'd you say, Fallen?
I watched this video about airplanes, and when you were talking about they get in the jet stream and they get the jet stream pushes them, when actually what happens is they're being sucked. They're not being pushed, they're being sucked. The airplane, that engine, the way that it's designed is actually sucking the plane forward. The jet stream isn't pushing the plane. It's actually the way the jet engine spins, it sucks the plane. And the faster that the wind's blowing, it sucks the plane into it. They had some kind of a plant that dried up, and it has a twist in it, like you would do a peel of an orange. If you peeled it right, it'd be a twist. And they put it in the water, and that thing just spun just a little bit, and the force of the water propelled that plant forward into the water. So they designed the jet engine to be similar to that. That's why they say that jet fuel is actually a hoax, that the only time that the plane is using jet fuel is when it's taken off and when it's landing, because they got that other engine in the back that actually used compressed air. And that jet engine's really being driven by compressed air, and it's sucking the plane through the jet stream. It's not being pushed, and that's what causes the speed to be so fast. It's not actually being pushed by the jet stream. It's being sucked through it by the way the jet engine and the propellers in the jet engine are built, so that they're even like blowing that off of the jet fuel, going, how can a jet have this much fuel in it, like 73 elephants in each wing full of jet fuel, and it's still taking off and the wings not break off the way they flex and everything, and they have to flex, that it's actually compressed air. Once it takes off and gets in cruise mode, it's compressed air.
So that brings the question, then what is the jet stream if it's not just a little strip of air in?
No, that is.
There's different ones. There's different ones, and they go different directions.
Okay.
There's different ones, and they go different directions, and this is why I wanted to address Wild Bill Nye. The flight goes both ways. How does the wind know which way the plane is going? Wild Bill Nye, I am not a fucking airline pilot. I don't know. Okay.
Well, Mr. Nye, if the Earth spins westwards, it should take hours of the flight.
Right. So what I will tell you is this, though. That is in no way whatsoever proof of a globe at all. All that is proof of an airplane going to two places within a certain amount of time. Okay. Well, how it's done, I don't know. But I know it's not by going around a fucking ball. Okay. Because that's stupid.
And the skipping on the LAS. Sorry.
I'm sure when they built the plane, just like they built a electric screwdriver drill, it has a forward and a reverse. So I guess you could use it both ways. You just have to forward and reverse whichever way you want it to suck or not suck, right?
I don't know. See, I'm not.
I'm just saying.
I know it's a toroidal force, but
we can go forward in a car. We can reverse in a car. You can have a drill. It goes forward. It goes.
No, Wild Bill Nye. It's obviously not impossible on a flat Earth, you dolt, or it wouldn't be happening. You're not on a fucking ball, goof ass.
I mean, it's just a thought. Forward and reverse makes sense to me.
Well, on the airplane motors, it's a toroidal force. That's correct, and it compresses the air like a turbo does in a car.
Right.
And as he said, the new Airbus, for example, on a normal airplane, there are tanking cars and they have 10,000 gallons in one car. And the plane lands and they only use 3 cars to fill up the entire plane. Excuse me?
Right.
That's 73 elephants or 73 cars for the left wing, 73 cars for the right wing.
Right.
And they always started with a electromotor. That's those cars that come into the takeoff pad and the lanes and start the engines of the planes. That's electric.
Right. I'm getting a kick out of like listening, and I'm also like enthralled with some of the shit in the chat because it's kind of funny. It's like this is what I'm talking about, and this is openly a flat Earth safe zone. We talk about it quite often here, amongst the other things, you know. And I am amazed at the small amount of globe trolls. I mean, we get a couple. We had Charlie Welch in here earlier, and this guy, he's new to me, this Bill Nye character, and he cracks me up. I mean, it cracks me up, and I feel bad for him because it's like almost the entire chat's like beating him up, you know, like, oh, give me a fucking break, dude, you know. And I'm like, oh my god, you know, he's like the odd man out. 5 years ago it would have been the total opposite of that, you know. It would have been the total opposite of that. But see, we still have those bitter clingers, I guess we could refer to them as.
No, the different idea has got a lot of traction nowadays, but still, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, come on, bro, you know. And that blew his whole any credibility that he hoped to have was by that statement. I was a flirt, but then I didn't fall for it, or whatever that fuck it was that he said. And I'm like, you know, give me a fucking break. That's almost like saying I once became human, but then stopped.
Well, if your livelihood depends on everything you learned in university or your whole company or anything that you do in your life, that's got to be scary to say, oops.
The tendency for an appeal to authority
has always been a problem.
Out of this fucking world, man. All the time. What degree do you have? I had a guy say to me, he said, you're not qualified to speak on these matters. And I said to him, I says, how are you qualified to decide who is qualified?
Exactly.
Who the fuck gave you a badge and shit? I didn't vote.
Well, I got a certificate on my wall.
I never liked authority. That just drove me insane. I remember when I was young, I told my dad, you know, I couldn't wait till I grew up. Then no one could boss me around. He goes, oh, you'll have bosses. The government will tell you what to do. Your boss will tell you what to do. And I'm sorry, but I still don't have a boss. I say whatever I feel like saying, say what I think. I'll ask a question if I need to. You know what I mean?
Even at our own peril. Even at our own peril, right, Dreamy?
Yes, even at my own peril, because I have screwed up a lot. And then I learned from it. But, you know, I also learned things that other people didn't learn from it. You know what I mean? So, I mean, it can be a double-edged sword, but it's worth the ride.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry, y'all. M. Ball is an expert on aeronautical design, amongst all the other things that M. Ball is an expert on. Why don't you people ever crack a book and study? The small engine in the back of the plane is for generating electricity. Flurf.
Well, I think the only way to learn anything a lot of times is to make the mistake yourself. And
compressors run off of electricity.
Because nobody's ever done anything without making a mistake first.
What'd you say, Fallen? What'd you say, Fallen? You said...
I said compressors run off of electricity. A compressor needs electricity.
Absolutely.
Well, and like the first thing I did when I started to question the globe is the first thing I did was I went and bought a P1000 because that's what everybody said. Mm-hmm. That's what everybody was doing. Like first time when I started to question it, I like saved up my money and I was like, fuck it, I'm going to buy it. And it was like $1,500 Canadian and I bought one and I proved it for myself, man. I saw too far. I've seen it 100 times now. Yeah. That was like 6-7 years ago. But within the first month, man, I went out and I took pictures, and then I went on Google Maps, and it's like, okay, well, so this is a lake, and I can see like 60 kilometers, way too far, and I can see the base. And then I went on mountains, and I went on ski hills, and I went everywhere I took. I was just trying to take the furthest picture I could, as far away as I could, and man, every single time that there's like 280 kilometers. I can see the base of a mountain, like when I'm like on a small hill, 280 kilometers away, and I can see the base and the whole plateau of everything 280 kilometers away. And I was like done. I was like, oh yeah, man, like I just proved it to myself. Like first thing I did when I kind of, and for years, there's like 2 years where I was one of those guys where it's like, no, it's a psyop. It's a psyop.
Yeah.
No, it's a government psyop. And then finally, once I saw one video, I forget what it was, maybe a dearth or something, and once or Benjamin.
You have detractors, Bearsworth. Bill Nye, Wild Bill Nye, sorry, said you cannot see 280 kilometers. Laughy face times what, a whole bunch.
Oh, he missed the photograph from the contest with the mountains in the background.
Yeah, he missed all that part.
Man, if you think that, then you're retarded, because you obviously haven't done it yourself. Because I've done it, and I went on Google Earth, I went on Google Maps, I even went on Jeranism like twice, and actually like tried to plot out like where I was, and like here's my coordinates here, and here's my coordinates here, and it's 281 kilometers, and you can see the plateau of the hill, and you shouldn't even be able to see the top of the mountain, let alone you can see the base of the mountain.
Right.
Yeah.
Look,
it's insane.
The evidence is there. We see the fucking shit. We see too far. That's all.
Yeah, and that's what I don't get. We at the end of the 90s and up to 2005, 2006, everybody I knew in the Netherlands over here, they all had a handycam. And I showed them at the beach, look, you see the ship? Now you don't? Zoom in. Bam, there it is. And they didn't get it. And nowadays it's all the phones, and you bought a Nikon, so that's a great camera. But even if you show it to them, they don't seem to get it.
I know, that's what is so mind-boggling to me. You can show somebody, and it's like what they see, they're just blind to it. It's like they got cataracts or something that close automatically.
That's the one thing that approved it to me for myself. I went out and spent the money and did it myself, and I was like, holy fuck, like that proves it. Like, and I was done. I was like, I'm like, okay, well, so, and then I started looking into it more, and then once you add it all up, everything is against the ball earth. Every single thing you look into, every single thing. There's not one proof. There's not one fucking proof. It's insane. Yeah, I get worked up because it's so crazy, man. Like gravity, every single fact that you look into is fucking bullshit. Every single one. Once you look into it, is total bunk.
Wild Bill Nye
came out first as a. Sorry.
I want to ask Wild Bill Nye something here. He's still afraid to click that link, and of course I don't blame him. He's stupid. But it's just because you use maps. Why don't you use your globe? You use your map, a flat map. You use a flat map to navigate instead of a globe. What the hell? Come on, man.
I was using Google, and Google said from the spot that I took the picture, from the spot that I took the picture of the mountain, it was 281 kilometers away from me. I even called into Jeranism about it, and we talked about it for like 10 minutes. And yeah, it totally is like, yeah, exactly. You can't see 280. So other than they say refraction, that's the only thing they can say.
One of the things I saw somebody say something about the photographing Madagascar, for instance, from Africa, right? And it's only 250 miles and it's never been photographed. Well, first of all, I don't know that claim of it never being photographed is true. But secondly, one of the things that has to be taken into account is the opacity of the Atmos. how thick is the atmosphere you're trying to see. Okay, so
weather conditions, yeah.
Right. So in arid conditions with minimal wind and dust and things like that, you have a much greater field of view than you will if you are in, say, 50% humidity. We were 75% humidity today. It was oh god. Anyway, it was so that plays a big role in it. But then even still, you're still looking through a medium, right? And this is just like if you're at the one, you can be at the cleanest swimming pool ever in the world, right? And you sit up on the one edge of it at the end, and you can see people clearly walking around and swimming and shit in the far end of that Olympic swimming pool. But if you submerge yourself underwater there at that point, you can't see halfway across the pool because of the opacity of the medium and its limitation on
fluid density.
It limits and diffuses the light, so it's not a big deal.
On the other hand, you can hear somebody talking on the other side of the pool on the water. Sound carries a lot further.
Hey, M-Ball, what did the fucking airline pilots use before they had an electronic globe? What did they have?
No, they don't.
They don't use an electronic globe.
When the globe theory came out, that's exactly what they called it, was a globe theory, just like the theory came from monkeys. And that's, you used to be able to Google it very easily, or any DuckDuckGo or any of those, and you could find globe theory, and it was two men that started this crap. Two men, you know?
Two men playing with balls.
And they, you know, it's just like, you know, Darwin coming up that we came from, or the Big Bang Theory, or whoever came up with that garbage, you know? That we came from, you know, like your little cartoon, Sovereign. We came from a fish.
It's a retarded fish monkey.
Exactly. So, I mean, when you hear the word theory, run like hell, because usually it's a bunch of bullshit.
Absolutely.
And then everybody jumps on the bandwagon and goes for a hayride.
So,
it's that crazy.
Explain how a ship out in the middle of the ocean can see the ISS. Why? What does that have to do with anything? I don't know. Anyway, I put the link down there for you so you could come up, Artie. Why is it you could see and hear Sputnik before NASA? Well, you never heard it. You never heard anything.
Yeah.
If you take the theory in, there's also...
You heard a beeping? You mean you heard a beeping on a radio and someone told you that that was a Russian satellite going by? Okay, I do believe that you heard some beeping on a radio and someone told you that that was from a satellite. I absolutely do believe that. 100%.
And it has to be beeping since they still use Morse.
No, well,
they don't have telephones.
Well, hold on. I didn't say I believed there was a satellite that was sending a beeping noise to the radio. I said I believe that you heard a beeping on the radio and were told that it was a satellite that made that beeping noise. So yes, that is absolutely true that did happen. But as far as you actually hearing a satellite beeping, no, you don't know what that was. All you know is that you heard a noise and somebody on the radio told you that's what the fuck it was. See, that's how, and it's just like these space landings, right? What's the commonality they have? You got a bunch of people all sitting there looking at these simulator screens, right? They're looking at these screens, the same screens. They've run simulations that are just like with a real mission all the time. So they don't have any fucking clue whether it's still a simulation or not. So they're watching this thing and they're showing you something on the TV about it. And then as soon as it touches down, the confirmation that it was real is nothing more than a bunch of these dumbasses standing up, high-fiving, cheering, hugging each other and shit. That's it. And that's enough for people to go, oh, well, that means it was real. And what about all those witnesses that were looking at computer screens? Well,
and if you look at the screens from NASA at launches or landings, 9 out of 10 of those screens have 3D animations on them. Not even data. It's an animation. It's continuous. It's looping.
It's consensus, like total consensus, like that, and that's all it is. It's just a bunch of people all believing each other, and all of the sciences, like I say, like every single thing you look into, like even they say, oh well, you can see them in the sky, like the satellites floating by. But when you look into that, like the actual light mathematics don't work for the size of the object and the amount of light coming from that object and the distance that it's away. The science doesn't add up. Like it doesn't make scientific proof. The light of that satellite or the space station or whatever the fuck it is moving across the sky. That's just one more example, and there's every single one.
And you want to spin him around more? Ask him if the satellite is visible at night. Why doesn't it reflect the sun back on the backside?
Yeah, look
Why
at
do we
Jupiter.
see light coming toward the Earth?
How can we see Jupiter? Jupiter is over 400 million miles away, and so we're getting light from the sun. Yeah. And it's reflecting off a gas ball that is over pretty much 500 million miles away, and then back to Earth. So it's almost 1 billion miles away, just from the light of the sun.
Yeah, we were talking.
So the light of the sun is traveling over 1 billion miles, reflecting off of a gas ball 1 billion miles in distance. And it's so bright. It's that bright. There's no way by science, the scientific law of light is there's no way that could ever happen. But they don't look at that. They're just like, oh no, that can happen, and they wave their magic wand.
That's correct. You can look up satellites passing over your house. What are they? Yeah.
Uncle Artie said they could send you to the ISS for a year and come back, and you still wouldn't believe the Earth is a globe and gravity is real. I'm going to tell you why that's not true, Uncle Artie. Because they can't send anyone to the ISS. The ISS is fake. Okay? So.
Well, you're going to tell me it's in a pool. Huh? I don't believe that.
And gravity would keep us stuck to the ground. It wouldn't let us go.
Hold on, wait a second. You see light, we see light from over 1 billion light years away. Show your evidence. No, I'm going to have to say, Artie, that's a ridiculous claim. You're going to have to show your evidence. Because just given the inverse square law of light, that would be impossible. Do you really realize how much 1 light year actually is?
And that's their claim. That's their fucking claim.
Yeah.
If you add up the distance from fucking the sun to Jupiter and then back to Earth, it's like almost 1 billion fucking miles.
It is. So here, I'm just going to put it into perspective because I don't think he really understands the scale. Our sun, supposedly, what they tell us, 93 million miles, is approximately 8.5 light minutes. So if we multiply that distance, move it 8 times further, that would give us approximately 1 light hour away. So if the sun were 8 times further away from us as it is now, just imagine how small it would appear in the sky. Mm-hmm. Now that's just 1 light hour. So now we're going to take that distance and we're going to multiply that by 24. Okay. So now how far away does the sun look? Can you even still see it? Because that's only 1 light day. Now we're going to that distance and multiply it by 365. That's going to give you 1 light year. Would you still see the sun? Of course.
And reflecting off of a fucking gas giant or a fucking or a planet like Mars or any planet like a dusty ball. That's just dust.
What reflective properties the gases of Jupiter have that would allow such a feat, right?
Yeah, right? Exactly. Like it's retarded. It's retarded. That you would, once you think about it in your head, that it's retarded.
Same with Jupiter. It's a yellow gassy planet, yellow with a red spot. And then you go to Neptune, that's blue. And then you got, what's the green one called? The farthest one away.
Neptune
Neptune or one of those. It doesn't matter. It's all made up.
No, it's all bullshit.
Where's the redshift there, sir?
Yeah.
That's one thing I should keep my snacks in here.
And are they using radio telescopes or optical telescopes or
God? And then
it's all radio
and
telescopes.
listen,
Yeah.
this is what people don't understand. So they show them these ridiculous fucking pictures from the James Woods telescope. Yeah, or I'm sorry, James. I keep calling it James Woods telescope. That's the actor. I'm like, no, the James Webb telescope. Okay.
I kind of like James Woods though.
I know. I like that's
he's
a better
kind of
name for it. That's a better name for it. So they show these things and people don't understand. Those are an artist's interpretation of radio signals, man. They're not fucking pictures.
Well, no, and even the whole fact about satellites. We have a satellite that passed Pluto like years ago that we launched in 1980 that has a battery, a car battery, like going through fucking like 40 years of like temperatures fluctuating from like minus whatever Celsius to plus whatever Celsius, and we've got a fucking battery with a like a fucking solar panel. And it's gone for 40 years in the vacuum of space with all the radiation and all the stardust and all the craziness. But it always works. It always sends back information. We've got this data from fucking from the Mars.
Voyager 1 and 2 is that? Yeah. Voyager 1 and 2 with the golden record.
Hey guys, let me just hit a couple of these comments in the chat real quick. So Uncle Artie, that cracks me up. Google the peer-reviewed research paper furthest a star ever seen offers glimpse 12.8 billion years. There's your proof. So you think there's someone claiming this thing, and because it's on Google, you know what peer review means, right? You know what that means. Those are other people that are in the same business of fucking lying about this shit. And as long as they agree, then that's peer reviewed.
Didn't the Webb telescope give us 3 billion years extra?
Nobody includes the people that don't agree in those reviews. Okay. You have to understand that. So that is a meaningless thing, and it is proof of absolutely nothing. There was another one that Wild Bill Nye. Now, he claims that pressure gradient can't exist in a container. Wrong. Pressure gradient does exist in a gas cylinder even. And as I've pointed out before, even your simple propane gas cylinder that you use for your grill has a gradient within it and an overall pressure on the outside. Okay, now I'm going to explain why this is true. There is a material within the cylinder that is pressurized that is denser at the bottom of that cylinder than the material above it. This can be proven simply by pouring a glass of cold water over the edge and over the side of the tank. And through the process of thermodynamics and energy transfer, a frost line will appear at the level of the dense liquid material that is below the less dense gaseous material above it. This is by definition a fucking gradient, okay?
You can feel it when you pick up the tank and shake it. And be like, okay, yeah, I'm still half full. Okay, yeah.
When I breach the containment, the gradient is not observed at all by gravity or any other thing. The gradient suddenly dissipates violently through the breach in an attempt to equalize with the outside pressure. Thank you for playing. You are wrong and make erroneous assumptions. Okay? So,
it also ties back into the airplane, the explosive decompression when you shoot a bullet through the hull of an airplane. You've seen that in a lot of movies. One tiny hole and it rips all apart and the chairs get sucked out.
Artie, just click the link. Come on up. I definitely know you ain't shy. So come on up and we can address this. They don't have to lie.
They are not lying.
They don't know any better.
Yeah,
and you know why they don't know any better? Because if they go outside the paradigm of what they're being told, then they don't pass. Okay? They don't get the grade. They don't get the degree. Now, we also have to understand that science often finds the results that the people paying for it are looking for?
It's all about the money, man.
Yeah, no. Why would India do that? Well, maybe because now it gives their government an excuse to like pay a bunch more money to that fake space
Other incentives,
Planet
trade or
is not-
economic.
There is no proof that planets orbit the sun. No one has ever witnessed a celestial body, with the exception of the moon, which I'm still not convinced of. But with the exception of the moon, no one has seen a wandering star or planet transit the face of the sun ever. Okay? So there is no proof that anything orbits the sun. No.
Yeah, like every single thing, man. You look into they say the tides are controlled by the moon, but any like rudimentary look into the tides in the slightest, and you will realize that the tides are not controlled. There's all these tidal nodes all over the planet that they are not controlled by the moon whatsoever. If you look into the correlations and the mathematics and the how the moon orbits the Earth by their science, it has nothing to do with the tides.
There's something that this is there again an assumption. They base, the moon looks like this and I see this happen. So that must
they based it on early magnetism, probably.
That must mean that the moon is causing that, right? Okay. No, it doesn't. And it's for this simple reason. That's like thinking that your speedometer is what is responsible for how fast your car is going. Okay? That's
exactly.
not. It's an indication of it. All right. So let's say every day I see a little red sedan goes past my house. And about a half hour later, the mail arrives. And this happens every time the red car goes past my house. About a half hour later, the mail arrives.
You still get mail
on Sunday. When the red car doesn't go by my house on Sunday, and the mail doesn't come on Sunday. So this must mean that the red car going by my house is what's responsible for the mail coming to my box, right? Well, no, it doesn't. It just means that there's a guy that may be on his way to work or something every day, Monday through Saturday at the same time. And it might even be the mail carrier that he went and got the mail truck and then came and got to my house a half hour later with the fucking mail. It's not an indication of that. Okay. This is the thing. People all the time say, like this idiot that's in there going, well, explain that fucking airplane then. That doesn't move a globe. And I'm not flying the airplane. Never been on the flight. I've never seen the flight. I don't even know that the goddamn thing really even exists. Right. So how does that prove that the earth is a globe? It doesn't. It doesn't. If it's real, it just means that they found a way to travel from one place to another at a very high rate of speed. Because it's not an airplane's fucking flight or time that just dictates the condition of the realm we're on at all. That doesn't, no. Measurable convexity is what determines whether or not the earth is a globe. That's what does. Not how anything moves in the sky, right? The way the color of my neighbor's house has nothing to do with the way my ceiling fan works. Okay, it's stop making correlations between things that have nothing to do with one another.
And it's a lot like germ theory too, Sav, which I don't know if you want to go down on YouTube, but man, the whole germ theory bullshit too, man, is fucking insane. Like germ theory, I don't know, from what I've seen from Kaufman and a bunch of them, Thomas, a bunch of doctors, like, man, germ theory is fucking retarded.
It
also
is.
Yeah,
it is extremely dumb. It really is. I can't really get my mind around that either, because it's like,
it's just another control mechanism, just like the whole baseball.
It's not alive. They're not alive. And I'm like, well, then how the fuck do they mutate?
Well, no, and so they're saying that they're an exosome. So our body secretes these when they're sick, these exosomes, and it's even admitted that there's exosomes that our body secretes that looks exactly like a virus. But then they rob everything, and then they say, oh well, but also some of these exosomes are viruses, and that's what's making us sick.
Listen, we're going to not talk about that.
Okay, sorry.
I'm just going to say we're not going to even talk about it because they get kind of upset about that, and rightfully so, because they're getting ready to just try to fool the fucking sheep again.
Yeah, exactly. So
you really can't get
sorry.
But same with cleaning your house. This one cleans 99.9% of all the bacteria on your table. Okay, within 10 seconds, they're all back. That's how quick bacteria reproduce. So, what are we doing?
Now listen, Mr. Sidewinder, Super Sidewinder, I understand, but be nice to Uncle Artie. Uncle Artie's a good guy. He just don't understand. He's all in on not everything, but on this one's a hard one for him to swallow because he really likes his space and his planets and possibility of.
Well, it should be easier for young people to take it in, but it seems harder for them.
New wine into old skin.
Yeah, the 2000 to the millennials.
That's exactly what that parable.
But if you're over 50 or over 60, you've been taught that your whole life. It's always been the same. Yeah, I can get that. Yeah, it's almost impossible to step over it.
I noticed that a lot of the younger people are questioning, late 20s, 30s, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of them, questioning what they see and what's going on around them, and even younger, just, the younger teens, even questioning things. So it's good to see.
I'm seeing kind of some opposite that some of the younger people are more indoctrinated, like the ones that have really grown up on TV, and I see that even more, in my opinion, in Canada, that more of the people like 25 and under are like more sheep than people 25 to 40.
That's the public opinion, so the public opinion can be wrong. That's fallacy, thinking that way.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah. So it's just my own.
In, like the news and media and stuff, or you?
Yeah, no, you're probably right. But no, I saw I don't take any of the big people seriously, but Lauren Southern, who lives in BC where I live, she did an interview today, in Vancouver, where I'm like 5 hours away from Vancouver. And about so the mask mandate, and are you gonna be okay with if they bring that whole shit back and do another lockdown?
But that wasn't my question. My question is this what you're seeing in media, or is this what you're actually hearing and seeing from that age group around you that you interact with? That was the question.
Yeah.
Is it all you're seeing is media, or is it what you see around you personally?
I would say a little bit of both. I see some young people standing up to it, but I see some young people bowing down to it. So yeah, I guess it's 50-50. So yeah, no, you're right.
All right. Well, I was asking because there is a huge difference, because anybody can
you're right.
And put it on a screen where it's what's in your bubble, your surroundings. It's more important. That's a better way to start reasoning and weighing things out, So it all boils down to choice. We all have choice.
And the more I go down the rabbit hole, guys, I'm starting to kind of think that I got to get off of any of this media, because I am kind of addicted, and I watch too much on-screen shit, and you never know what's controlled and not. And yeah, I think we do all got to get back more into real life shit and put down the phone, put down the fucking screens, because I don't think it is this bad in real life.
Well, see, what I like is
I don't know. I have I've got a lot of this
right, or who's just a screen with a thing on it. Like Sovereign, he's very, very honest. You see where he sits, and he tells you he sits in the space station, and we all believe this crap, right? We know it's a fact, right? We see it.
He's there every day.
We know he's sitting in his living room. And
buggy in here, man.
He's just as physically real as the rest of us, you know, but
He just took the vacuum out of his ass, and he just took a dump into a vacuum, and
he might have. We don't know. I don't want to know. But the thing is, what I'm saying, we can decipher the real people that you could pinch in, you know, and know they are real right there, right? We can know that. It's not that difficult, but there are some people that can't decipher that difference, unfortunately.
They're stuck in their own social classes, I think. It's most time the people that fall in their own social class and then bump their nose very hard when they see, wait, what am I doing in this class? Why are they thinking this? Why am I doing that?
Right.
And it takes a dive 9 or 10 times.
Yeah, so I really think that we can decipher who's the real deal and who's not, because the minute you start seeing things change around them, and I've seen people come out and then bam, all of a sudden they're super huge and everything and spewing more bullshit than a freaking bull, you know, out in the pasture. So you know something changed in their world to change them like that, and then they start just telling everybody garbage. But when you stick with the real people, I don't want to see some, you know, like set behind somebody. You know, it's better to see, you know, what's really behind them, the wall, you know, some flowers, a bookcase, whatever they've set there personally. I mean, or like Saab, he picks something and he puts it up there, you know, and we all know that it's a green screen. You know, we're not dumb. But so many people just buy what I look at, I guess, in a photograph. I see the main thing, but it's all the stuff that's not in the main focus, you know, like the grass, the trees, you know, what's in that picture. I mean, I don't know why I do that, but it's just something that I've always done. And you can just see some amazing things when you're doing that, you know.
So you guys can just kind of watch this. It doesn't have any sound. I'm just going to put it on here for y'all. And you can watch this. This only lasts a couple seconds, or about a minute. So if you are a globe believer, okay, this is what you think. This is how the earth came about. Okay. And this part ain't in the Bible. Okay.
Well, one of the things when they show us these NASA pictures, they never show the globe spinning ever. I've never seen a spinning globe from NASA.
Look at that. A bunch of rocks just smashed together and stuck, because that like happens all the time.
Yeah, we always see meteorites hit the moon like at a perfect 90-degree angle all the time.
Oh, this other thing must be going to form the moon. Look at that. Now the gravity's pulling in water from somewhere, wherever that was at. Look at that. This is how Earth was formed. If you don't believe that, then you just aren't educated.
Well, if it happened at one time, it should be happening even now.
And then after that, lightning struck a mud pile and created life.
Yeah.
What is that?
Odds were playing a mud pie war.
I thought it was an alien was beaten off into a swamp or something.
Oh yeah, no, that's what it was.
Moonshadow, you leave Brandy alone. Brandy, you be nice. God dang, these guys are like
Some
kids.
things are very far-fetched and just hard to believe.
Oh my God! And this is what they believe. And I mean, what that stupid shit? First rock hits. What's the tendency of the other object when something hits it? Anybody ever played pool?
Oh yes,
Kinetic force.
I thought about that when you was talking about how the sunlight was reflecting off the
thick.
moon down to the earth.
Oh my God. And here's the one that gets me, these people, and they go, well, satellite TV proves that there's space and satellites. And I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, why would they even take the extra step, the extra unnecessary, overly expensive step of shooting a television signal from the earth up to a little magical garbage can that's floating around in space to only have it beam the fucking signal back down to a tower, which retransmits it through other towers that retransmit it to your goddamn house? Why not just go to the tower to start with? Right? But they don't think along that line. They really want to believe that because it's called satellite TV, that there is actually a little magical garbage can floating around up in space with the transmitting power greater than any fucking television station on Earth.
And they show you the path.
If that was true, it would put everybody else out of business, wouldn't it? Whoever came up with that idea and that put it into practice. Then
Yeah, but every time you're in a valley traveling, you don't get cell reception when you're
why don't you have cell reception on the peak of a mountain? You're closer to the satellite.
Yeah. Man, everything's bullshit. Everything you look into is retarded.
A lot is bullshit.
It's retarded.
It really is. It is quite some stupid shit that they try to run.
Well, it's scary. You try to pull one thread of the sweater and your whole sweater comes off. Eventually.
Martine, that's why I call it, you know the game Jenga? Have you ever played
Yeah.
Jenga? Okay, well, that's why I call it the Jenga.
Or the old Halma with the sticks.
The Jenga
colored
tower,
sticks.
it's the Jenga tower of deceit, man. It's lies built upon lies, built upon lies, built upon lies. And when you pull out the base lies, the rest of it all falls down.
Exactly.
Those hiding away in high towers and principalities.
That's
Jenga
why
is a fun game, though.
they'll say, can you explain why all the other objects that we see with telescopes are round, but we're not? And I'm like, can you explain why all the balls on a billiards table are round, but the table's not? One thing has nothing to do with the other. Okay.
Man, everything, man. Like it's
Why
so.
does it differ on a? Sorry. Go ahead, Bashwood.
Oh, sorry, man. I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
No, but on that billiard table, it needs to be heated. Otherwise, the ball wouldn't roll perfectly.
Right.
So that's another external factor.
See, these are the things you have to. They're like, they'll take something that's not related, such as that. First off, they're assuming that these are balls. Secondly, they're assuming that they're terra firma in the form of a ball. They're also assuming that they're in a vacuum of space. And then on top of that, they're going to assume that because they see something in the sky and assume that they're the same thing, they must be the same. That'd be like me saying, hey, those things over there standing upright, I noticed they have these arms that come out of them. And they're
wasn't that one of the moons?
Ground. Huh. That means I must be a tree too, because I've got branches that stick out and I stick up off of the ground. So I must be a tree as well.
In winter, because you got no leaves.
God, I mean, the correlations they go, and some of the questions they'll ask you, well, all right, Flurf, if the earth is flat, then how come hummingbirds fly? It's like,
because they flap their wings.
What the fuck are you talking about, man?
It's so funny how it's so all related though too, because like we're talking about space and they're lie about space right now too, but it's like everything's a lie. Like our history, our geology, our how energy works, how magnetism works. Like every single thing is hidden from us. Every single thing is a lie.
Magnetism. Nobody knows how it fucking works. Did you know magic and magnetism have the same root word.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, but also power and magnetism are like brother and sister, and so like we've just think if we were taught this shit when we were kids, like the true sciences, true science. Think about how smart our fucking society would be if we were taught this shit when we were kids and we were allowed to actually like think about it and create free energy and create this stuff. Man, like it would be like a perfect society, man.
But
like
you
like
can control everybody and have them chasing their tails while
exactly.
you sit back and drink your wine and live in a castle.
That's
And
the
at the
whole.
moment, yeah.
That's the whole control mechanism, and they control our history, our science, everything.
Sean,
and 200 years of Cambridge fallacies, the Cambridge rule.
Sean Elke, I got hit with that very thing today by one of these morons. Said, well, how do you explain this statue? I say, well, there was this guy sometime in history that took a fucking hammer and a chisel and a piece of marble and they carved it. What else would you like to know about it?
Yeah, and that's also a wrong translation because they take Atlas, the son of Zeus.
Like
But
even
Sisyphus, another son of Zeus, his children, that rolls up a stone against a mountain, and each time he reaches the top, the stone rolls back, and he falls down the mountain again. And that's Atlas with the ball in his neck. It's a Sisyphus torment.
Yeah, I got hit with
And
that.
they translated it wrong, and they gave Atlas the ball in his neck, and also references to the Atlas Mountains in Europe.
I think that the little emojis are a nice touch, especially like the one with the face diaper. That's perfect for that statement, dude. Absolutely. That was perfect. That's a nice touch, man. It really was.
Well, you're right, Ann, because when I started listening to my friend, he started teaching me history. He's Greek. He lives in Greece, and that's where he's born and
And they
raised.
believe it.
And,
Yeah.
and whenever he was talking to me about what was their history and everything, I said, well, we're over here being told that's a myth, but we're also told this, that, and another thing. And then he's telling me more things and sending me information where I could read it and look it up for myself, some of the stuff, Of course, some of it I had to get a translator for to try to figure out. But it was very interesting to learn it from his perspective, living there, growing up there. But I hear that a lot. I hear all these things that other people in other countries do not even come close to believing the same way we believe.
Like
So
the Western
giants
society.
existed, and
History's
like
just twisted and turned in every country to suit its purpose, I guess. I don't know.
So I like to share this with a lot of times people when they get bent and fried, over this shit. I like to say, can you show me on the doll where the flat earth is? It's like, wow.
He transitioned again.
They take that shit so serious. They take it so serious. Oh my God, I get to watch South Park again. It's on one of the streaming things that we got. Anyway, I was able to watch it and I'm all caught up on South Park. And you were just saying he transitioned again. Not only that, Mr. Garrison made the mistake of going on vacation and going into one of the Mr. Garrison Trump stores. And he was rallying and talking shit again, and they left off because he's now starting to go back into the Trump persona, which makes sense because Trump's back relevant and running and shit again. So I love that fucking show. I'll tell you what, they are so irreverent but so on point with the shit. The one about the pajama day, if you've not seen the one about pajama day at school, it's a total fucking analogy of the mask thing, man. It is completely hilarious. I love it. They're some of the best, those guys.
they are fucking hilarious, man. I'm a plumber. I haven't watched the shows in a while, but I follow them some site on YouTube where they have clips and stuff. And I'm a plumber. I don't know. Did you see the one? I never saw I just saw the clip, but where it was the toilet, the Japanese toilet.
Yes. Oh my God, that was great.
And the Stan, the dad was just like, went into Home Depot and he's like, oh yeah, these toilets. Yeah, you don't have enough money. You don't have enough money for these toilets. And he's like, I grow pot. And then he went in and it was like music and everything. And it was just, as a plumber, I showed it with all my plumber buddies, and it was fucking hilarious. Everybody I showed it to, all the plumbers laughed because it's also true. Because when at all of our plumbing wholesalers, we have these toilets that are like crazy. They're like $4,000, and they have like a fucking MP4 and Bluetooth and all this shit, and they actually play music and like wait and spray water on your ass. And none of us have ever installed one, but it's so hilarious.
It is. It's funny as shit. That whole episode.
That is hilarious.
Go ahead, Sharon. Try it. He's selling it to her, right? He says, try it. And she goes in here and they're listening at the door. He's going, shh, shh, be quiet. And she's going, oh, ah.
Yeah. Ooh.
So they're totally sold on it. Have a big bunch of people over for dinner so he can show off his toilet. Anybody got to take a dump? You know, it's like.
Yeah, one of the great ones I liked is a couple of years back, season 14 or 15, and they do a LARP, live action role play, and then also Randy from the wheat farm has to go in to watch his porn in the stand. It's so stupid. I can't. I have to.
Yeah, the one where somebody was just holding up hand-drawn pictures in a box and shit. They made shit for them. It is like trying to Google all this crazy porn.
Yeah, and for people that are liking South Park, take a look at the first 3 series. That's all cardboard cutouts and stop animation, and it's great. It's fucking great.
Mm-hmm.
I grew up on that, man. I was a kid. I was like in grade fucking like 7 when that shit came out. Like the first season.
Was it 94? Yeah. 95?
Yeah, 26 years.
I forget.
We're old.
26 years they've been on.
Yeah, they came on 2 years after The Simpsons. As a balance to it.
That's amazing. And the thing is because it is so topical, but it's classic. They take real life shit and show the ridiculousness of it.
Yeah, and a lot of people miss a lot of things. Like you have Stan, the Jewish guy, and then you have Cartman, the fat guy. And what a lot of people forget, Token.
Yeah.
He's the token black guy, and he's named fucking fucking Token.
Yeah, but they just recently addressed that, right? So what happened was that they found out
last season they did it,
and he found out that people that didn't hire any ethnic people or have associations with them like that weren't getting the business. So he made friends with Token's dad and shit, right? Wanting to go into business with him. And so they asked that question, and then poor Stan felt bad because he thought it was Token, but his name is Tolkien, like J.R.R. Tolkien. And they were like joking. They says, but what were you thinking when you named your kid? And he says, well, I named him after my favorite author, J.R.R. Tolkien. What did you think it was? And he's like, oh, no way. You know, and all that time. And then he thought he was really a terrible person because all the time, as all of us did, his name was Token Black because that's their last name is Black. And
and as you said, they were on topic. They had the Water Wars episode, and they had so much.
Stan totally overpronounces his name and calls him, "Hey, Tolkien." It's like, make sure that L's in there. Kind of like the hard R's, they get upset. People get so mad about some of the dumbest shit. It cracks me up.
And another thing I found funny, when Cartman and his mom lost the house, they went into the
living in the hot dog stand.
In the hot dog stand, the hot dog restaurant. But that hot dog restaurant technically comes from a book from Stephen King that goes about the Kennedy assassination and a time door inside a hot dog restaurant.
Wow, that's crazy.
And they took that in 2 weeks after the book came out, so I had to, wow, they're quick.
God, I can't believe this week is flying by for some reason. Time is just whipping by. I can't believe it's like right now it's actually technically Thursday.
Well, the spin is sped up,
Well, yeah, and the poles have flipped, and
Yeah.
you know, and did you guys hear the ISS crew had seen a fleet of UFOs or UAPs, I guess, headed toward Earth?
Well, I'm on the fence since NASA claimed in 2014 we had an asteroid impact that sped up the Earth by 0.02 seconds. And I think
There's
it was
never been an asteroid.
9 months back, they had a paper that the Earth's days will be shorter by 0.25 seconds because of some solar flare.
Listen, that is such a bunch of crock of shit. There's never been no asteroid hit the fucking Earth. Nobody's ever seen any asteroid impact the Earth ever. Okay,
9 out of 10 times is bunch of satellites.
Hey, I have a customer who gave me a piece of an asteroid though. I've never got it examined. This old guy said that he saw an asteroid hit a mountain, and he went up and got it, and he had like 10 pieces, and he gave me one, and I've still got it. Never had it examined.
I bet you it'll turn out to be iron.
I wouldn't be surprised, man. I wouldn't be surprised. But it does look kind of fucked up, and I couldn't. I wouldn't be surprised if he was bullshitting. But
yeah. Otherwise, why? You know,
Well, I believe there are impacts, but
if
not
that
as
were
large as
real,
NASA claims.
if that were real, okay, he wouldn't be holding on to him and showing them to you. Okay?
oh, he gave me one too. He gave me one.
Yeah, you don't get. You know what? You're sitting on a lot of money then.
Yeah,
you're sitting on a lot of money because if you've got a meteorite, an actual fucking meteorite, people pay big bucks to collect those, especially museums. Bro.
Mm-hmm.
Dave, I'm
Especially
coming.
when they test them on the microscope,
I'm gonna
yeah.
bring it. I'm bringing it to Vegas. I'm bringing it to Vegas, and I'm gonna fucking find you and show you the piece that he gave me. And I think it's bullshit too. I'm not even sure.
Yeah.
Who knows? But I'm gonna show you, and it's all broken off in like square chunks and shit.
Well, if you hold it in your hand, does your hand get tingly?
No.
If your hand gets tingly, it's a meteor.
No, I don't.
Why?
I don't
Because
believe
it's
in
got
meteors.
space dust in it.
You better be careful with it too. The thing might hatch open and start creating pod people or some shit.
Well,
I've seen this in movies.
when you learn and know how gems are created naturally, and they're finding more rare, I think it was Netherlands or Newfoundland or something like that was the only place there was a certain type of stone, but yet they've recently found it in Canada. So, I think that it depends on a lot of factors, like it does with most gemstones. What creates a diamond, what creates a sapphire, what creates a ruby, you know what I mean? So if you find something that may be rare, it just may now be coming to the surface.
And then still with rubies and diamonds, it's the value humans attach to it.
Right.
Since a diamond is nothing more than a crystal.
Worthless. Diamonds are actually worthless and very, very common.
Well, I asked a jeweler once, if a diamond is the hardest, how do you cut a diamond then?
This is why
diamond.
This is why the jewelers convinced people that they were valuable, because they are so common and they're easy to manipulate. They're easy to fucking fashion. And so it's, look at this rare. These diamonds are so fucking rare and shit. And they're not. And
I do like diamond blades when it comes to certain tools.
For cutting, yeah.
It's
still same with crystals and zeolites and odorites.
Industrial diamonds.
But I can remember when I was young, years 8, 9, 10, I had got a bag from my uncle and I had to dissolve it in water and it grew a crystal.
Cool.
And you can still buy those packages, I think, online. Grow your own crystals.
Yeah, you can buy them. You can buy them right in a lot of stores around here. I know.
And it happens within 2-3 days, and you have 9 or 10 times a crystal, 5-6 centimeters long.
You can do that with sugar and make them lollipops that just look like crystals by sticking the stick down in the solution, and then you get a rocky looking lollipop.
It's rock candy. Yeah.
Right.
It's just crystallized sugar and food coloring.
Yep.
You can put a little flavoring into it. You can add a little bit of vanilla to those and shit. We used to make those when I was a kid.
Yep.
Whatever you can do it on string, you can do it on sticks, whatever. It'll
Yeah,
all start
that was kind of a science project when we were in school.
Not a volcano.
Yeah, we had to make a rock sucker candy lollipops egg.
Did you guys ever hear about this guy, this Mike DeGry?
No.
Okay, so he was let me pull that up.
DeGry.
Maybe
was,
the name looks familiar, but I don't
he
recall.
actually he's the guy that found that underwater lake.
Oh, heavy water under the ocean beds.
Yeah. And then he died shortly after. Listen to this shit.
One of the strangest places on the ocean's floor was discovered in the 1990s. And Mike DeGry is one of a handful of people to ever see it in person. Without a doubt, one of the most amazing things that I had ever seen at the bottom of the ocean. It was while filming for Blue Planet in the Gulf of Mexico. And I noticed there's something out in the distance. Couldn't tell exactly what, but it looked like a dark band. And as we approached it, the dark band became a donut. I saw this donut. It was black in the center. What the heck is that? And so as we get closer and closer to it, I noticed that the black band had what appeared to be kind of steam over it. And then I looked, and there was water lapping against the shoreline. This band was a ring of mussels. And inside the ring of mussels was a lake. And it's like, wait a minute, I'm already underwater. We went out over the water in this lake and tried to descend in and bounced off. It was so super saline and dense that the submarine couldn't go down it. We literally bounced off, and as we bounced off, we sent ripples heading back to the shoreline. It was insane. I've never seen anything like it.
Oops, helicopter crash.
Well, he went back a second time, I know that, and he got a sample from that water, and it contained at least 20 times more salt than normal seawater, and some other stuff that it was never published. So
this is kind of bad, but you know, I was thinking about this with this thing there. Now that didn't go down nearly as deep as the one that killed those billionaires.
it's neutralized, no. Yeah.
But here's what's so stupid about that billionaires, the whole submarine journey down there. Those people were inside that thing, but there was no windows. They were watching everything on the screen inside with a camera on the outside of the submarine.
And you're referencing to the Titanic dive a couple of months back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So my question is this, is why would you bother going in this thing and going down to watch it on a television camera when you could just send the thing down with a television camera with no people on it at all and just watch it from above the surface? That's stupid. I mean, you're going down. How do you even know that you're really doing that? You're just seeing it on a screen. And someone tells you that we're descending now, we're at such and such. It's like a Disney ride, you know?
Yeah, we'd all love Nemo's submarine with their big window in front, but that doesn't happen.
No. So
because the pressure gets too high, and
I mean, that's what's so stupid. There wasn't even no goddamn windows. So why are you even bothering? If you're watching it over from a camera anyway, why even take the risk? You know, that's just that's another part of that story that doesn't make sense. Just like with the Hawaii story, they really want us focused on dues. They really want us focused on this blue thing. They telling us about all these missing kids, but something missing from that thing is that in every other tragedy that has involved the people's children, we always have seen at least a few grieving parents
The
talking
schools,
about, where is my kids? Why can't we get in? Why did you do this? No, we're hearing other people asking about other people's children being missing.
well, the schools are reporting that 2,000 and something children have not enrolled yet from the
Right.
previous time. And
Wow.
also the electric company is now pissed off because, they're suing them. They're trying to blame it on them. And the electric company has come out on record saying that the electric was all turned off in that area 4 hours prior to any of the fires.
Well, here's the thing. Here's where I was going with this. All right.
So
And
they're
why-
going to tell on each other. Just sit back and listen.
This is where I'm going with this, right? So we're assuming that these children all burned up in a fire.
Entire families are gone.
Okay. I mean, we're being told this. I do know that. We
Right.
are being told this, right? But we're told a lot of things. So I have to keep my options open here.
Yes, we do.
So here's where the discrepancy, this is what I'm saying. We know that these operations are always multifaceted. And we also know that one of the best environments for these traffickers to gather up large amounts of children is when there's a disaster. So
Trauma and war zones.
let me just run a scenario by you.
Well, and those kids might, they're natural people, like from Hawaii, maybe. Man, and you get into it deep, like about
Let me finish my point. All right.
like resets and all that shit. Like maybe they're getting ready for a reset, and maybe they want some kids that.
Right. So let me finish my point first, though, Bearsworth. I was only halfway. I was only
Sorry.
halfway. All
Sorry.
right. So they don't run the sirens. The parents are at work. They close the school, send the kids home. Fire happens. Oh shit, all the kids burned up in the fire. But what if they gathered up and took all those kids and then burned it and then said, oh shit, look, they all got burned up in this fire? I mean, that is a possibility. Because like I say, there's so much weirdness about this. Why we're not seeing people, these people that were at work and their kids are at home, why are we not hearing them speak?
I heard one of the Hawaiian people when they were talking. They said school was not in session. It's summer, hasn't started yet. So what the hell about that? Now school is starting, so kids are enrolling. So what the hell is going on? That was from a Hawaiian, just regular Joe like us.
Well, and here's another one that gets me too. There's this, and I'm sure everybody's seen video from him, this Hawaii real estate.
Yeah.
Yeah, buying up all the land.
No.
No.
The creator. He's a creator on YouTube.
This covering the Hawaii, all he used to do is cover stuff like real estate stuff. Now he's speaking up for the people because he lives there.
Well, I'm skeptical of this guy, and I'm going to tell you why. You mean to tell me that he's the only YouTuber in Hawaii? And they're having problem with the internet. They don't have communications. They're not allowing people into the burned out areas. It's cordoned off from police. Yet this guy is somehow able to get within there, film this shit, 4K video. It's apparently getting out somehow, and I'm sure not through smoke signals. And he's the only YouTube channel.
No, I've seen others. I've seen other channels. But
First couple of days, yeah.
Some of them are spewing a lot of garbage out there and whatnot. But there are a couple I'm listening to. His happens to be one of them. Yeah. Hustle Bitch is another. And I'm not saying that they're wrong, but sometimes you hear things that you're questioning. But that's also just information they're passing along. But whenever they went in there, the sheriff came and escorted them out.
Right.
Him and
Well,
this other
these
guy
guys-
that were videoing it.
Well, this guy here, this real estate guy, he was in there plenty of time, lifted the hoods of some cars, showed underneath of it and everything. And then later claimed that they were told that they had to leave out of there, but we
Yes.
never saw any video evidence of that actually occurring.
Well, there is video evidence of the sheriff escorting him and this other guy out of there. And they were showing they're the ones that got the video or the pictures and things of the 2 cars that were sitting in the field where there was just grass. And they burned like crazy, and the windows were literally melted out of them.
How'd they get that uploaded to YouTube?
He had Starlink, and when all this started, so he wasn't just connected locally.
Yeah, well,
He had
Starlink's not
so
very
this-
good. Starlink isn't very good.
He was-
It's got one of the. It's worse upload and download speeds than HughesNet.
Well, I can't answer those questions. I
Yes,
just know
these are the things I'm questioning. It's like
Right.
how come he's able to do this and others are not.
because you can get Starlink out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, which is the largest ocean on the planet.
Yeah, for a phone call, but
So why isn't other people
And
using it?
they have internet out there. So what I'm
Okay,
saying
guys,
is,
I'm going to bed. See you guys tonight. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, bro.
I'll see you guys later.
Bye.
Peace, guys.
Peace.
well, it's also always questionable when
But right,
reports
we're
come
talking-
in. But I saw some movies from the first couple of days when the fires started out,
Right.
and they seem to have some like explosions in the middle of the woods.
Well, yeah,
There's nothing
there
there, and then there's a ball of flame, and then it starts, and the whole
Yeah.
area is aflame. So that's also, yeah.
This is what gets me. Like they're saying, the media's not allowed in there, but this guy is. He's allowed
Well,
to freely report and get his note. There's no attempt to silence him. There's no attempts to, and I'm noticing this too. This is another thing I find really suspect. They're freely talking about it on YouTube with no pushback whatsoever. Freely talking about it on Facebook with no pushback whatsoever. All of the social media, no pushback, no fact checks, nothing. Dead, crickets. It's like they want us to talk about this, and this is one of the reasons.
Does anybody know anyone from Hawaii in that area, and would they come forward and talk about it? I mean,
No, that's
you
why
need
Hawaii
boots on
was
the
so-
ground.
I think that's why Hawaii was such a convenient target for such an operation. Or
The thing is
whatever
they
this is.
didn't shut down anybody that was talking about what happened in Paradise, California.
Oh,
neither.
they certainly did. That shit got fact checked and stickers put over top of it saying there's no evidence of direct energy weaponry.
Oh, I didn't hear all that.
kinds of fucking shit. Yeah, they
I
did.
guess because I was just following the people that were showing it and walking it and talking and all that. That's what I want to see. Not necessarily what somebody's saying, but I want to walk and talk. As you're walking.
I'm
in
very
the-
skeptical, especially when I see some unknown channel I've never heard of before come out of nowhere and blow up like that. And then I'm like, okay, he's getting an awful lot of support, especially from what I'm being told that they really want to keep this under wraps. They're trying to keep it from the people. They're trying to keep everything secret and shit. Are you kidding me? If
Yeah,
they're
they
doing
started
that,
saying
why
that
would- how
whenever
would
they put up all the black fencing.
Oh, I know. They put up, and they wanted you to know about that too, or that guy wouldn't have been able to film it and get this shit out. They want you to know about that. If they don't want you to know, you're not going to know. That's
Well, I
for
haven't
real.
heard much come out of the mainstream media about it, except for the bullshit that the FEMA and them want you to hear.
Mm-hmm.
They're not talking about the other side.
Well, how are they keeping mainstream media out, but a little guy with a YouTube?
Well, that's not that they're keeping mainstream media out. Mainstream media just there's no money in it
said
for
they
them. They're
were-
not going to talk
said
about
that
it.
they weren't even allowed to let media. The media wasn't even allowed to go in there. They're not allowed to fly drones, all this other shit. So they're trying to keep all this thing hush, hush, hush. And they're letting, and news media is not doing it. Media can't get in there. But this one guy with a YouTube channel can do that all day, every day. So 3 or 4 videos a day.
Well, we're not supposed
I'm
to
just
film
saying,
the
it could be,
people are still doing it.
it could be legit, but I find it highly suspect. So
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
not
I think some of it is highly suspect, and then there's other stuff that, like I said, I'm listening to the people on the ground right there.
Martine.
Yeah.
How long does your keyboard last you usually? About a week?
I go through 6 a year.
Yeah, you might want to like back off at pounding on them keys like that, bro. That was like, holy shit. Was you?
It's mechanical.
You were typing something angrily, I can tell.
That's why I love the Amiga keyboards. But I put a link for Directed Energy. It's 13 years back. I have other movies on it, but I have to search in my database.
I went through the government papers and read.
It's about a solar mirror that can give a death ray of 500,000 joules on a specific point.
Dude, I believe that. I believe that. Now I will tell you why.
I've been to a presentation in the 90s in Germany of a solar mirror.
There's even stories going back to ancient Greece where they would use like a concave bronze.
Forget if it was Aristotle or the other one, but they burned the ships.
Setting ships on fire out at sea, man. That's pretty dope, man. Really. That's some sharp shit to be doing.
And even Discovery Channel did that with Adam and Jamie. What's that program called? Mythbusters.
Yeah,
they tried it.
I those guys are disingenuous, lying fuck. I don't like them. I used to watch them.
Go ahead.
I used to watch them.
Yeah, some subjects. Yeah,
and there's a lot of it. They're just fucking status quo suckers. Is basically what they do.
The other thing is I seen about the Hawaii thing is somebody supposedly caught a jet fly through, and they were letting it was sending out this little bang sound thing, and a puff of smoke, bangs, puff of smoke. So I'm not sure if that was realistic or not, but I've only seen one video on that. Somebody supposedly caught that right before the fire started, because they didn't start in one place. They started in multiple places at the same time, basically.
Yeah, like those ones in Canada.
Right. Yeah, there were flash fires, yeah.
Yes.
Immediately 1 hectare of woods is gone. Wow.
Right.
So Martine gave me this video, and we'll put this up. This is on, what you said this is from?
Yeah, it's an old one from the BBC, so it has to be legit.
A death ray, a solar death ray. The power of 5,000 suns, it's titled. And let me make sure I got everything working okay on it. Let's see. Turn the volume up so we can hear it good. And then we're going to go over here to this, say stop screen, present screen. I'm getting good at this shit, I'll tell you what. And while this is playing, I'm going to hit my bong, man. So here we go.
Yeah, and this is the base model on Earth, so what can they put up on the satellite? Huh?
Well, think about what the Fresnel lens will do.
Oh, guys, I got it. Hold on a second. I got to tell y'all something. So this reveals who the Super Bill Nye or whatever the fuck his name was that was talking in there. That was the Billy Smith guy from Facebook. That was the Billy Smith guy from Facebook. So he's going on about something about, he said Coward wouldn't even translate some kind of bullshit on his show. And I'm like, that's probably because it was not the topic of the show, you retard. But in any case, that's who that was. So now we know who Wild Bill Nye. Wild Bill Nye is Billy Smith on Facebook, who is too much of a coward to click the link and come on the show. Great job, bro. So you're a retard on Facebook and on YouTube at the same time. Congratulations. That's a 2 for 2 for you, buddy.
That's the way it usually goes, Sovereign.
And that gets you back to the focal point with the sun again, Sovereign, with the illumination of the sky.
The Fresnel lens can do that too. It is crazy. And you don't need
see what I was talking about? There's that focal point of heat right there.
Right.
Focal point of heat. Now, what would that be like if that was a lens 50 miles diameter, man? Imagine.
Yeah, maybe 10 times the size or 100 times the size on a big balloon.
Look at that. Look at that.
That's the lid of a paint can, but still is metal.
Right.
And you touched the subject before, like all the aluminium in the trees now. So maybe they were dumping, since there was a lot of aluminium in the trees, they were dumping, what's it called? Magnesium, so they burn brighter.
You know how they burn the inside out? I was thinking that for, how many years they've been spraying that motion out. It's got to be
well, a microwave cooks food from the inside out. So, you can imagine if we know how to cook food inside out, we could microwave a whole lot of people at once, when we want to kick them out of the way and take their land.
Piece of mud. Oh, what?
Yeah, dry mud is nothing more than brick. And this is a small model.
Yeah.
Yes.
Look at that, man. That's a fucking dirt technology.
Yeah, that's over 1600 degrees Celsius minimal, or what is it, 3600 Fahrenheit?
Yeah, we don't know what that damn Celsius bullshit y'all use. There's over there. We use real temperatures over here in America.
Oh, Kelvin then.
I think they do that to make us to where it's harder for us to communicate in some ways. Because I think we were the only ones for a long time that used the standard. We all use metric for way longer than we ever have.
The only way you're ever going to get Americans to go to metric is stop converting. There is no conversion. How many meters are there in a yard? There are no meters. But there's no centimeters in a foot. Okay? There's no such thing as a foot. That's how you have to do it.
Yeah, there's no numbers on string if you want to measure something with a string, huh? This stick is this long.
I saw a guy do that with a Fresnel lens. Takes out a big screen TV.
Oh yeah.
Puts them in a frame and he focuses.
Yeah. I watch him too. I just love that. He put rocks because when he first tried to heat water in a glass jar, he just shattered it. So he put rocks in there so the temperature would heat a little slower, and those rocks would absorb it out of the water so the glass didn't shatter. I mean, I love stuff like that. It's very mind-opening and makes
Isn't
you
that
think.
the same? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Isn't that the same dude that built his own solar panels the same way with the fronts of TVs?
I'm not
That's
sure.
way back.
Is his name Mr.
2005, 2004, he built his own solar panels, also with the fronts of those TVs, with those lenses.
Poor Wild Bill. I don't know what the hell is wrong with his
I want to
keyboard.
say the guy's name was Mr. Thessalonian or something like that.
Look
Or
at
maybe
the way
he's
this
another
guy
one.
typed.
Yeah, Thessalonian rings a bell. Yeah.
Look at the way this guy types, man. Is there something wrong with his keyboard? He might have got something sticky in it or something. But yeah, well, yeah, they.
If you want to get technical,
He says that a microwave cooks from the inside out. That's a common thing that's said, but it's not entirely true. The way a microwave works is pretty much based on the moisture. Okay.
Yeah.
And what happens is that the micro radio waves causes it to vibrate, and the friction of the particles rubbing together is what actually causes the heat. So by saying it cooks from the inside out is kind of a misnomer. It's not, it is true, but it really isn't. It's just, the whole thing is cooking. Okay.
It shadows the water molecules.
The chicken skin sure turns out really crappy in the microwave. I know that.
It does. Well,
I don't like a microwave. I don't have one.
No.
That's the same the way they discovered it. I think his name was Robert Johnson. He was eating his lunch at a radar installation, and he had aluminum foil around his sandwiches. And he was drinking his coffee, and he opened up his sandwiches, and his cheese was boiling, and his ham was cooked. And that's how they found out about microwaves. It's simply a radar installation.
The same thing with the tree. If the tree's got the moisture inside, the bark is out there, and it's all dry. It's not going to boil or burn like the inside, right?
Well, it's also I'm looking at the conduit capability taking place in there too. And like he was getting at, and I know what he's talking about, a microwave, right? Well, have you ever accidentally left a fork on the plate to heat something up in the microwave, or put something in there with a piece of foil on it?
Yep.
What's the microwave attack first? The metal, right?
Right.
So if you've got these metals in the uptake of the plants, and over periods of time, 20 years or whatever, how long that's been, we've been spraying that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, it's going to go into the plants. I wonder if that might be what's responsible for them from doing that, burning from.
But does the plant actually take it up, or does it only take the nutrients that it needs?
What's that?
I said, does the plant actually take it up, or does it only take up the nutrients that it needs?
Well, if the local soil and the local groundwaters are polluted.
Well, if it's chelated in the water, it's going to go up into the plant. Okay, the same reason, like a lot of people spend a lot of money to make expensive urine. And then what I mean by that is when they go and get vitamins, and these minerals that they take are not chelated minerals. So you piss most of it all out, right?
Yeah, the vitamin
By
pills.
being
Yeah.
chelated, it actually goes into the system that way. Okay. And this
Right.
is
The
the
plant
same-
takes
this
it
is
up,
how-
you eat it, and you gain the
Right.
proper nutrition from
So
it.
this is how plants actually take in the metals that they do, like iron and potassium and things like that, the various salts,
Zinc, cadmium, yeah, you name it.
Right. So that's how they get them into the system, is through the chelation process.
Right.
So with this in the water and in the ground, and of course saturating into the ground with it, it gets chelated even more than it is now, because I think it's chelated in order to be sprayed, to be effective to what it does. And that may do something. You hit it with a microwave, that metal's going to react, and of course fire's going to ensue. That's the end result of when microwaves hit metal. They start fucking fires real quick. Doesn't know what to do. It can't heat, it can't vibrate the molecules good enough, so it bounces and concentrates. It's really
It tries to disperse the heat from the vibration, so the tree takes the heat. And since
Right.
wood burns quicker than metal, yeah.
Yep.
Simple nature facts, man.
It is, and so much of it.
Nature
so-
is interesting.
so
It's
simple.
more interesting than a lot of the garbage people talk about.
Oh my God.
Well, I don't remember if it was Sovereign's channel or some of the others I follow, but they were talking about older trees that had big hollows in them, and that the animals and sometimes native people took shelter in them during fires, and those trees survived.
Yeah. Well, most of the trees did survive in this. It was only the homes and cars that seemed to go up in flames.
Yeah. like in the redwood forest, there's a tree you drive through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen it in a lot of movies with the tunnel through it. Yeah.
I've driven my Jeep through one up in Northern California. They had one. Me and my wife drove my car through there, or my Jeep, but I had to fold my mirrors in. On this one, I had to fold my mirrors in because it was just that much too wide it would have touched. But we went through. We got video of going through it, and yeah, I had a good. I've been fortunate enough to be able to see a lot of various what we call natural wonders,
majestic sights.
Yeah, it's really cool shit.
I just
look
seen
at there.
a video, and there's a tree that actually engulfs other trees. It's a parasite type tree, and it engulfs the other tree that it starts growing around down in South America, and till that tree dies and rots out, and then it's a hollow tree inside of it as well.
We got those damn paradise trees around here. They grow like
it's a parasite tree.
They go like crazy, man.
Yeah.
So look what Wild Bill Nye said. He says, I do professional organic soil food web analysis. At least you are right there. I think you'll find, Bill Nye, that I'm usually right about a lot of things. It's just your inability to use critical thinking and deductive reasoning that prevents you from seeing that.
The only thing that makes anything organic is any farmer, like here in Washington State, since I live in a very highly agricultural zone.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to have organic apples, you have to have so much land and so much of it planted in apples, and you have to spray all the apple trees around it and whatnot, and have that plot in the middle. That middle plot doesn't get directly sprayed, but it might get overspray or whatever. But that section can actually be considered organic. It's not what people think of as organic.
Yes, most of the times not using pesticides, they claim, not using growth fertilizers, not using growth accelerators.
Right.
Well, let me ask you something, Bill Nye. Let me ask you something, Bill Nye. You've been here a long time. Yeah, you failed to click the link. You seem to be quite the little keyboard cunt. And you're unable to really formulate any kind of anything. You don't really bring anything. I'm just wondering why you just don't bother go ahead and click the link. Are you ugly and you're afraid that we'll make fun of your hideous appearance? Trust me, we won't. Okay? And you don't even have to use your camera. So just click that fucking link and come on up and quit being a little fucking pussy girl. How about that?
I'll make it easy for you, Bill Nye. I'll log off so we have more screen.
Yeah, really.
I wish you all a good night.
Maybe he is scared because he's ugly. I don't know.
Good talking to you.
What's that?
I thought he said he was leaving.
Oh, yeah. Well, they always say they're going to leave as soon as it comes down to, hey, why don't you come on? And they say, I don't have time. I have to leave. So this guy's had more excuses than I can understand. First, he was playing Mario Kart or some bullshit with his family.
I think he's the same guy from the other night with a different name.
No, he's from Facebook. I verified that. He's that Billy Smith guy from Facebook that was acting all stupid.
Oh, I got you.
Professional aggregator. Yeah.
I keep popping in for 5 minutes between breaks. What kind of fucking clock are you using? I got nonstop fucking Wild Bill Nye fucking posts on here.
How many breaks does he have, man?
This guy has already been shown to be a fucking liar.
Once somebody proves himself an idiot, I just start ignoring him from that.
Yeah. I just think it's funny. He thinks he's relevant for some reason. He really does. It cracks me up. And he's probably just some kid. I bet you he is. That's why he was playing Mario Karts or whatever. Isn't that a child's game?
Oh,
Isn't
no.
that like a video game for little kids?
Oh, yeah, it is. Isn't it? It's Nintendo, right?
Yeah,
64. Yeah.
Isn't it? That's a toy. That's a toy for children, right? Video games and shit. That's for kids, right? That's the video games and Mario and all that. Isn't that for kids or something?
It has some good effects, and I eye-hand coordination and reaction time, but it's distraction, nothing more. Like movies, series, Amazon.
Well, I would figure something like that is pretty much geared towards a child's mind.
I like to do some computer games now and then, but if they get irritating, I cut it out because I know myself.
Yeah.
I can play a board game, no problem. But computer games,
I played a lot of board games with my kids, and Uno and different stuff. But we were notorious for changing the rules and making our own. Like if you have a draw two, and the next person has a draw two, then the next person doesn't, then they got to draw four. So we changed up the rules, and we made it harder, and we made it more fun, just doing stuff like that. We always break the rules and make our own.
Well, here's what I'm wondering, Bill Nye, why you want to expose your children to that retardedness? Are you trying to turn them into morons too? That's I'm just wondering, asking for a friend,
It's the high galactic dialectic, huh?
I'm just wondering. It's like, hey, I'm going to make you kids as dumb as me. We're going to start by sitting here and playing this nonsensical fucking bullshit game. Okay.
Yeah, what's that block one? I call them blockheads.
Oh, that one they all play where they mine and what is that
called?
I don't know. Minecraft.
My bunch plays that, and I'm like, you guys.
Never understood it. No.
And I always call it the blockhead game, but my family knows what I mean when I say that, because I go, oh, is that the blockhead game? Because even the sheep are square, everything.
It looks worse than the first game computers. Come on.
I call it Minecraft. I called it Minecraft.
It is Minecraft.
Friend of mine was over here, and her kid had one of them tablets, and he was just fucking on that and going on about it and talking about it and shit like that. I just looked at him. I says, you need to put that up. And he says, why? I said, that shit gonna make you retarded. I said, I guarantee you that shit gonna make you fucking retarded, bro.
I could put a regulator on my computer. I could play Boulder Dash from 1987 on tape, or the first Turtles, or Pac-Man, or on cassette tapes.
I remember Pac-Man was huge whenever I was in my teens.
Yeah.
Everybody went to the wherever they could get to the game and play the game.
Asteroids,
There'd be lines by the Pac-Man machine. And me, I just always die so quickly. I mean, I get eat up like smack. I'm dead. Oh well, But I just never got into that stuff,
Well, I was a game hall kid in the early 90s because, it got bigger and greater, and you got those air simulators, F-116, and you went up and down and inside a roll cage. That was great.
Yeah.
But back then it was 50 cents, and now there are the arcades.
It cracks me up, man. These people sit here and get these games where they're hunting or fishing or something like that, and I'm like, why don't you just go out and actually fucking do it?
Right.
What is wrong with you?
Yeah, the fishing games, no, I don't get it. The hunting games, some are reasonable, but if you shoot 2 deer and you have shot the bear, then you're done. So why keep running around?
Right. So what's this thing he's saying up here about CEO of Wilhelm's Armory, Smith & Mauser Material Science, and Smith? Wow. It sounds like a lot of fucking horse shit to me. That's what it sounds like, don't it? It's like, what is that? Is this
back
you?
to the earth being a ball or a hummingbird?
Is he trying to tell me that that's him? While Bill Nye is the CEO of all this dumb shit or something? What's going on there with that? I'm curious, because I'm calling bullshit on that. I really am.
Well, just being a CEO, there are a difference, in CEOs. Just saying.
What is a CEO? What does that stand for? Chowder-headed, egocentric fucking.
Oh no, they're usually head of a corporation.
Corporate executive.
No, I got it. Chowder-headed, egocentric oaf. Chowder-headed. Yeah.
The CEO is not the owner. He's just the face of it.
Yeah, he's the fall guy 9 out of 10 times.
Yep.
Yeah.
You can take the bad recipe, the bad program and the bad shit.
But then he can pass it on down to the next one in line.
And he gets a bonus for doing that. Yeah.
Yeah, they get plausible deniability, whatever they call that, right?
I feel bad for him. Look at this shit, man. I feel fucking bad for him. His keyboards, he can't afford a keyboard. Poor guy. And they're really inexpensive. Even a wireless keyboard's really inexpensive. Look at that. He's got his capitals and small letters mixed around together and shit. There's poor guy can't even afford a fucking.
Take out the caps lock. I have the same problem.
He's the CEO and majority owner, but that doesn't make anybody smarter or more intelligent or any of that stuff.
So majority owner, he has 10%. So what?
Oh my God! Don't talk about that shit, Barbara. That sounds delicious. Oh my God! Why do you got to do that? Listen to that, man.
I know. It sounds
Shrimp,
good.
mushrooms, peppers, onions, garlic with Spanish rice and refried jalapeno. Oh, you're mean, girl. I don't even know what's up. Why you got to be talking about shit like that, man?
Yeah, I'm gonna log off. So have a nice night.
Apple cinnamon cookies and fucking coffee right now, man. I'm like in bad shape, you know. Poor guy doesn't know what alternating caps means. Well, no, I don't know what that means. And why does that deserve pity or anything? Is that something you geeks do or something? Or what is that? I don't understand. Do you know what that is, Dreamy?
I think it's just an way to get the attention so people will read it.
Oh, I think it kind of detracts me from wanting to read it because it looks crazy. It doesn't attract me to look at it. It makes me go, oh my God, there's somebody with a broken fucking keyboard. What a retard. Yeah.
Attention seekers will pull all kinds of tricks.
They will indeed. They will indeed. It's a universal sign of mockery. Who says that's what it is? Looks like this universal sign of a fucked up keyboard to me.
Well, if it was universal, everybody would know it, right?
Yeah, the first I've ever heard of it.
Same here.
Yeah.
But then I'm not usually in a.
And you know what? I don't. Here's. I'm going to take it even further. Not only is this the first time I've ever heard that, I don't accept it. I don't accept it as a universal sign of anything at all.
Exactly.
You know. Because look it up, he says, LMAO. So he's literally laughing his ass off about looking it up. Yeah, that still doesn't make it universal. And it still doesn't mean that I accept it. How about that one, man? Everyone
sounds
does
like something
know.
he got from the what they call it, the Urban Dictionary. You know, these words that they change the meanings of and put up there.
Well, you guys are flirfs, so obviously you didn't get the meme.
Apparently.
Okay, well, here, first off, you don't know what a meme is, and because you have not used a meme, okay? You used some kind of stupid text, okay? That's not a meme. You don't understand what a meme is. How old are you, Wild Bill Nye? You seem like you're very, very young. Very, very young. So, didn't get the memo. That was a typo. It wasn't meme. It was memo. It was a memo. Yes, you are correct. We did not get the memo. Did you get a memo, Dreamy?
Nope.
I didn't get one either. Anybody else out there? Did you get a memo about that? I don't recall. Maybe it went into my spam folder. Was it sent by email, Wild Bill Nye? Was it sent by email or was this like a telephone survey or anything? I'm just curious, so. Oh, he speaks Ebonics.
It must just be a thing that CEOs use. There's so many of them.
I've learned some Ebonics and stuff. Is fly still a thing? Are things still fly? Because I know that it's an ever-changing dialect.
Well, what about the word groovy?
Groovy. I still use groovy.
All right.
I still use groovy. I say things are groovy.
And what about peeps?
Peeps. I'm not a real big user of the word peeps.
Yeah, see, my kids came home with Peeps and Sweet and things like that.
Yeah. No, I'll tell you what, I still use Groovy. Far Out. I like Far Out. That's a good one too.
And Dig It.
I'm trying to bring back some words even that are even further back in the lexicon, like mirth,
Yeah.
I think that we should be, having more mirth, be more mirthful, so to speak,
Well, I liked my teacher. She would get upset with us kids in class and she'd go, hark, hark. And we had never heard that, right? It's not common language. And we're like, we were going hawk, hawk, like birds back at her. And she goes, I didn't say hawk, I said hark. And then one day she explained to what hark meant. We had never heard that. And then it dawned on us, oh yeah, hark the herald angels sing. So what?
Right, that's what I was going to say.
How did they sing? How did they sing if they were hark?
Right. Well,
So,
I thought that Hark was the name of the herald angel.
Yeah.
Hark the herald angel. And I was
But it
like,
meant be quiet so we could hear them sing.
Yeah, nobody said nothing about that. Why don't you just go, be quiet now, the angels sing, right? That would work.
Yeah. But see, you're right. Words and language changes and the meanings over time because people start using it a certain way and it changes the whole definition of it.
So, I found out an interesting fact. Did you know that when they boiled penguin eggs, that the whites are clear?
Oh, no, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't even
I never thought about it.
Yeah. I was thinking about that, maybe once the Antarctic Treaty's up, I was thinking maybe we could, skedaddle on down there and start up like a Kentucky Fried Penguin stand or something, get in on that market. And maybe if we could, start getting people used to Kentucky Fried Penguin now, we'd already have a good market for it where they could come and
penguin burgers.
Yeah, penguin burgers, that would be pretty good right there,
Burnt on one side, not on the other.
Not much on drumstick, And them little baby ones, we can make, penguin McNuggets out of them.
Yeah.
You just chuck a handful of little penguin chicks into the deep fryer. They're that down turns into that breading. And then all you just snip them little feet off with some wire cutters and chuck them in a box. Would you like a 6 or an 8 piece, sir?
Yeah, we had a whole bunch of little baby chicks, and one was just loud and everybody hated the little thing, so I named him Chicken Nugget. I told him, you better be quiet or they're gonna make chicken nuggets out of you. And then that just stuck, became his name, Chicken Nugget.
Right. Are you paying attention to this, Mr. Bill Nye?
I read some of what he said.
What did he say?
I think he's just here to cause issues. I don't really think he's saying a whole lot.
No, I
actually,
to be fair though, Dreamy, no, I invited him. I did. I invited him. That is Billy Smith from the
Right.
Facebook. He's that same mouthy guy. But I had given him the link to both the show, I think, and the link to come up on the stream, and he's negated to take it either time. So that is a good gauge for me. I know what I'm dealing with.
Well,
now.
he doesn't want to come on screen and prove
Oh no,
he's
man!
a jerk. He just prefers to be a jerk behind the curtain.
That's the only way. That's the only place they can do it. Because if you remember, old Conspiracy Smasher, he's a complete Twitter cunt behind the keyboard. But as soon as he came up on the show, he was big old pussycat.
Yeah.
Big old fucking pussycat, and still didn't have any proof of the globe, just like the rest of them. Nobody ever has any proof of the fucking globe because there is no goddamn proof of the globe. Get out of here with that crap, man. That's
well,
what
once I challenge somebody to go out, create a working model of exactly how we're told it works, then they can convince me that I'm wrong. And until they can do that, I stand where I know I belong on flat Earth, or a level plane, or whatever, with mountains, trees, and all that.
That's why I say the best thing, because these guys are they're so desperate for their shit to be true that they even want to just fucking argue semantics, right?
Or
So
else they're
this
the
is
ones
the
that are
one they
supposed to be
can't.
there.
Well, so this right here takes all the semantics right out of it.
Yep.
That the Earth appears to be a stationary, level, topographical plane.
Yeah.
There you go. Now, they want you to make claims, though, because they have claims that are easily disproven. They want you to make claims. Well, how far away is the sun? I don't know, man. Not 93 million miles.
Well, that's why I say north is center and south would be the outer portions. And, way the sun goes around it. That's what makes it the circle that people have in their head, only they're thinking of it in a globe, not in just like a plane type circle, because.
Right. Well, it's a good way to describe that too, is that south is any straight line. Because if you continue any straight line, you're going to end up going south. I don't care which direction you start going, you're going to end up going south. So the east and west are nothing more than clockwise and counterclockwise circles around the center, right?
Yeah. Right.
And
That's
of course, the sun travels around in a clockwise direction.
Right.
And that's why Horus, or I mean, the hours are measured by the sun. It's all right there. It's all right
east
there.
And west, is it's kind of like north and south being vertical and east and west being horizontal.
Kind of, yeah.
I mean, we've got some things to go on, just in the simplest terms, and but I do think that anybody, if they have a logical thought in their head or able to reason, if they were at the North Pole, they would be spinning so freaking fast that they couldn't really stand there.
Well, they'd actually be going, you'd actually be going slower.
Well, no, because that would be the center of like the merry-go-round.
Right. So there's where that's where the less speed is at. Is toward the center. The further you move from the center of rotation, the faster is the centripetal speed to keep up the RPM ratio.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
Right.
I know what I'm dyslexic. I'm thinking of it backwards. I'm thinking the center is going to be.
I knew where you were going. I knew where you were going with it, but that's the thing.
Yeah, I was backwards. Sorry.
But yeah, so you end up with, and so consequently, the larger the circumference.
So people couldn't even be on the equator.
Oh fuck! No.
They'd be getting dizzy.
That's faster than the speed of sound.
Yeah.
Okay, they try to say that's relative because everything, all this bullshit about why you don't feel it or notice it. But the thing that you have to keep in, and they always say, well, because if you're driving along in a car at 80 miles an hour, you're not going to feel it. Yeah, okay.
Oh, I feel it.
Put that car into a turn.
Yeah.
Put that car into a turn. And even if it's a big arc,
even in 200 miles an hour, that's fast.
Put a fucking level on the dash. Put a level on the dash and see what happens when you're in a turn like that. It's going to show that there's a force. Okay.
Oh man, that's my favorite thing. Have you ever driven and then taken a curve and just right as you go in, not before, but right as you get to this one spot, you can turn the wheel and just let that car carry you right through that curve. I love that feeling. It's awesome. That's my favorite part about racing. I like speed.
What in the fuck are you going on about now, you little coward? So you guys can name call, but not us. That's all you do is name call. I wouldn't be as hostile. I would not be as hostile toward you as I am had you not already been a shit. on the other platform. So don't even start your fucking bullshit with me.
He says that we can't name call, but I've been called names all my whole life because I don't believe the run of the mill bullshit like everybody else. But I, it's okay. They can call me names. I just call them.
What do you want, mate? You want some cheese with that wine, Mr. Bill Nye? Would you like a little bit of cheese to go with your wine? You big fucking pussy. Jesus Christ. Are you an innie or an outie? Which kind of pussy are you anyhow? You got you them big old flappy meat curtains, or are they here, or are they tucked away? I'm just saying, just wondering what kind you are. Anyway, they're fun, but none of them ever have the courage. None of them ever have the courage. They say, "Oh, this and the other." I ain't got
Well, I mean, there's a lot of things that I used to believe, and I fell for a lot of the nonsense at different times. But then for some reason, I have to go, wait a minute. And
well, let me ask you.
And you start questioning, and they want to shut you down immediately. That's when I knew I was right on target.
If somebody came to you with an opposing opinion, would you be an asshole about it? I mean, say you have something that you believe, and somebody says, I really don't believe that same thing. I think this, that, and the other, and here's why. Would you act like a turd about it to them?
No, not as a rule. But if they come at me with an attitude, then that's
right. There you go. That's what I'm saying. This is their whole style, especially this guy, him and all his little buddies on there. And no, you started that shit a long time ago, you fucktard, on the Facebook. Okay, go back and read the post, you piece of shit.
Well, one of the questions I do is I'll say, well, why do you believe that? And I'll let them explain why they believe what they believe. And then I go, oh, and sometimes that's opened my mind to other things. And other times I've just said, well, that's not really what I, take from it. And that's not what I believe. I believe like this and tell mine. But I've noticed this since about 2008, when I started talking and chatting in different forms of chat online, was that the hardest people to talk to are the people in the United States. The people in the States want to argue with you over everything. They don't want to actually have an actual conversation, And that's how I've learned so much from India, from Greece and UK, and different people all over the place, different countries. And it's absolutely fantastic to learn from these other people that have been exposed to different things than me, And I've also changed my beliefs and my ideas about a whole lot, especially the propaganda shit.
Here's what you need to link there, Wild Bill Nye. You link the beginning of our interactions, okay? Because I think where you're talking about was after you'd long already acted like an asshole. You can't help yourself but act like an asshole. I think you're one of the retards that came on there and said that, wasn't it you that was telling me that because the ratios of the eclipse shadows don't work out, that it's because, how did he say that? The angular distance or the angular size is different from two locations. And I was like, it doesn't matter. The proportions have to be the same. Proportion is proportion. I mean, if I've got 3/4 of a cake over here and 1/4 of a cake over here, one doesn't become more or less cake because of where I'm looking at them from, right?
Now I'm offended. You got cake and I don't.
Oh no, actually I don't. I ate the
I'm just teasing.
like a munching monster last night after the show. I just went in there and just attacked it. I had this, they make this thing called a Sakatumi cake.
Oh.
And I get one of those, it's a bundt cake, and that fucking thing don't last because I take munchies and I just chow on it. It's kind of like coffee cake, but not as coffee cakey, I guess.
We have a cake that's called a tuxedo cake, and it has really dark chocolate fudgy cake.
Here's real quick, Bill Nye. I said, wasn't it you as in a question, you retarded asshole. So when someone says that and it wasn't you, you can merely say, no, that wasn't me. You don't have to say, because I didn't say it was you. I asked if it was you. But your constant efforts, all you guys, this is what all of you fucking retards do. Oh, stop lying. No one is lying. I know that you're used to lying. You've already been called out as a liar. You exposed yourself as a liar when you first got here. Okay? So don't make your base assumptions on everything that people do off of how you are. Okay? Your whole existence is a lie. Okay? This is why you live in the world of lying and accuse everyone else of lying.
And I get why you asked him that question, because if you talk to a lot of different people, you don't always remember who told you what sometimes.
I mean, I have to like, because a lot of them really have stupid fucking names, man. You wouldn't believe some of the names, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm like, in my head, I'm like, oh yeah, that's that guy. I have them like associated. Oh yeah, this is Mongoloid 1. This is Mongoloid 2. Oh yeah, that guy. That's fucking Rain Man. You know, I have to associate each one of these retards with a different character of a retard so that I can realize which one's which. And it's easy to confuse them because they're all fucking stupid.
I get so mixed up between indoctrination and unindoctrinated. Those people, there's 3 different ones, and I get them mixed up all the time. Not purposely, but their names are so close. I still get them mixed up.
There's my man Joe in Albuquerque.
But I love them. They're good peeps.
Love old Bill out there. Listen, this is this area. He's going to try to run this fucking bullshit on us again. I never lied. I was a flirt, whether you believe it or not. A newsflash, your whole worldview revolves around calling everyone else liars. Oh, my God, it's so dreadful. That's how I imagine you sounding. Well, Bill and I think I'm probably right on it.
Now, there's been times, and I'm sure there's probably been times for you too, where you believe something so strongly that in the beginning of hearing about some other option, you know, you believe something so strongly, you'll stand your ground. But as time goes on, because it's been brought to your attention, you'll start to go, hey, wait a minute, you know, I remember so-and-so telling me about this. And then you start questioning that and going, you know what? And I was such a brat to him, and I thought he was just BSing me, but actually he was, you know, and then you'll get back in touch with that person and say, remember when we had this conversation? They won't remember it, but you'll damn near remember it word for word. And but I say what we're doing here is opening their thought process, even if they're angry in the moment, because they believe it so strongly that it's, you know, God to them. So, but in time they will start questioning. And I think that's some of them, but I don't think that's all of them. A lot of them, I think, are there. They know the truth. They know what's going on, and they're just here to keep people focused on them and not on the topic.
Holy shit, Wild Bill. They let people like you live in Texas. Let me guess, you got to live around Austin. You got to be. That's about the only place they'd tolerate somebody like you.
Well, Wild Bill, it's because damn San Antonio's sitting between them. They can't see past it. It's like the moon.
Well, and there's also this. I don't think you'd be able to find your own ass with a GPS and a compass. You know what I mean? I really don't. Throw a map in there too. I think you'd still get lost. So,
well, there's a lot of obstacles between Houston and Dallas. So,
why can't I see the coast from the top of White Tanks? Well, I don't know. Why can't you? It's certainly not because of any curvature. Why are you have superhuman eyesight that makes you believe that you can see further than other humans can, or I don't know. It's what's the humidity? What's the atmos opacity level at? These
Well,
would be
yeah,
all things that need to be considered.
when I was little, I remember being so fascinated. We were up on this hill, and down in the distance, down what looked like a little valley, was all these lights. And I asked my dad, what's all those lights up there? And he told me it was the town of Lubbock, Texas. And I'm like, wow, I can see for 20 miles.
Yeah, right.
I was one of those curious little kids. It's like when you guys were talking about radios earlier and TV.
Yeah.
I mean, as a curious kid, and I mean, kids are very curious. I thought there was little ass people in there singing and playing little guitars in a whole nother world.
I did too. I was like, okay, so how do they know how to switch music so fast when they push the button?
Exactly. Goes to. I wanted to see those little tiny people so bad that I was tearing the radio apart. My dad caught me. I was taking the screws out, and he's like, "What are you doing?" I go, "I want to see the little people."
Look at here. Look at here. This is the first fucking smart thing he said. Can't see around a curve. You are absolutely fucking right. You
100%.
can't see around a curve. So that's why when we see objects that should be well hidden by curve and they're not, we know that there's no curve.
Exactly.
You see? Because we don't see it. We can't measure it. It doesn't fucking exist, bro. Take a theodolite on a plane and prove that the horizon. Okay, so listen to me, ladies and gentlemen. The next time you're on an aircraft, the next time you're taking a flight, whether you're going to Disney World or something like that, I'm sure that nobody's going to mind that if you take a theodolite up on the plane with you and spread out the tripod in the aisle or whatever it is you have to do toward the window, get the people in front of the window or whatever, get the fuck out of the way so that you can put a theodolite onto the airplane aisle out the window and be able to measure this thing as this dipshit says to do. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? You know what a theodolite is, right, Dreamy?
No, I don't.
You ever see one of those things on a tripod that a fucking surveyor uses?
Oh, yes.
Okay, that's what it is. So
okay.
Wild Bill wants someone to take one of those onto an airplane to prove that the horizon is eye level at 30,000 feet. Bet you can't. You know what? I bet you're right that we can't, because they would not allow you to do it. So there's that. I'm pretty sure they're going to have a problem with somebody setting up a fucking tripod and a theodolite on a commercial aircraft at 30,000 feet. Okay. So you are probably right on that. If you bet that we can't, I guarantee it. You're good. You did it. He says he did it. Absolutely. Sure you did.
Oh, good.
I absolutely believe you. 100%.
Then does he have a video that he can come up and share with us?
Yeah, I would love to see it.
Of him doing this. We'd really like to see that. I would.
You know what? I had a secret affair with Princess Diana back in the 80s. No shit. I did. I had a secret affair with Princess Diana. and no kidding. Probably around the same time as you did that with your theodolite. Stupid shit. These people will come up with anything. He says he has a pick. He has a pick.
If you're at the top of a mountain, you're going to see way across, and you might see many mountains. I used to live in Arizona. So you stand up on the rim, and you just see ripples and ripples and ripples of mountains way off, and as far as you can see, and it's just tons of mountains.
Let me tell you something, Wild Bill Nye. Yes, I do have pics, but I cannot show them on here. They are not the kind of pictures that you can just show on YouTube. Trust me. We were doing some pretty wild shit. The ones in the chicken outfit are the best too. So just to let you know that. Anyway, go ahead, Dream.
I forgot where I was going, but that's okay. Happens to me sometimes.
Oh, look here. Now it's going up on top of mountains with theodolites.
Oh, that's what I was going to say.
Eye level.
You're going to see totally different. If you're at the base of that mountain, you're going to see a totally different landscape than when you're up on a rim, where you can see lots of mountains and valleys and whatnot going off into the distance, into nothingness, into the valley. You know, sometimes you're lucky and see the other side of the valley, but that depends on how wide it is. But the thing is you're not going to see that from standing at the base of the mountain, but doesn't mean it don't exist.
Yeah,
and you can't see it up there, you know. And like those one videos you showed where the little kid or the man was walking away and got smaller and smaller and smaller as they walked away on the beach, which is true. You can go to any beach and do that. Have a couple of people walk down the beach, and the further they get, the smaller they get. Doesn't mean that they shrunk.
It doesn't.
No.
Oh no. Oh, you just totally blew my whole worldview with that.
I actually think I might have got that actually on video, not on purpose, but on my camera, on my camcorder, the kids were walking down the beach, and I do believe I got them when they were way far away. You know, they still came back to me the same size that they left being, you know, so.
No, this is somebody, I'm going to just put this up here. This is somebody who has no real life experience whatsoever. None. No real life experience. Horizon gets lower as you gain altitude. Okay. So first of all, no, it does not. And you want to know why, Wild Bill? Would you like to know why? Because the horizon is optical. Okay. It's not physical. It's the limit of your vision. That's all.
All right.
You don't see any physical horizon, because you know what's crazy? Once you reach that and you go up and increase your field of view, the horizon extends. It keeps going. And because of the laws of angular perspective and vision, everything that is down appears to rise up to eye level. Everything that is above you appears to lower down to eye level, from left to right, from right to left, to an area that some refer to as a vanishing point. I like to call it a vanishing zone.
Right.
And that vanishing zone is the limit of your perspective vision. That's all. Nothing more. Nothing more.
The simplicity is very difficult for some. Sovereign.
Now, if you were on a ball, you would, of course, expect to see a physical horizon that goes below you as you gain altitude. But we don't see that. The only thing that happens is we increase our field of view. We increase our field of view, and we continue to increase our field of view until it's at its very limit. And the best we can do from there is any kind of magnification. And you know what happens when you do magnification? You see more horizon.
Exactly.
Beyond where you thought the horizon was at, right? It's like trying to chase a fucking rainbow. It's never going to happen.
Well, I did like what you said about the opacity too. You know, that's what limits our view, because of the particles in the air.
Holy shit, look at this. Look at this. He says, look at this pic of a mountain from 1,000 miles. Wow, isn't that something? Look at that. You see it? Do you see the pic from 1,000 miles?
No, I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, I'm not either. But thanks anyways, Wild Bill.
Smart ass.
There you go. He's trying to
I was looking for it to pop up. I thought you was going to show us a picture.
I think this guy's trying to get people arrested by Homeland Security, man. I really do. I think he's trying to get people like TSA. Can you imagine what TSA do? What are you doing with that, sir? Oh, don't mind this. This is my theodolite. Your what a light? Right? Looks like a fucking bomb to me. Down on the ground, motherfucker. Right? And then you get it on the plane, right? And you've seen those things, right? They're on a tripod, and you have to set them level and everything else like that, which of course you're on a moving platform. So that's going to give you a little bit of difficulty, but you could probably get it close to level. But that's assuming that you can get a shot out the window from, I guess the aisle would be the only place you'd be able to set up a theodolite tripod. And if there's nobody in the seats from there, and I don't know, and how would you verify that you're seeing the actual visual horizon and not a cloud bank or something like that? See, the whole thing's got a lot of fucking flaws with the whole idea. It really does. It really does. So that's really stupid, Wild Bill Nye. That's really a dumb thing. Oh, you can download a theodolite on your phone. I bet that's dandy. I bet you that thing is just dandier than shit. Yeah. So what kind of optics are we using with this theodolite? We're still using just our regular eyesight. Is that what we're doing, Wild Bill? And why are we doing this? Because I've been on airplanes at 35,000 feet and the fucking horizon's at my eye level. Then it was when I flew to Germany. It was when I flew to Vegas. It was when I flew to Florida. Yeah, every time I've ever been on an airplane, when I flew to London, yep, the horizon was always at eye level. So and you know what? I didn't need a theodolite to determine that. So that's pretty cool.
Well, if you're ever on a plane and you put your head against the window in the very, very center, it totally looks different than if you're sitting back in your seat looking out that same window. Try that.
Well, of course, there's no picture of a mountain from 1,000 miles at ground level. What, are you fucking retarded or something? We just got done talking about angular visual perspective, right? Didn't we just go over that?
We just did, but apparently it went over his head.
I wasn't talking about a mountain. You're the one that brought up some mountain. You said to look at this picture of a mountain from 1,000 miles, and I didn't see any picture. I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. What's wrong with you?
Exactly.
God damn, dude. Were you dropped on your fucking head or something? What's wrong with you, man? Oh, he's lying through your teeth. Okay, I'm lying because he claims that he measured this with a theodolite. So I'm lying because he claimed something.
Well, I would just like to know why he didn't just go ahead and measure the whole Earth if he can see 1,000 miles to a mountain. I mean, maybe he could on a real clear day back in the 1800s, because the pollution now, you ain't going to see that far.
Here's the thing right here. Like he says, Flurfs claim they can take a picture of the Alps from the UK, dude. Well, they didn't just claim it, they fucking did it. So there's a problem with that because it's not a claim anymore. You understand that? So what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Logan Salmon says he learned a new word tonight, theodolite. Woohoo. Yeah, it's one of those things that the surveyors use.
Yeah, I didn't know what they were called, but as soon as you said that, I understood. My dad and my grandfather both did that for roads.
They don't understand what apparent horizon means. They don't understand what that means. And it's always an apparent horizon. All right? There is no fucking physical horizon. Get off of that. I mean, we've proven that. When we can see objects at sea that should be behind 100 feet of fucking curvature or more, hundreds of feet of curvature, should be hiding it. And let's not forget, it's not sticking up over, here's a curve and something sticking up straight. No, this shit is everything supposedly perpendicular to the horizon. If you laid them all out, would look like the spines on a fucking sea urchin. Okay, so you got to think that not only is this thing hidden by curvature, it's tilted back too. Okay, this is aiding in its being hidden. So there should be 8 inches per square mile, actually 7.9 inches per square mile, or per mile squared, up to 1,000 miles. this works. And we don't see that. Now, minus the observer height, of course.
Oh, now he wants you to tell him how many degrees.
What is he saying? How many degrees?
They always change things in the middle of your answer because they want to, because that's just stupidity. Plain and simple stupidity.
Yeah, it is. He took a picture of the Malvern Hills.
He's seen islands 50 miles away. Well, then apparently he can see 50 miles on that particular given day.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, of course, I've seen that on sailing videos where they show this set of islands on one side and then they show the other side. You know?
And by any degrees, it doesn't matter for my point, Wild Bill, because it would still be tilting back, and by tilting back would still aid in the hiding of the object. Are you agree or not? That when an object is tilted back, it appears even shorter to the observer in front of it. So it doesn't fucking matter to my point. You pedantic little shit.
Yeah, and Bill Nye, the lake is flat from shore to shore on a it has no wind. So there you go with your dumb lake shit, because it's shore to shore and it's gonna be level.
How many degrees should the buildings in Chicago be tilted back? 0 degrees, Wild Bill. Absolutely 0 degrees. You want to know why? Because there's no fucking convexity. So that's how many degrees the buildings in Chicago should be tilted back. They are plumb and level to the fucking earth. There you go.
And see, he says the lake is not flat. Okay, then all the water, if it flows from the tallest mountain to the bottom, right, it would be all at the South Pole. It wouldn't be anywhere up here in oceans flat around us. You're just a nutcase, man.
No, Wild Bill, I want to ask you, do you have any claims that you can prove? Everything that you've said, you can't prove. Nothing that you've said, you can prove. None of it. None of it, including you taking a theodolite on a fucking airplane or up on a mountain or any of this other dumb shit. Okay. The lake is not flat. You have no proof of that. What's one of the other ones that you got up here? Yeah. How many degrees should the building in Chicago be tilted back? We answered that, and the answer is 0 because there's no convexity of the earth. So,
I didn't create the word sea level, but I do understand, comprehend its definition.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And sea level from what sea? When
somebody, the shining sea.
Kansas City is 1,500 feet above sea level. And which sea is that from? Is that from the Atlantic Ocean? Is that from the Gulf of Mexico? Is that from one of the Great Lakes? Is that from California? Is that, in the Pacific Ocean? Is that from what? Where is that? Which sea are we leveling with if we're on a ball? How do you level on a fucking ball? You don't. This is what's so stupid, man. This is why you have.
Right.
This is why our world is in the shape that it's in. This is this is how people have become. They train them to be stupid and then fight to maintain stupidity.
Right.
That's what they did.
Sad. I mean, we are really creative in so many ways, but people choose to just go, follow after one man. When like with people, if they really knew what was going on, they would know that they were the creator, that they can create any kind of job, business. Look at the things people have come up with. But if you step out of line and create something that somebody else don't want the world to know, they either make you sign documents that you'll not talk about it, or they'll take your life.
This is for Logan Sandman. Okay. There you go, brother. He said, if we keep talking about curvature, I'm going to expect to see some corsets and brasiers. We're 1 for 2 now. So, hang in there, buddy. Google to the ready. You know what I'm saying? Hell yeah, man. We aim to please up here. You see?
That was a good one.
Let's see if we can get this thing in all the way. Let's see if we can get this all the way. We're gonna do this.
Well, it really made sense to me when I sat and listened to that teacher, even though it wasn't, my particular grade that she was talking about. She was talking to one of the higher grade kids in the classroom.
There you go, bro.
And it just made sense to me, and I just never could change my mind from that.
So now, Logan. Logan, are you still there? Logan, you okay? Oh, I got a woohoo. All right, good to go. Good to go. I'll get burned out by hearing a combo with the glow. Oh my God. Yeah, listen, it is like, I don't know. It's like trying to teach dogs to sing sometimes. You know what I mean?
Right.
When you talk to some of these guys, I mean, it just blows my mind, the level of duh.
Well, it makes sense why they go after the children immediately to start filling their head with garbage.
Oh my God. Yeah.
They take young kids because I think it is, for the most part, we are gullible. However, some kids just like myself, you hear something, you start thinking about it. But it seems like the longer kids are in school or people are in school and being educated, the less they seem to know. They just know how to regurgitate,
Oh yeah, that's what it is. And like I said, it's an attempt at being smart through proxy. You understand? So they have a perception of someone, and it's as easy to give someone the perception as just putting a lab coat on a guy, a little Chiron under his name,
right.
Give him say he's got a degree in some shit, stand him up in front of some books and give him a clipboard. Now have him read a script. Well,
Right.
people will repeat whatever the fuck he said because they perceive this guy must be smart. What he said sounded smart. I don't really understand it, but if I regurgitate it, people will think that I'm smart.
Right.
See,
And I
and
think that's why researchers, especially like doctor researchers, the ones that are actually doing the actual hands-on in the lab kind of stuff, and a lot of them are not allowed to use what they found that could actually cure people
Yeah.
because there's no money in curing. If you cure the people, there's no relapses.
We had a mechanic around here that if people would take their car to him, and he's especially poorer people because he would allow like payments and shit like
Right.
that, right? So what he'd do is while he had the car, then he'd lie, say there's something wrong with it, and he'd fix it, but then he'd fuck up something else. So
Right.
they'd end up coming back later. Hey, I got this other problem. And he'd keep doing this. And he'd have people that were just like repeat fucking customers. And I'm wondering to myself, when that's how I got onto it, I see people keep taking their cars to this guy having a problem and then have this problem and shit. And I got suspicious. I was like, wait a minute, hold on. How's this guy keep having all the same people coming back all the time? He's either, are they getting the same problem fixed or is it a different problem every time? And I figured it out real quick, man. This guy was doing this shit so that people would, just like Bill Gates with his fucking computer viruses. Okay, he creates computer viruses and then sells antivirus. I was like, you got to be shitting me with this guy, because you look in most of these viruses, these computer viruses, they don't have any kind of a benefit to the person that created them. They don't do anything beneficial. So for them, so why would you spend so much time programming some stupid shit like that if you're never going to reap any fruits of your labor?
The thing is I've been on the computer and everything, and I've used pretty much the same everything, and I haven't been hacked. So, you know, when I hear other people getting hacked, and some people I've even talked to, and you know what? There's always a time when they've either used the same thing for this program, the same password for this program, their email and everything else they have. And they've also given that information out, always giving them somebody else information to help them do something.
Yeah.
Other than that, nobody's been hacked that I know of.
Well,
Might happen to corporations and things because there's, you know, money to transfer from bank to bank and all that garbage, you know. So I'm not saying don't happen. Just saying,
right.
you know, I'm too little for them to bother with.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to have to cut this down. I mean, I didn't realize how late this has got here, and I'm going to take my little puppers and go to bed.
Okay, well, it's been good chatting with you in chat.
Yeah, you too. I was kind of
Great.
hoping. Hey, I was hoping I could get me a Globetard to come up on here, but apparently all they can do is just yell and scream and shit from the sidelines and not really make a dent in anything. So we'll try again tomorrow. Maybe we'll go on a little bit earlier so that we can not have to worry about the time. And I want to thank everybody for showing up here tonight. Joe in Albuquerque, it's good to see you as well. Malcolm Sheen, he's somebody who rolled in here too as we were going. There's a few. We ended up with, we dropped back down to 48, but we were up over 50 at one time here. And that's getting pretty good. We're growing. Shouldn't be too much longer, hopefully, before I'm up to 1,000 subscriber mark. And that's really cool because look, outside of that bozo from Facebook, we really get by I didn't get any kind of a picture from you, my friend. I don't know. I didn't. How would you send me a picture anyway?
Maybe on your Facebook.
I don't know. Is all you had to do. Here's all you had to do in case you're not aware of how technology works. Wild Bill Nye. You could have clicked the link, come up onto the panel, and showed the picture yourself.
Yeah.
You see how easy that would have been? And now I know you're not used to deductive reasoning or actually thinking, but that's probably the more efficient of the methods to display the media that you wish to display. Okay. See what I'm saying? All right. So anyway, I want to thank everybody. Dreamy, you got anything you want to leave everybody with, or anybody in
Much
particular?
love, and have a good night.
Same to you, sweetheart. We'll see you. Well, we'll try it again tomorrow. We'll see if we
All
can
right.
get one of these
Catch you
retards.
tomorrow.
All right. Good night, Dreamy. And that's all I got to say. And hey, we'll give you another chance tomorrow if you want to come on in there, Bill Nye. And maybe you'll get over your stage fright, be able to come on up. Like I said, ain't nobody gonna beat you up. You don't act hostile and don't act like a dick. I won't be hostile and act like a dick back. See, I give what I receive. So if you'd like to actually come up and discuss this in a logical manner, that would be absolutely wonderful. We would love to do that. We'd love to do that. But I doubt that you will, because I don't think you're really capable of it. I don't think you really are capable of it. I found that most of you Globe people are really little shits, not very nice people at all. So that's it. Anyway, like what you normally say, Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey, and see your doctor and get rid of his ass. He'll probably kill you. Good night, everybody. See you tomorrow.